Next up is Suryasana. Now raise your knees back off the ground, keep them spread wide apart. Join your thumbs and little fingers and open up your palms, resembling a lotus flower in Padma Mudra. As you raise your hands up above your head, gaze through the gap between the palms. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
एडी दो गुदा तरियाने फना पानी बैठक निठाने.
The next asana is Mandukasana. As you sit with the feet flat on top of the heels, keep your hands on the knees, gaze up towards your third eye. Press your tongue up against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra as you visualize yourself as a frog. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka as you perform the Mula Bandha in Mandukasana.
तलौ पृष्ठदेशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशेत्.
Next up is Uttana Mandukasana. As you maintain the same sitting posture, bring your hands behind your back and hold on to opposite shoulders. Keep your elbows close to your head. Palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra. Gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize yourself as a frog and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
मंडूकासन मध्यस्थं कूर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः.
The next asana is Simhasana. Now cross your ankles and sit on your feet with your hands on the knees. Gaze through your nose, visualize yourself as a lion as you stretch your tongue out, open your mouth wide and exhale forcefully.
दो फना पानी होए एडी दो गुदानी वैसे.
Next up is Padmasana. As you sit with your feet flat behind you, on top of the heels, bring your hands behind your back, and cross your hands and hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you tuck your chin to the chest, perform the Mula Bandha, gaze through your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
Next up is Kakabhushandi Asana. As you squat with your feet flat on the mat, open your knees wide and bring your hands in and around the raised knees. Interlock your fingers behind your back in Padasha Mudra. If you can't reach them, try to touch the fingertips behind your back as you gaze through your nose and visualize yourself as a crow.
प्रथमे वेसको कटठाने दो हाथ पगमीच आने.
Next up is Kanipavasana. As you place your hands flat on the ground in front of you, shoulder width apart, bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. Raise your hips, lift your feet off the ground and balance on your arms as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गुण आशीतुषता होई तो आची होई.
The next asana is Kapali Asana. This is going to be the first inverted posture of the sequence. So if you suffer from any upper back or neck, spine injuries or high blood pressure, take it slow with any of the inverted postures. If you need the support of a wall, set yourself up. And now place your hands flat on the mat, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto your elbows, head on the ground, forming a triangle between your hands and your head. Lift your hips up and stretch your legs up straight. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and keep buzzing like a bee in Paramashivoham.
शीश शीशा धरती टेकी पगदो वो मिलिबा ऊंचा कुकरे.
Gently lower your body down as we enter Paramashivoham. Now, in a squatting position, twist your body to one side, place your hands on the ground, align your knee and hip with the elbows, and then lean forward, find balance. Lift your legs off to the side. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a peacock. Perform Rechaka Kumbhaka. Exhale fully and hold your breath in Paramashivoham.
मयूरं दंडवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दंडनामकम्.
Now twist your body in the other direction and extend your legs out as you repeat Paramashivoham on the other side.
मयूरं दंडवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दंडनामकम्.
Now place your hands flat on the mat and step your feet back into Talakshvasana, the plank position. As you step one foot outside the shoulder in between the two hands, gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana.
आसन को गुणपीति जायी.
The front foot back. Bring the other one outside the shoulder in between the hands and repeat Bhairaganathasana on the other side.
आसन को गुणपीति जायी.
From Talakshvasana, with both legs back, place your forearms on the ground and work your feet forward to raise your hips. As you gaze to the nose, gaze to the third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Unmukhapitasana.
भून्यस्तौ जानुनी हस्तौ चतुष्पदमवाङ्मुखम्.
The next asana is Vasishthasana. From Talakshvasana, rotate your body onto one hand and raise the other arm up straight. Gaze up towards the sky as you visualize yourself as Sage Vasishta.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकम्.
Now turn your body to the other side, balance on the other arm as you repeat Vasishthasana.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकम्.
Now come to a seated position with the legs extended forward. Bring your hands below the buttocks with the palms facing up. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman. Perform Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, and Mula Bandha, the root lock, as you internally chant the new japa Paramashivoham in Anjani Asana.
दोबू करके उबई हथेली कोरवारली मेले भेली.
Next up is Paschimottanasana. With the legs extended forward, lean forward and down and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space and exhale and hold your breath in Rechaka Kumbhaka.
परिललाटन्तो पश्चिमं ताणमुच्यते.
Next up is Ugrasana. From the same position, interlock your fingers behind your head, lean forward and down as you place your head in between the knees and the elbows outside the knees. Visualize Kali in your inner space as you engage all three bandhas.
पाणिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानो परिशिरोऽन्यसेत्.
Next up is Marichyasana. Now step one foot in, bring one heel towards your groin as you keep the knee raised. Lean forward, bring your arm in and around the raised knee, interlock both hands behind your back As you bring your forehead towards the knees in Marichi asana, visualize yourself as Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now drop the raised knee to the side. Keep the heel at the perineum. Lean forward and down. Hold onto the front foot with both hands. Gaze to your nose. Visualize Swamiji as you perform Mahamudra Bandha in Mahamudrasana.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
Now stretch both legs forward. Bring the other leg in with the heel towards the perineum as you interlock your fingers behind your back in Marichyasana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Drop the knee to the side. Keep the heel at the groin. Lean forward and down. Engage all three bandhas in Mahamudrasana on the other side.
प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
The next asana is Bhadrasana 2. Now place the soles of the feet together in front of your body, with the heels close to the perineum. Hold the feet firmly with both hands and push the knees down to the mat by the strength of your groin. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
From Bhadrasana, extend your feet away from the body. Place your hands on the knees. Tuck your chin to the chest, contract the perineal region. Gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Gvali Pavasana.
प्रभ चरपट चौक कख्यो सोजी वाही विधि जोगी जय सोजी.
Next up is Joni Asana. As you keep your feet together, closer to the body, hold the soles of the feet and lean forward and down. Bring your chin towards the feet as you gaze to your nose and visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti.
दोगु पगदली संपट करे एड़ी मेड के ढिंग धरे.
Next up is Midaki Pavasana. Keep your feet away from the body. Heels together, toes apart. Extend your arms out to the side and lean forward and down as you place your forehead down on the ground behind the heels. Gaze to your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
पूरव विधि परिपकदली संपूर्ण शोल एड़ी मिली राशे.
Next up is Siddha Samadhi Asana. Now keep the heels together, toes apart. The toes together, heels apart. And bring your arms underneath the shins with the palms facing up. Lean forward and down. Bring your head down in front of the feet as you bring your toes towards the throat. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
दोगु पगदली संपट करे सोले मेढ़ आगा मेधरे.
Next up is Chinaki Pavasana. Now keep the feet back close to the perineum. Hold the feet and open them up like a book. The soles of the feet pointing up. Press your elbows down onto your thighs as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो पगागी एड़ी धरती गोड़ा फनो बानपनी होई.
Next up is Chalapata Chokasana. Now keep the soles of the feet back together. Place your hands on the respective knees and gently push them down to the ground as you gaze to your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform Ujjana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
दोवू बगदली संपुट धारे आगाने कर जा रे पसारे.
The next asana is Bhairavasana. With the soles of the feet together, raise your heels up and bring the toes down to the mat. Twist your legs intensely. You can use the support of your hands if needed, but then place your hands on top of the knees. In Bindu Mudra, index and thumb together. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
गुल्फौ संपीड्य चान्योन्यं व्युत्क्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः.
Next up is Samanasana. Now bring one foot towards the groin and lift the sole of the other foot towards your chest with both hands. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha as you exhale fully in Rechaka Kumbhaka.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात्.
Next up is Apanasana. Now bring one leg over top of the respective shoulder and extend the other leg straight forward and up. Gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. You can keep the hands at the side for balance.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोपे यत्नतः.
Now repeat Samanasana on the other side. Put the other heel against the groin and the opposite sole of the foot against your chest.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात्.
Now bring the other leg over the shoulder. Extend the opposite leg forward and up as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Apanasana on the other side.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोपे यत्नतः.
Next up is Gomukhasana. Now stack your knees in front of your body with the heels close to the outside of your hip. Gaze to your nose as you visualize the face of a cow and perform the Mula Bandha while breathing in Sitkari Kumbhaka. Now hiss through your teeth while inhaling as you press your tongue up against the roof of your mouth without touching the teeth. Internally chant the new japa Om Nithyanandoham in Gomukhasana.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तो पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
Next up is Anasuyasana. Now hold the big toes in Prana Mudra, maintaining the same sitting posture. Gaze to your nose, visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
दक्षिण गोडों नीचे उठाने बाहों तागे ऊपर आने.
From the same position, interlock your fingers behind your back, lean forward and down, gaze to your nose as you bring your chin over the knee, nose towards the ground as low as you can. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana too.
जीवना गोदा की संधि ऊपरी डाबा गोड़ा की संधि.
Next up is Garudasana too. Now sit with one heel against the groin, the opposite foot flat with the knee raised, hands on the respective knees. Gaze to your nose as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Next up is Naradasana. As you raise your heel on top, your perineum on top of the heel, interlock your fingers behind your neck and twist your elbows outside the raised knee. Gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize yourself as Sechanarada as you perform the Mula Bandha.
माम बगदली केरी भूपरिता ही लगा वे फेरी.
Now, place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Hold onto the shin and the big toe of that leg. as you gaze to the nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, in Matsya Pitakasana.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तु गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकम्.
Now stack your knees again with the other knee on top this time. Place your hands on top of the knees as you visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana on the other side.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you visualize yourself as a Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana.
दक्षिण कोड़ों नीचे उठाने, बाहों ताके ऊपर आने.
Interlock your fingers behind your back. Lean forward and down. Place your nose on the ground in Anasuyasana too.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
Next up is Garudasana too. On the other side. Now place the other heel against your perineum, opposite foot, flat, knee up towards your chest. Gaze to your nose as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
डाबो पगमोडी एडी माहिलो गुल्फमूलद्वार नीचैदे.
Now raise the perineum up on top of the heel. Interlock your fingers behind your neck. Twist your elbows outside. Visualize yourself as Sage Narada in Naradasana.
पिष्टिज वाम पगदली गेरी भूपरिता ही लगा बेफेरी.
The next asana is Matsya Pitakasana on the other side. Now place the other foot on top of the opposite thigh. Hold onto the shin and the big toe and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठं तु गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकम्.
Now extend your legs out in front. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. As you raise the opposite knee and twist your elbow outside the raised knee, hand by the neck, the other hand on the ground behind you, twisting your spine. As you gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendana, the master of Hatha Yoga, in Matsyendasana.
पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः.
Now extend the front arm down towards the foot. Hold onto the big toe in Prana Mudra as you hold onto the back ear with the other hand. Gazing up to your third eye and visualizing yourself as a camel in Kubasana.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Now place the hand from the ear down to the mat. Twist your body even further and gaze to your third eye in Matsyendasana too.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचंड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now extend both legs, place the other foot on top of the opposite thigh and repeat Matsyendrasana on the other side as you visualize Sage Matsyendranath.
पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः.
Extend the front arm down to the foot. Hold the back ear with the other hand. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize yourself as a camel as you repeat Kubasana on the other side.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Now place the back hand down on the ground. Twist your body even further. Visualize Sage Matsyendranath in Matsyendrasana too.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचंड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now place your feet on top of opposite thighs. Gaze towards your nose as you keep your hands on top of the knees. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva as you breathe in Sitali Kumbhaka, pressing your tongue against the back of the teeth and hissing through the teeth while inhaling. Engage all three wonders and internally chant the new japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
आसनं द्विधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा.
Next up is Padmasana too. Now cross your arms in front, Hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Lord Shiva, as you perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरु संस्थो प्रयत्नतः
Now bring your arms in between the legs. Place the hands flat on the mat and lift your entire body off the ground, visualizing yourself as a rooster, calmly breathing through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka in Kukkutasana.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्वोरन्तरे करौ.
Next up is Bandhakiki Asana. As you rise up onto your knees with the legs in Padmasana, place your hands flat on the mat with the fingers pointing backwards. Lean onto your elbows as you lift your knees off the ground and balance. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
धरामोष्टभ्यकरद्वयेन तत्कोर्परि स्थापिता नाभिपार्श्वः.
Next up is Mayurasana. From a kneeling position, place your hands again flat on the mat with the fingers pointing towards your body. Bend your elbows, lean onto your elbows until you find balance, and then lift your legs off the mat, visualizing yourself as a peacock in Mayurasana.
अथ पक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्.
The next asana is Makarasana. Lay down flat on your stomach. Interlock your fingers behind your neck. Place your forehead on the ground and keep the feet pointing upwards as you visualize yourself as a crocodile. Perform the Mula Bandha.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानो.
The next asana is Shalabhasana. Now keep the toes pointing back, hands next to your shoulders, and then raise your entire legs off the mat by the strength of your lower back. Form the Mula Bandha as you do so.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधाय अपि धृतं कराभ्याम्.
Next up is Ushtrasana. From the same position, hold onto the soles of the feet and pull them down outside the hips, as close to the ground as you can. Visualize yourself as a camel as you perform the Mula Bandha.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधाय अपि धृतं कराभ्याम्.
Now keep holding onto the feet, kick your legs back and up as you raise your chest and head up, gazing up to your third eye, visualizing yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow in Dhanurasana.
प्रसार्य पादौ भुविदण्डरूपग्वरौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्.
Now rise up, sit in a kneeling position in between your heels with the toes touching behind your body, hands on the thighs. Gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji, perform the Mula Bandha as you internally chant the new japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Bhagasana.
मोड़ी पादौ वैसे बहुरो जुगति करे एक ऐसे.
Next up is Gohi Asana. We're going to set up for another inverted posture. So if you want to use the support of a wall, align yourself to the wall. Now place your forearms on the ground, shoulder width apart, interlock your fingers, then place your head on the mat. Hold your head with both hands. As you walk your feet forward, raise your hips, and then align your hips with the shoulders and raise your feet off the mat. Pull your knees in towards your chest. Squeeze your body as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
तो हाथ की कहुनी जो जी पुनः कलाई जाने दोई.
From Gohyasana, extend your legs up straight into Shirshasana. Gaze to your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
इदं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः.
Gently lower your legs back down. Extend them forward and get ready. We're going to have an intense sequence of Bastrika Kumbhaka, where you exhale rapidly without inhaling from your abdomen. Push the air out again and again, like the bellows of a blacksmith. You're going to work the abs as you're raising your legs straight in front. Hold on to the calves and bring your head towards the knees as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Bodhiasana.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने, घोड़ा तरे का कसी ठाने.
Next up is Padakasana. With the legs extended in front, bring your hands behind your back to the opposite shoulders. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a mace.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य.
From Padakasana, extend your arms out in front. Keep your legs raised at a 45-degree angle. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana.
उत्तानशयनं कूर्पनाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्य.
Next up is Rudrasana. Still breathing in Bastika Kumbhaka. Join the soles of the feet together and scoop your hands below to pull them in towards your chest. Balance as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
पगतली संपुट करी हाथस्य पग उचाई.
Now you can breathe calmly again, normally, as you lay down on your back with the feet flat, knees raised. Bring your hands towards the feet with the fingertips just touching the heels, and then push your hips up. Perform the Mula Bandha and the Jalandhara Bandha, root lock and throat lock. As you breathe in Mudita Kumbhaka, pushing the air out through the engaged throat lock. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Unmukha Pitasana 2.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा.
Now lay down flat on your back. Keep your hands next to your hips with the palms facing up. Perform Shakti Chalan Mudra. Once more, contract your perineal region and pull the Kundalini Shakti up from Muladhara to Sahasrara Chakra all the way. As you visualize your body is dead and Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं. शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्.
Slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest and rock your body from side to side. Slowly return to a comfortable cross-legged position. Congratulations! You completed the first 108 asanas of the sequence, the Pratama Vinyasa Krama. It's so nice to see all of you join from the very beginning, like Wesley Silva, Shiva Talam, Srinitya Guru Prasadini, Sen Yang Lee, Sudang Wang, Shenzhou. Nice to see all of you. And let us now move on to the next asana of the sequence, which is Yathasanishthasana. Now sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Any comfortable position is fine. Then place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Breathe into your stomach and hold your breath, visualizing a flame rising up your spine. As you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यतसंस्थं यथा स्थितिः.
Next up is Samasana, in a cross-legged position with your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. Inhale and exhale deeply. After each inhalation, hold your breath for a while and then visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
Next up is Muktasana. Now place the left heel against the genital region and place the right foot over top of the left, crossing your ankles. As you keep your hands flat on the knees, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
निबीड्य सीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्पतः.
Next up is Siddhasana. Maintain the same position. Shift your gaze to the third eye. Keep visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थानुसंयमितेन्द्रियोचलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Next up is Siddhi Asana. Now shift your gaze to the ground in front of you. Engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादके इडीजानो श्रीवनिमधितासुकोठानो.
Next up is Rudrasana 2. Now rotate your hands on top of the knees, back into Bindu Mudra with index fingers and thumbs touching. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
वामचरणबिर्ज दक्षिणराखे एकजुगति ऐसे विदिदाखे.
Next up is Santarunasana. Keep your hands in Bindu Mudra, gaze to the nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
सन की गुण मन की जन जलता मीटे.
Next up is Siddhasana 2. Maintain your legs in the same position and place one hand over the other as you cup your hands in front of the navel in Samputa Mudra, resembling a lotus flower, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितम्.
The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. Now maintain the same sitting posture and set the sankalpa to manifest through the womb of creation as you get ready to enter into Shanmukhi Mudra. Exhale deeply. Close your mouth with ring and little fingers, your nostrils with the middle fingers, your eyes with the index fingers, and your ears with the thumbs.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु.
Next up is Virasana. As you maintain the same position, place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Embody the state and space of bravery. Vida.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः.
Keep one foot on the opposite thigh and the other foot below the opposite thigh. As you keep your hands on Bindu Mudra, on the knees, gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Valmiki, the great poet and author of Ramayana, in Valmikasana.
दावा पगगी बगतली पुनी एडी है जोज.
Next up is Joni Mudrasana. Now rotate your hands on top of the knees. Keep them flat on the knees as you gaze to the nose and visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti.
वामपादगी बगतली राहिमाहिली कोर.
Maintain the same position. Shift your gaze to the third eye. Keep visualizing Yoni Mandala in Yoni Asana.
न्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले नीलम्.
Next up is Padadasana 3. Now join the soles of the feet in front of your body. Hold your feet with your hands. Push your knees down. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्यादः श्रीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
Next up is Aghorasana. Keep your feet close to the perineum. Place the right hand over your mouth and nose. Close the left nostril with your index finger. Inhale through the right. Close both nostrils. Hold your breath. Then exhale through the left nostril and repeat on the other side in Abhyantara Kumbhaka. Keep your tongue up against the roof of your mouth or even higher along the nasal tract towards the third eye in Kechari Mudra as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as an Aghori in Aghorasana.
पूर्व कहो भिश्रिका जोजी वाही विदिजो की जय सोजी.
Next up is Kanadi Pavasana. As you keep your toes together and the heels apart, bring your elbows down on the heels. Hold your chin with your hands. As you gaze to the nose, contract Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Exhale fully in Rechaka Kumbhaka and visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water.
ग्वाली पाव आसन कख्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विधि तैसे.
Next up is Padasana. As you sit with the knees raised, keep your arms between the thighs and calves. Interlace your fingers and lift your feet off the mat. Gaze towards your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
ततोर्ध्वम्रे च जेत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्.
Next up is Gopi Chandasana. As you hold the feet with the soles together, with interlocked fingers, lift them up towards your throat, keeping the heels on your chest. Place your chin on the interlocked fingers as you gaze to the nose and embody the state and space of a king.
पूर्व विधि पगा का अंगूठा कंठ को पराशे.
Next up is Udarasana. Now scoop your hands below the chins and hold on to the feet with interlocked fingers. Lift your feet up. Touch your throat with your hands as you gaze to the nose and visualize your body free from any defects in Uddarasana.
ದೋವು ಬಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಪುಟಟಾನೆ ಉಭಯ ಹಸ್ತಕರಿಯುರದ ಹಿತಾನೆ.
From the same position, raise your feet even higher in front of your face. Keep the interlocked fingers in front of your forehead as you visualize yourself excelling in everything in Vishishtasana.
ದೋವು ಬಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಜೋಡಿ ಸಂಪುಟ ಕರೆ.
Next up is Bhujasana. As you raise your legs over top of the respective shoulders, bring your arms underneath your legs and up, interlacing your fingers around the back of your neck. Now, visualize yourself as a cobra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
ಶಿರಾಸನಂ ತು ವಿಜ್ಞೇಯಂ ಕಕ್ಷಾಸನಮತಃ ಪರಂ.
With your arms below the raised legs, interlock your fingers behind your back. Gaze through your nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana.
दो हाथ बगम नीचे आने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
Next up is Sankatasana. Now, keep the top of the left foot on the ground as you sit down on the left. Stack the right foot over top, stacking the knees. Keep your hands on opposite knees. Gaze in Vaishnavi Mudra. Eyes open but not focusing on any of the external objects, only focusing on the object within. Visualize yourself as an elegant swan as you perform Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound while inhaling in Sankatasana.
पादं जितेर मूलं संन्यस्य धरणीतले.
Now slide the left heel outside the hip and sit down on the ground as you keep your hands on top of both knees. Visualize a cow in your inner space and engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha in Dhenukasana.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडं वृषीन्दकल्यम्नी.
Next up is Machandrasana. Now place the right foot on top of the left thigh and the left foot on the right knee. Bring the left hand behind your back. Twist your body to hold onto the right thigh with your hand. Place the right hand on the left thigh. Twist your body even further. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजंग प्रदक्षिणटाने वामहस्तपिष्टी दिशाने.
Next up is Machandrasana 2. As you maintain your legs in the same position, untwist your upper body, hold onto your feet, and lean forward and down as you bring your forehead down to the ground. Visualize Swamiji in Machandrasana 2.
जी मनो चरण जो जी वामजंग परिराखे सो जी.
Next up is Guru Asana. With your legs in the same position, interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. Engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in your inner space in Guru Asana.
गुरुमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्भं संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Sankatasana on the other side. Now place the top of the right foot on the mat and sit on the right heel, stacking your knees, hands on opposite knees. Visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
वामपादं जितेर मूलं संन्यस्य धरणीतले.
Now bring the right heel outside the hip, sit on the ground, keep your hands on top of the knees and visualize a cow in Dhenukasana.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडम प्रशीलिंदगल्यम्नी.
Now repeat Machandrasana on the other side as you bring the left foot on the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. Twist your body, bring the right arm behind, hold on to opposite thighs. Once you catch hold, twist your body even further. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजंग प्रदक्षिणटाने वामहस्त पिष्टीति स आने.
Now repeat Machandrasana 2 as you untwist your body. Hold onto your feet and lean forward and down, placing your forehead on the ground.
प्रथम जी मनो चरण जजो जी वामजंग परिराखे सो जी.
Now keep your hands on the top knee, engage all the bandhas, and visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in Guru Asana on the other side.
गुरुमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशकुल्भं संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Pashasana. Now place the feet flat on the mat in front of you and pull your knees in towards your chest with opposite hands. As you gaze to your third eye, keep your tongue pressed up in Kechari Mudra and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ततोर्ध्वम्रे च येत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्.
Next up is Bodhashukasana. From the same position, bring your chin towards the knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize being in an abode of bliss.
ततोर्ध्वम्रे च येत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्.
Next up is Kurakatasana. From the same position, bring your hands below the knees and hold on to opposite elbows below your legs. Keep your tongue in Kechari Mudra, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Kurakatasana.
वो हाथ पगों नीचे आने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
Maintain the same hold beneath the knees. Stack the right ankle over the left with the toes pointing up. Gaze to your nose, visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in Sumati Asana.
दो हाथ सीधा सा करे तिन सौ बेस पा करे.
Next up is Dandasana. Now sit with your legs extended forward. Interlock your fingers and raise your arms up above your head with the elbows pointing out, with the wrists pointing outwards. Gaze towards your nose. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Dandasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
Now lean forward and down. Hold on to the big toes as you bring your forehead as low as you can. Inhale through one nostril and exhale through the other alternatingly in Nadi Shodhana without the use of your hands as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Arambhasana.
बैसी दो पाव पसारी कछुक उर्द को कुरडो डारे.
Next up is Bidukasana. As you sit with your legs straight, Extend your knees slightly up, lean forward, and bring your arms in and around the legs as you hold onto the soles of the feet from the outside. Gaze towards your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space, and perform the Mula Bandha.
Vesidau pao pasari kachako urdo ko kurudo dare.
Next up is Jalandhari Pavasana. As you keep the soles of the feet together, extended away from the body, bring your arms underneath the shins and palms facing up, head down towards the feet. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space, and perform the Mula Bandha.
वेड़ी मेल के दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
Next up is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. With your legs extended forward, bring one leg behind your neck and lean forward and down as you hold onto the front foot with both hands, as in Paschimottanasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Pratyahara Kumbhaka as you visualize the prana flowing upwards through the 9 points of your body. Focus on those 9 points and how the prana moves upwards one by one, from the soles of the feet to the genital region, to the navel, to the heart center, to the throat, to the uvula, the top of the mouth, the center of the eyebrows, the top of your forehead, and finally the Brahmarandha, the crown of your head. This is Pratyahara Kumbhaka as revealed by Mahadeva himself.
दो वेड़ी मेल के दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
Next up is Anantasana. With your leg behind your neck, straighten your spine, hold onto the foot with the opposite hand. If you can't bring your leg behind your neck, you can pull it up towards your chest or bring it over your shoulder. Try to open up your hips and stretch your leg as much as possible. Now, visualize you are eternal, Ananta, as you gaze to your nose.
उत्तानशयने एकैकम्बाई ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now, roll onto the side of the hand, holding onto the foot. Roll onto your elbow as you gaze to your nose and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयित एकैकम्पादं ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Next up is Dirishasana. Lay down on your back, pull your knees in towards your chest, hold them with opposite hands and rock your body from side to side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनि हृदये वष्टम्भ.
Now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lift the other foot behind the neck, over your shoulder or towards your chest as you lean forward and down and hold on to the front foot with both hands, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
श्रीमतानवत्सं स्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Next up is Anantasana. On the other side, lean back, straighten your spine. Visualize you are endless.
पश्चिमतानवत्सं स्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now roll onto your elbow, gaze to your nose, feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्थानशेते एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
Next up is Yoga Nidrasana. As you lay on your back, lift your legs up one by one behind your head. If you can't bring them all the way behind your head, you can cross the feet in front of you and pull them in towards your chest. Again, you can also bring them over your shoulder. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनम्.
Next up is Atmaramasana. As you lay on your back, raise your legs towards your head, wrap your hands around the legs and interlace your fingers behind your neck. Gaze to your nose as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
आत्माराम आसन प्रथमसुधोत्सवे.
Next up is Kochikasana. As you lay on your back, pull your knees in towards your chest with the soles facing up towards the sky and the arms extended outwards at shoulder level. Gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
दो हाथ सीधा सा करे तनसो बेसपा करे.
Next up is the Jatara Parivritti. This asana consists of 3 steps. We're going to perform all 3 steps and then repeat them on the other side. Now, extend your arms out to the side and pull your knees in towards your chest. This is going to be the neutral position for this asana. Then drop one knee to the side and extend the other leg down. This is step 1. Bend both knees to the side. This is step 2. Extend both legs to the side. Hold the feet, gaze away from the feet. Step 3. Now visualize Swamiji and perform the Mula Bandha and return to the neutral position with your knees up against your chest, arms extended to the side. Then drop the other knee to the side, extend the opposite leg. Bring both knees to the side and extend both legs as you gaze away.
परिवृत्ते कुक्षिभागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः.
Next up is Dvipada Pitam. As you lay on your back, place your feet flat on the mat and hold on to your ankles. As you push your hips up, gaze towards your nose and visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge. Perform Murcha Kumbhaka as you exhale while keeping Jalandhara Bandha engaged. Also perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Dvipada Pitam.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठ सर्वबलप्रदम्.
Next up is Paryankasana. With your feet flat, bring your hands over your head. Bring the palms down on the mat with the fingers pointing towards your feet and then push your entire body off the mat. Visualize yourself being as sturdy as stone furniture as you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्थानशयनं हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्याम्.
Next up is Shvotanasana. As you lay on your back, pull your knees in towards your chest and place your hands on the respective shoulders as you move your knees and hips round and round in circular motion. Visualize yourself as a dog playfully rolling around on its back.
शरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभवानी च.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. As you lie supine, place your arms flat on the mat and then raise your legs and hips up straight. Use your hands as a support to keep the balance and then start moving your legs around in a circular motion. Visualize Swamiji as you perform Murcha Kumbhaka with Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
भूतले सुशिरो दत्त्वा घेनये चरणद्वयम्.
Next up is Viparita Karani 2. Keep visualizing Swamiji as you stop the movements of your legs.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी.
Lower your body down and enter Langalasana as you raise your hips and bring your legs over top of your head. Keep your hands on the ground behind you with fingers interlocked in Parashamudra. Visualize yourself as a plow as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ पादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य.
Next up is Shaita Paschimottanasana. From the same position, hold on to your feet. This is one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Paramashivoham himself. Perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
तां शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Next up is Supta Konasana. From the same position, bring your hips over the shoulder level and then open your legs wide to the side. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षिभागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः.
Next up is Chakrasana. As you join your feet back together above your head, hold onto your ankles and then roll onto your back, keeping your legs and arms straight and visualizing yourself as a chakra, a wheel.
वासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परौ.
The next asana is Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana. As you stretch your legs up above your body and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra with arms and legs straight, open your legs wide to the side. Visualize Swamiji perform the Mula Bandha and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now join your feet back together above your body, still holding onto the big toes in Prana Mudra in Supta Padangushtasana as you visualize Swamiji.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next up is Matsyasana. From Supta Padangushtasana, place your feet onto opposite thighs, crossing your legs into Padmasana. Now bring your legs flat, bring your hands over your head and hold on to opposite elbows as you gaze to the nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, in Matsyasana.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत्.
Next up is Parasharamasana. From the same position, place the back of the right hand on top of the left. As you keep the palms facing up, gaze to your nose and visualize the Rama in your inner space.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सूधो सोवे भूपरिपाचे.
The next asana is Sarvangasana. With your legs in Padmasana, place your hands at the lower back and raise your hips and your legs up. Support your lower back with your hands and with the elbows on the ground as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Vrishikasana. As you lay on your back, place one foot on the opposite thigh. Pull the opposite knee towards your chest as you extend your arms up above your head and hook your fingers forward. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a scorpion as you breathe in Murcha Kumbhaka with Chalanadavanda and Moolavanda engaged.
प्रथमशयन सूधः शीर्षकेशिकी सन्धि सुदाखे.
Now exchange the position of your feet and repeat Vrishikasana on the other side.
प्रथमशयन सूधः शीर्षकेशिकी सन्धि सुदाखे.
The next asana is Vrishaparakshipasana. As you lay on your back with your fingers interlocked behind your back, lift your legs off the mat and alternate bringing one knee in towards your chest back and forth. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and calmly breathe through your nose.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिः कन्द्रां बद्ध्वा.
Next up is Marutanasana. As you place your hands next to your body, next to the hip, lift your knees up and touch your ears with your knees back and forth as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
श्रोतानवत् संस्थितिः कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
Next up is Vrikasana. As you lay on your back, place the soles of the feet flat on the mat and stand up and sit back down as you visualize yourself as a wolf. Breathe calmly in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is Lutasana. As you lay down on your back, quickly throw your legs up above your head and roll over completely. Repeat this movement again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, and after some time just stay laying on your belly.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिरौ उल्लङ्घ्य.
As you lay flat on your stomach, keep your hands by the shoulders, toes pointing backwards. Contract your lips, making a whistling sound while inhaling. As you visualize yourself as a chariot, carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on a chariot back in Saradhasana.
निब्जशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय.
Next up is Dehalyu Langanasana. As you push your body up into a plank position, jump your feet back and forth in between your arms. Visualize yourself transcend body and mind.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्ये चरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीज्य.
We move on to Jatyasana. From a standing position, bring your hands to the feet and walk around on the mat as you visualize yourself as a wise 6-year-old elephant.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जातिस्मरो भवेत्.
Next up is the Lolitika Karana. As you stand with the knees bent and the feet pointing upwards, bend your elbows and move the arms around your body as you open up your chest and rotate your head in all directions. Next up is Sarapasana. As you stand straight on the mat, tie your feet with a rope. Keep your hands on your thighs, arms close to the body. As you perform the Mula Bandha, breathe through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka and visualize your Kundalini Devi rising and curling upwards along your body in Sarapasana.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपाणाय केवलम्.
Next up is Ushra Sadhanasana. From a standing position, lean forward and down and hold the toes from the front with your hands. Step onto your fingers and walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a camel.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
From the same position, hold the feet from the outside and walk around as you visualize yourself as a horse in Ashvasana.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapota Nitakasana. As you stand with your feet together, hold and interlock your fingers behind your back. As you open up your chest wide, pull your hands down towards your calves. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving head first with rapid speed in Kapota Nitakasana.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तोज्जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा.
Next up is Tala Pushpa Karana. Now stand tall with the palms together in Namaskara Mudra. Gently bend the knees and keep the toes pointing outwards. Bow down to one side, open up your palms and raise the respective heel and knee as you visualize yourself holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashivoham. Next up is Khadgasana. Now visualize yourself as a rhinoceros as you gaze through your nose. Then lay down on your stomach. Place your hands flat on the mat and jump your feet forward in between the hands. Raise, stand back up and bring your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your body, forming the horn of the rhinoceros.
द्विजसरतमासनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is the Uttanottanam. You can hold weights if you want to intensify this asana. Now sit down all the way or as low as you can and then stand back up. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यमसितव्यमिति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
Next up is Musalasana. Now stand straight with the arms above your head and jump repeatedly as you visualize yourself as a mace.
स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहुनयेत्.
Next step is Utsheshakasana. Now hold one foot with both hands and pull it up towards your chest. Then sit down and stand back up, repeating the movement on the other side again and again. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षो निधाय तिष्ठेत् उत्शीर्षकं भवति.
Next step is Parshvajanu Karana. Now keep one leg bent with the toes pointing outwards and pull the other knee in towards your chest. Keep your hand in a fist as you place the other hand onto the inner thigh with the fingers pointing inwards. Parshvajanu Karana. Next up is Tandavasana. Now visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva. As you extend your arms and one leg forward, sit down and stand back up.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana. As you keep the left foot towards the inner right thigh, keep your hands hanging down at the side of the body in a relaxed way. Visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
आसनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Now bring the left leg over the right and hook the left toes behind the right calf. As you bring the left arm below the right and place your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you perform the Mula Bandha in Garudasana 3.
उत्थानकूर्मपीठं च संहिमस्कारुणमेव च.
Next up is Ekapadasana. Now bring the left foot to the opposite hip. Keep your hands hanging down by the knees as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Ekapadasana.
रक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
The next asana is Dhruvasana. Now stand on one leg and hold on to the big toe of the other foot in Prana Mudra, extending that leg out to the side. Visualize yourself as the North Pole Star as you start rotating quickly on the standing leg.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Next up is Trivikramasana. As you stand on one leg, bring the other foot behind your neck. If you can't bring it behind your neck, bring it over your shoulder or just pull it up and then stand straight. Visualize Lord Vishnu. Sit down and stand back up.
भूमिं विष्टम्भः पादाग्रद्वये मूर्धमुन्नयेत्.
Now repeat Parshvajanu Karana. On the other side, pull the other knee in towards your chest. Repeat Tandavasana on the other side. Extend your arms and one leg forward. Sit down, stand back up. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva.
स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana. Now, keep the sole of the other foot towards the inner thigh. Hands relaxed by the sides. Visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Repeat Garudasana 3. Bring the other leg over top, the feet below, and cross your arms and keep them in Namaskara Mudra as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्थानकूर्मपीठं च संवस्गारुडमेव च.
Now repeat Ekapadasana on the other side as you place the foot on top of the opposite thigh, hands hanging down by the knees.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिम्बामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Now repeat Dhuruvasana on the other side. Extend the other leg out as you rotate on the standing leg, visualizing yourself as the North Pole Star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. Sit down and stand back up as you visualize Lord Vishnu in your inner space. Perform the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu.
शिवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Samanaka Karana. Now stand on the mat with the heels together, fingers slightly extended away from the body, fingers spread one by one in a natural position. Recover from this intense sequence of asanas as we move on to the final 100 asanas of this Vidya Vinyasa Krama. Starting with Gorak Anjali Asana. Now stand erect and then bend forward, interlacing the fingers behind your knees in Parusha Mudra. Squat down, bring your hands to the navel. Visualize the great sage Goraknath, founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya, as you perform Jivachala Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply and then move the retained prana freely within your system.
प्रथमहि बोहोए बाहुरी नीचो पुनिहोवे.
Next up is Kanchi Asana. As you insert your hands between the thighs and calves, wrap your hands around behind the butt and interlace your fingers in Parusha Mudra. Squat down, hold your hands behind as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Bhairava Asana. As you sit in a squatting position with your heels touching the perineum, interlock your fingers behind your back and gaze towards your navel as you visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time, in Bhairava Asana.
को झोलो जाए.
Next up is Varaha Asana. As you sit with the heels together and the toes apart in a squatting position, bring your hands together in Anjali Mudra and bring them over your head behind with the fingers touching pointing downwards behind your back. Keep your elbows closed, gaze to your nose, and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
घ्रिम्बामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च
Next up is Plipitasana. Now hold the big toes in Prana Mudra and then raise your hips to the same level as your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथम हि बो होए बाहुरी नीचो पुनि होवे.
The next asana is Pakasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. Lean forward, raise your feet up. As you balance on your arms, visualize yourself as a crow and perform Jiva Chala Kumbhaka. Move the retained prana up and down within your system.
आसन गोगुण कपाला छो होई.
The next asana is Sushtanga Kapali Asana, another inverted posture. Now keep your hands flat on the ground. Bring the crown of your head to the mat, forming a triangle. As you keep the knees on the elbows, raise your legs up and bring them into Padmasana. Gaze to your nose. Visualize Swamiji as you perform the Mula Bandha.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे बाहु कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्.
Next up is Guptasana. As you lower your body down, free your legs from Padmasana and then sit in between the heels with the toes touching behind in a kneeling position, hands on the thighs, gaze through your nose. You are now sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru. Internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Guptasana.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्.
Next up is Vrikshasana 2. Now place your hands on the mat and raise your body up into a handstand. If you need the support of a wall, set yourself up in front. If you have a partner, they can aid you in performing this asana. Everyone should perform this asana to purify all the 7 chakras. So try to perform the asana to the best of your capability as you visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासन विशेषकान्.
Next up is Shibu Asana from the headstand position. Join your arms and feet closer together and gaze to your third eye as you visualize Tejas energy flowing to your third eye, rejuvenating your body, bringing divine radiance to your being.
माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
Next up is Matsyasana 2. Now place your hands flat on the mat in front, shoulder width apart. Step your feet back and then lower your body down to the mat and push it back up again and again as you visualize yourself as a fish in Matsyasana 2.
शयनं कुरुपुरो पार्श्वभागाय मूर्धकृत्य.
Next up is Sadapasana 2. As you lay on your stomach, place your hands on the hips and lift your upper back and move your chest from left to right as you visualize and move your body like a snake. Perform the Mula Bandha.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Nidaralambanasana, laying on your stomach with the toes pointing backwards. Place your hands in the Padma Mudra by touching the thumbs and little fingers. Then place your chin on top of your hands and keep the elbows on the mat as you feel self-supported and completely independent.
कराभ्यां पङ्कजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कूर्परयासुदीः.
Next up is Chaturasana. As you lay on your stomach, keep your hands at the chest level and then straighten up your arms and bend your knees to pull your feet up towards your upper back. Lift your head and visualize yourself as an umbrella, protecting your guru from the sun rays.
स्थित्वा हस्तराभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is Vajrasana. As you sit on your knees, extend your arms out in front and place your hands on the ground. As you place your forehead on the ground as well, keep your perineum on the heels, gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility in Vajrasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
Next up is Meshasana. As you place your hands flat on the mat, walk your feet forward, raise your hips up into Gajasana, and then alternate striking the ground with your hands. Visualize yourself as powerful as a ram.
संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत् मेषासनं भवति.
Next up is Ajasana. From Gajasana, raise your legs up and slowly bring your head down towards the ground as you visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयमन्तराळे कृत्य.
Now sit in a kneeling position. Hold onto the big toes behind your back. As you pull the feet in towards your perineum, place your hands on top of the thighs, gaze to your nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
विधि परिहादा की काकसी से फणा शरामोड़ी.
Next up is the Angamotanam. Now interlace your fingers and stretch your arms in front, to the side, up, down, left, right, in all directions, giving massage to various different joints and muscles of your body as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
हस्तयोऽङ्गुलिर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वमङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा.
Next up is Garudasana form. As you sit with your heels in Vajrasana, turn your feet out to the sides, keep your thighs and knees resting on the ground and your spine straight with the hands on the knees. Gaze forward in Shambhavi Mudra. Actually gaze within as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth in Ujjayi Pranayama. Form the Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Garudasana form.
जङ्घोरुभ्यान्तरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुना.
Next up is Ananda Mandirasana. As you sit with the legs folded back, toes pointing backwards, hold onto your ankles and place the front of the buttocks on the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ वक्ष्ये वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनम्.
Next up is Mandukasana 2. Now, cross your feet behind you and sit down on your heels as you keep your hands under the knees. Keep your tongue up against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra. Visualize yourself as a frog as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha in Mandukasana 2.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सबलयाकृतिः.
Next up is Narasimhasana. Now, place your toes down and raise your heels as you sit down on the raised heels. Keep your knees wide apart. On the ground, place your hands flat on the mat in front of you, with the thumbs touching and the base of your hands touching the toes. Gaze to your nose and visualize Narasimha, the lion man avatar of Lord Vishnu, as you open your mouth, stick your tongue out and exhale forcefully again and again.
दो फणा पानी होय वैसे एड़ी दो गुदानी वैसे.
Next up is Bishrakasana. Sitting on your raised heels with the knees spread wide. Keep your hands on the thighs. Gaze to your nose. Then place both hands over top of your mouth. Bring the thumbs underneath the teeth. Close your lips. Then inhale through the right nostril and exhale through your mouth as per your capacity in Vishraka Pranayama. As you visualize yourself as Devi, victorious over all your fears.
उपगागी एड़ी जोई गोड़ा फनोवान पुनि होई.
Next up is Makadasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together, top of the feet flat on the mat behind you. As you sit down on the heels, bend your elbows and bring your fingers in towards your armpits and imitate as if you are a monkey scratching itself as you visualize yourself as a playful monkey. Gaze to your third eye and perform the Mula Bandha in Makadasana.
दो भूपगदली संपुट आने तिनकी पिष्टि भूमि परिठाने.
Next up is Vajrasangarasana. As you tuck the toes and sit on the heels with your perineum, hold the opposite elbows behind your back and keep your knees raised off the mat. Gaze to your nose and embody diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha, your spiritual community.
प्रथम जी प्रथम पणा पानी होय वैसे एड़ी दो गुदानी वैसे.
Next up is Kanjanasana. As you keep your toes down, ankles crossed behind, and sit on your heels, place your palms to the sides of your body. Gaze to the nose. Visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
खञ्जनासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत्.
Next up is Kurmasana. From the same position, place your hands on the knees. Gaze at the nose and visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ.
Now shift your gaze to the nose and your visualization to Swamiji in Yogasana.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
Next up is Vijyogasana. Now cross your feet behind with the toes down close to the opposite heel, opposite knees. Hold your legs with your fingers inside and the thumbs outside. As you gaze to your third eye and visualize a space of eternal oneness, Advaita, with your Guru in Vijyogasana.
गोड़ा वामो वो होई, गोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोई.
Next up is Ushtrasana. As you stand on your knees, hold on to the ankles with your hands and push your hips forward as you tilt your head back. Visualize yourself as a camel as you perform the Mula Bandha.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाढ़्य संविपादयि शुपुमान्.
Next up is Chatyasana. With your heels together, hands on the soles of the feet, slowly lean backwards and place your elbows and the crown of your head onto the mat. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a lotus blooming.
दो एडी संपड़ करे 16 मूलद्वारी तो इधरे.
Next up is Vidathasana. As you sit on the knees with the thighs and calves together, lean back and touch your back to the ground and raise back up. You can use your hands for support if needed as you gaze to the nose and visualize the healing and liberation of all causal, subtle forms of your body.
जंगा पृष्ठि भूमो निदाज्य जंगोत्रयोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapotasana. From Vidathasana, raise your hips even higher. Bring your forearms on the mat and hold the back of your heels as you bring your head in between the feet. Visualize yourself as a beautiful dove.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाढ़्य संविपादयि शुपुमान्.
Next up is Varasana. As you stand upright on your knees with the toes tucked, hold your arms with opposite hands as you gaze to your nose and see this is the boon fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashiva as you internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
जानुनि भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा.
Next up is Varahasana too. From a kneeling position, bring your forearms down to the mat and place your hand on top as you sit down on your heels with the toes tucked. Visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu, in Varahasana too.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निकत्यते.
The next asana is Mundasana, another inverted posture. Set yourself up in front of a wall if required. Now, place your forearms on the mat, elbows shoulder width apart. Interlock your fingers. Place the crown of your head onto the ground. As you walk your feet forward, raise your hips and extend your legs up straight. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a love tree.
अधो मुंडासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Next up is Andhasana. As you lower your body back down, bring your head in between the knees. Hold your head with both hands and bring the elbows outside the knees. Sit down on your perineum as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम भगतली समटरावे कोरमाहिली उभे मिलावे.
Next up is Viparita Shalabhasana. You can hold weights if you want to intensify this asana as you lay down on your stomach. And extend your arms, legs, and your thighs off the mat. Now visualize yourself as a locust as you perform the Mula Bandha.
भासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुंड नामके.
Next up is KAILASA. As you keep the hands at the side of your hips with the palms facing down, raise your entire legs up off the mat, keeping the feet together. Now visualize a skull representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment.
पालं भूमो निधाय.
Next up is Akasha Kapotasana. As you keep your hands back, flat on the mat, raise your hips and bring your legs over top of your head and bring your feet down onto the mat in front of your head. Now visualize yourself as a free and open dove as you perform Sahajra Kumbhaka in Akasha Kapotasana.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणो भूमेरुत्थाप्य.
Next up is Chatakasana. From a kneeling position, place your forearms on the ground in front of you. Be sturdy and visualize yourself as a sparrow.
कूर्पपर्यन्तो हस्तो धरामोष्टभ्य.
Next up is Vriddhishikasana 2. With your forearms on the ground, raise your hips up and bring your legs over top of your back with the feet touching your head. Visualize yourself as a scorpion.
पुच्छ प्रतिमाङ्घ्रिपार्श्वे धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्यकौ.
Next up is Vrishasana. Now sit with your feet flat, one foot outside the respective hip with the toes pointing outwards. Place your hands in front of the knees on the ground as you visualize yourself as a bull, forcefully inhaling and then holding the breath for a short while, then exhaling slowly in Antaranga Kumbhaka.
याम्य गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
Next up is Lolasana. With your hands flat in front, lift your body up off the ground and cross the toes of the left toe over top of the right. Visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Lolasana.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्याद् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Now place your perineum on the opposite heel as you repeat Vrishasana on the other side.
याम्य गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
Next up is Balagunasana. As you tuck the toes of the left foot, sit on the left heel and keep the right foot flat with the knee against your chest. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Next up is Grahasana. As you squat with the feet flat on the mat, bring your arms under the thighs and wrap your hands around and outside the feet, holding onto the ankles as you visualize yourself as the entire planet.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये कूर्परौ स्थाप्य.
Next up is Balagunasana on the other side. Now sit down on the right heel as you visualize Balaguna hai.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Next up is Utkatasana. You can hold weights if you want to intensify this asana. Now raise your heels off the mat and sit down on the raised heels with your knees together in front of you. Place your hands on the knees and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्पिजोस्तीयतोर्वजानो यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
Next up is Vajrasangadasana 2. As you sit on the toes, the perineum on the heels, knees spread wide, lift off the ground, hold onto opposite elbows behind your back, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पढ़ना पानी होए वैसे दो वेड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
Next up is Anilasana. Now place your hands flat on the mat and step on top of your hands with your heels. As you squat down, keeping your arms straight in front of your body, gaze to your nose and visualize you are able to live off air alone.
दो हाथ भूमि पर टाने कहनी जाड़ी ना भी लगा आने.
Next up is Padukasana. Now place the backs of your hands onto the mat and step your feet on top of your hands, wrapping them around the feet like a shoe, and start walking around on the mat as if you're wearing padukas walking across India.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Next up is Kukuranasana. As you place your hands flat on the mat, jump your legs up again and again, visualizing yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
Next up is Viparita Nrityasana. As you keep your hands flat on the mat, jump your legs up into a handstand, and start dancing around on your hands as you feel yourself become free of all inhibitions.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्वपादाग्रे कुर्वन्.
Next up is Kunjarasana. As you place one palm flat on the mat, bring the other hand toward your head and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now exchange the position of your hands. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Kalambasana. As you squat down, with your heels close to your body, hold your respective ankles with your hands and lift your feet off the mat as you visualize yourself as a kadamba tree.
पार्श्वभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्फौ धृत्वा.
Next up is Pavana Muktasana. As you keep your feet flat, holding the opposite knees with your hands, pulling the knees in towards your chest. Visualize that any excess vata is being released from or balanced within your system.
योस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके
Next up is Chakrasana. As you lift one leg behind your neck, bring the other leg extended forward, and then raise your entire body off the mat as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा
Next up is Dhanurasana 2. Now keep one leg extended forward and hold the big toes of both feet in Prana Mudra as you pull the other foot in towards your ear, visualizing yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. As you hook one foot over top of the respective shoulder, bring the other foot over top, extend both legs to the side, lean forward, balance on your arms as you visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यमूर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च
Next up is Pranasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and bring the respective shoulder underneath the raised knee, pushing the opposite leg down with your hand. Gaze to your third eye and visualize you're immortal and able to exist solely from prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यः स चामरः
Next up is Parshvamatsyendrasana. Now bring one heel to the outside of the opposite hip and step the other leg over top of the knee. Now twist one elbow outside the raised knee, bring your arm underneath and interlace your fingers behind your back as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsindrana, the master of Hatha Yoga.
वामपार्श्वमुदं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजगने
Next up is Chakrasana on the other side. Now bring the other leg behind your neck. You can also pull it up towards your chest or bring it over your shoulder. Cross it over the knee. If you can't, bring it behind your neck. Then extend the other leg forward and lift your entire body off the mat as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा
Next up is Dhanurasana 2. Hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra and pull the other foot in towards your ear as you visualize yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. On the other side, now bring the other foot over top of the respective shoulder, hook the opposite leg over top and extend the legs out to the side as you lean forward and balance, visualizing yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यमूर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च
Now repeat Pranasana on the other side. Bring the other foot on top of the opposite thigh. Bring the respective shoulder underneath and push the opposite knee down as you visualize yourself as immortal, able to exist solely from prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यः स चामरः
Next up is Parshvamatsyendrasana on the other side. Now bring the other heel towards the outside of the hip. Step the opposite foot over top. Twist your elbow around the raised knee. Bring the arm below and interlace your fingers behind your back As you gaze towards your third eye and visualize Sage Matsendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृततेजास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Next Anasana. As you bring one heel against the groin, lean forward and down, hold onto the front foot with both hands. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वना सीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Next up is Crown Shasana. Now bring the foot from the groin outside of the hip and hold onto the sole of the front foot as you lift it up towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a crane.
वासिष्ठमथकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side as you press your heel, the other heel against the perineum, lean forward and down and hold the foot. Perform Jiva Chala Kumbhaka, moving the prana up and down within your system.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वना सीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Now bring the other foot outside the hip and hold the sole of the opposite foot extended up as you visualize yourself as a crane in Crown Shasana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next up is Swastikasana. Now place your feet in between the opposite thighs as you gaze to your nose and embody peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity. Visualize the swastika as you perform the Mudra Bandha.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे.
Next up is Gorakshasana. From Swastikasana, cover your heels with your hands. Gaze towards your nose as you visualize the great sage Goraknath, founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya, in your inner space.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Bhagasana. Now bring the left heel to the perineum and the right foot over top of the left. Then get ready to enter Shanmukhi Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and meditate on Arihanta, the enlightened one. Gaze to your third eye and exhale as you close your mouth with ring and little fingers, your nostrils with the middle fingers, your eyes with the index fingers, and your ears with the thumbs.
वामपार्श्वमुदं संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Yogasana 2. As you keep your feet on top of opposite knees, place your hands to the side of your body with the palms facing up. Gaze towards your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe in Kakachanchu Kumbhaka, rolling up your tongue and keeping your mouth in the shape of the beak of the crow. As you inhale through the tongue, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः.
Next up is Urdhva Kukutasana. From the same position, rotate your hands at the side of your body and push them into the ground, lifting your body up.
इष्टमथकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Siddha Haratali Asana. From Padmasana, bring your hands in between the thighs and calves. Place them on the mat without lifting your body up. Stay seated on the mat as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे हस्तदो भूगोड़ासन दिधरे.
Next up is Hamsasana. As you push your body up from that same position, gaze towards your nose and visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा स्कन्दपर्यन्तमूरोनि नीत्वा
Next up is Karmukasana. Bring your hands in between the legs and push them back behind your body as you lean forward and place your forehead on the ground. Interlock the fingers behind your back in Padasha Mudra and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करें, घोड़ासन दिमाही कर इधर है.
Next up is Kurmasana 2. Now push your arms in between the legs, bend your elbows, and hold on to the respective shoulders as you visualize yourself as a turtle having a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years.
जंग प्रदर्शन बावा दाई जंग परिबाइन लियावा.
From the same position, tuck your chin to the chest, gaze at the nose, and rejoice knowing you're sitting in Shiva's secret knot posture.
अथ पक्षे नीलकंठ ग्रंथिभेदासनं शुभम्.
From the same position, roll onto your back and embody a turtle laying on his back in Uttana Kurmasana as you gaze to your nose.
कुक्कुटासनमन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतगन्धरम्.
Next up is Pangu Kukutasana. From Padmasana, place both hands in between the thighs and calves. Keep one hand flat on the mat and hold its wrist as you push your body up on one hand. Visualize yourself as a rooster.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यसमनिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Next up is Pangu Kukutasana on the other side. Place the other hand on the mat and lift your body up off the mat.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यसमनिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Next up is Gridrasana from Padmasana. Place your elbows on the toes. Interlock your fingers in Parusha Mudra and press your chin down on the fingers as you push your thumbs towards your throat. Visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetous as you keep breathing in Kaka Chanchukumbhaka.
जानोर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Padmasana 3. As you sit in Padmasana, keep your hands on the respective knees. Then move your right palm over top of the left with the palms facing up. Gaze to your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform all three bandhas Mahamudra Bandha.
चरणों विधाय विधिवत शक्ति स्थितो योगिरात.
Next up is Padmasana form. Now place your hands on top of the respective knees. Flat, gaze to your nose and visualize Paramashiva in your inner space. Keep breathing in Kakachandra Kumbhaka, perform the Mula Bandha, and internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Padmasana form.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायु प्रसिद्धये.
Next is Karmukasana 2. From Padmasana, keep one hand on the respective knee and hook the other hand around the respective big toe. As you move the toe round and round, visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, and then repeat the movement on the other side.
अथान्यासनमावक्ष्ये योगपूरकरक्षणात्.
Next up is Karmukasana 3. From Padmasana, cross your arms behind your back and hold onto the respective big toes with your hands in Prana Mudra as you gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, engage all three bandhas.
कर्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेच्छुखम्.
Next up is Dridhasana. From the same position, open your chest and gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Nagrasana. From the same position, roll onto your back. Try to keep holding onto the big toes if you can. Otherwise, lay on your crossed arms behind your back with the legs in Padmasana. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a snake as you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
प्रथम पद्मासन को ठाने दो हाथ पाछाने आने.
Next up is Kandukasana. Free your arms and legs. Place your feet flat on the mat and then pull your knees towards your chest, raising the feet. Pull them in towards your chest as you bring your chin towards the knees. Squeeze your body into a ball.
मित्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य.
Next up is Urdhva Pavanasana. As you keep the feet flat on the mat with the knees raised, interlock your fingers behind your head. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमे सूधो सैन करावे घोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे.
Madhakata Pitasana. As you bring your hands down towards the feet, place your palms behind the heels, touching. Place your upturned palms underneath the heels as you push your hips up off the ground. Perform Murcha Kumbhaka with Jalandhara and Mudha Bandha engaged as you visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
The next asana is Uttana Shikipitakasana. As you place your hands at your lower back, raise your hips up high. Bear the weight of your body with your arms, elbows on the ground. As you stretch your legs down, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम्.
Next up is Narakasana. As you keep your arms flat on the mat, raise your hips and legs up straight. Support your body with your hands on the ground. Balance as you visualize yourself blissfully traversing through Naraka Loka unscathed.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ.
Now bring your hands to the lower back. Keep your legs straight and slightly lower and angle them, keeping the core engaged as you visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tirya Naukasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
Now place your hands back on the mat. Push your legs straight like a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the KAILASA flag, respected across all nations in Dvajasana.
नौकापते ग्रीवापृष्ठकूर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now lay down flat on the mat with your Arms straight, hands next to the hips, palms facing up. In the final asana of the sequence, Mritasana, perform the Shakti Chalan Mudra. Pull the Kundalini Shakti up from the Muladhara all the way to the Sahasrara chakra. Forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti up and then relax. Completely unclutch from any micro movements of your body and mind. Be completely still as you visualize your body is dead and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं सबवद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्
How are you feeling, Sam?
Alright. Why is the chat coming soon?
Where is the TV plug connected to? Down?
Yeah.
ಟೇಬಲ್ ಅಡಿಲಿಂದ
TV ಅದು ಇಂತ ಎಕ್ಸಲ್ ಬರ್ತಾನೆ
ಹಾಂ
ಇದು ಒಂದು ಕಳಿಸ್ಲಾಮ
ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೈ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಇಸ್ ಪ್ಲಗ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ No, my laptop is here, not there. What is that?
What about that plug in the wall?
This is small. Now,
But when the asana is moved, you can just put the chair there. So.
yeah, but tonight you uploaded everything whatever I gave us.
Okay, I'm gonna complete it. Perfect. Slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. As you pull your knees in towards your chest, rock your body from side to side and slowly return to a seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama 308 asana sequence revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We are now going to move on to the power manifestation session. So stay tuned. Manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva. As we close this session with the Purna Mantra, sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Close your eyes, take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji as we chant together.
ಓಂ ಪೂರ್ಣಮದಃ ಪೂರ್ಣಮಿದಂ ಪೂರ್ಣಾತ್ ಪೂರ್ಣಮುದಚ್ಯತೆ ಪೂರ್ಣಸ್ಯ ಪೂರ್ಣಮಾದಾಯ ಪೂರ್ಣಮೇವಾವಶಿಷ್ಯತೆ ओम शांति शांति शांति। हरि ओम तत्सत्। सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु। ओम नित्यानंदम।
Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Nithyanam, everybody, welcome back. So we had a beautiful session on the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama, the Nithyananda Yoga, where each of us did the 308 different asanas, the 308 different postures and asanas that, when combined with the 12 different bandhas, the 12 different components, creates an entire package of a powerfulness which can be experienced on our very physical body itself. So once again, it's great to see many of you back joining in for the session and attending throughout the entire day. So welcome back. Some of you are away from the camera. I request all of you to please turn on your camera and be seated in front. We're going to be entering into the power manifestation for this session of the Nithyananda Yoga. Especially during this time after the Nithyananda Yoga, it's a very beautiful time where we can experience that extraordinary powers manifesting through us, because literally the whole body is ready to manifest these extraordinary Shaktis. So without waiting for any further, let's enter into the power manifestation. The first round, we're going to be manifesting the power of third eye. I request each and every one of you to please come and be seated with your eye bands. Please get yourself a pen and a paper. If you do not have an eye band, get at least an opaque cloth with which you can tie your eyes. Please get it and come and be seated. Let's enter into the power manifestation. So let's get ready for the power manifestation. We are going to be now looking at the Shastra Pramana, which is the scriptural reference for this science of power manifestation. It is given in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra Sutra 34, where Paramashiva beautifully reveals about this science of power of third eye. The verse goes as Kapalantarmano nasya tishtanmilita lochanaha kramena manasodadyat lakshaye laksha uttamam. This is the scriptural reference where Paramashiva describes about this power of third eye. So now let's enter into the power manifestation. Please put on your blindfold. What we are going to be doing is we are going to be identifying what is going to be shown on the screen for every one of us. So we are going to be seeing and looking at various images of deities from the Hinduism projected on the screen, and each of you are going to identify what deity is projected on the screen, and you're going to identify the various components of the deity, what is there, how many hands they have, what is the color, what are the ayudas that they are having, what are the kind of jewels that they are wearing. So you're going to be identifying in detail about the image that is going to be projected for all of you on the screen. So now let's enter into the power manifestation. You're going to be sitting straight and chanting the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. When you chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, it is going to put you into the space of oneness with Swamiji, and from that space just ask Swamiji to show you whatever is being projected, and you're going to start verbalizing in as many details as possible, right from the objects, the color, the deity, anything and everything that you're able to see, all of that you're going to start verbalizing. Let's begin. Please start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Chant the Mahavakya intensely and identify the image that is being projected.
Paramashivoham.
Describe in detail whatever you're able to see,
Om
whether it is the
Nithyananda
color, whether it is the background, the object, whatever you're able to see. Identify it in detail. We have a few more moments before we verify the answer, so please take a few more moments.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. I bless you all. Let
Yes.
you all open
Now,
all your three eyes.
Every one of you can slowly
Manifest
open your eyes.
the powers
We're
of
going to be verifying the answer.
Mahasudashiva.
Please open your eyes and start posting in the Zoom chat.
Paramashivoham.
Start penning down and posting in the Zoom chat. What is that you're able to see? What Swamiji showed you during this round of power manifestation? Please start posting your responses in the Zoom chat. Yes, so we have Satyajata Krishna who is sharing. Krishna, red clothes, yellow clothes, blue, Deviya Swamiji. Yes, wonderful. We go ahead, others also keep posting. And verbalize it much more in detail. See, even if you saw Krishna, how did you see Krishna as? What kind of jewels did Krishna wear when Swamiji showed you? pen it down in detail and you will see that the answers are right. So pen it down in detail. Please pen down. Please start posting. We're going to be verifying the answer in just a few moments from now.
Clear.
Yes. Please start posting. We're going to start verifying it in just a moment from now. Krishna was dark blue. He was very colorful with an face and a flute, wearing yellow clothes with golden stripes. Okay, so that's actually to the image that we had presented, we were projecting for all of you. Let's now look at the answer. So yes, so as you can see, it is the image of Nandi Bhagavan, and the cloth on Nandi is actually yellow in color with a golden border. So that's exactly right. And there are also the red stripes all around the whole thing. Like in the background, if you see, the entire wall is all with red and white stripes. And yes, you have the blue sky too, which is right. So the more and more you're able to enter into the details, the more and more you will see that you are able to manifest the power. So the key here is into the details. And if you are able to identify, if you are telling it in more details, like even about the jewels, which is like you have the bells, you have like the balls, you have like the chain, and then you have like the various different designs which are there engraved on Nandi Bhagavan. So all of these will show you that you are manifesting the power. Okay, so now let's enter into the next round of power manifestation. So please put on your blindfold. We're going to enter into the round 2 of the power manifestation. From this renewed understanding, what you're going to be doing is making sure that you are going to start verbalizing in much more detail, and that is going to be the key for our power manifestation in this round. So please sit straight, those of you who have not been able to manifest yet. So all of you, once again, sit straight, chant the Mahavakya, and you're going to ask Swamiji to show you what is going to be projected. And for you to stabilize, for you to manifest the power more and more easily, attend the entire day's program, attend the entire day's Paramashivoham level 3 program that is happening today. And when you get initiated towards the later part of the day from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, our beloved Swamiji, you will start manifesting the powers more and more. As Swamiji said, just sincere attending the entire program and following the various steps, the various processes, the various things that is being taught in the program, just that will reach you to manifesting the power. So let's enter into the next round. Please sit straight, put on your blindfold, and let's begin the power manifestation. Please start chanting the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, and ask Swamiji to show you whatever is being projected on the screen. Let's begin. All please close your eyes. Let's start.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
Chant the Mahavakya intensely and ask Swamiji to show you the colors, the image, the objects, and the various different things that are being projected on the screen.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Yes, now slowly, all of you please open your eyes.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Please open your eyes. We're going to be entering to see the answers of this power manifestation. We're going to identify the answers that were projected for all of us on the screen. So before that, please take a few moments to please pen down whatever Swamiji showed you on the screen. Please take a few moments to pen down and start posting on the Zoom chat whatever Swamiji showed you on the screen. We're going to be verifying the answers in just a few moments from now. So go ahead and post it. And start posting in as many details as possible. Different colors that you were able to see, different objects that you were able to see, different shapes that you were able to see, various different things that you were able to see. Just start posting. Yes, keep posting. Yes, we have Daniel who has posted yellow and blue color. Okay. Yes, the rest of you also please start posting. So now let's look at the answer that was projected. We're going to look at the image that was projected for all of us on the screen. It is the image of Mahaganapati. And as you can see, you have the various other colors. We have the colors of green. We have different shades of green. We have like the white flowers, a lamp, flame, smoke. Yes, we have participant sharing Dakshinamurti under banyan tree, Biddi banyan tree. His hair is tied up, letting his long jatas fall. Blue sky in the back, giving blessings. He's also wearing the golden jewels around his neck, smiling, blue or green dress. So yes, so in this there are certain things which are right, there are certain things which have not come right. Like for example, the green dress is right, and you have like the yellow colored dress which is there, and we have the golden jewels that Mahaganapati is wearing, and then you have like the greenish background that is there. Of course, it's not the Biddi banyan tree itself, but a green background. So yes, so the more and more we are manifesting the power, the more and more we play with this power manifestation, the more and more we are able to manifest it. So now please take a few moments. You're going to go over to the Facebook and to other social media platforms, and you're going to you're going to start posting the various answers that you have got, and then we're going to move on to the next session. Please take a few moments to do it as we get ready to move to the next session.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
your dimensions become immortal. Nothing conflicts each other, nothing complicates each other, nothing confuses each other. A unique organized multidimensional being starts opening up in you when the conscious DNA, Amrita DNA, is breathed into you. Listen, this Amrita DNA superconscious mutation suddenly will take away a lot of your complications. Don't be afraid of life. Don't be afraid of life. Don't try to hang on to your slum mind. You always feel, if I work for money, I may not be able to work for relationships, pleasures, romance. I may not have time and energy. If I focus on romance and relationships, the time to maintain my health, either I will have time and energy to go for gym and maintain the health, or to go for dance and build friends, romance, love. This is the slum mentality. Amrita DNA suddenly opens up, makes all your aspects complementary to you. All the complications in you will start dropping. You will make money with the energy which you enjoy. You will make money doing what you enjoy. You will make love, romance, friends, developing your health. You will live longer by eating large quantity of the food which you like. This whole complication or the conflicts and confusion gets burnt when the nectar DNA, Amrita DNA, is added to you. I'll bow down to Ganapati, then Paramashiva, then Garuda. Garuda is Lord of Amrita. He is the protector of Amrita. Now Garuda will enter into each one of you and add nectar DNA, Amrita DNA in you all. Understand? Amrita gives entry into Amara Loka, which is Swargaloka, the first vertical time zone. All the devatas are called Amaras in Sanskrit because the Amrita superconscious DNA process is done inside you. Listen, the process now going to be done is eternal. Nectar principle, Amrita principle infuses such vast consciousness in you. The inner space goes through such explosive understanding. The right, wrong, good, bad, sin, merit, all this idea gets organized with a larger picture of the cosmos and enormous energy to handle all the complications and manifest it as compliments starts happening. In human level, whatever you perceive as complication, all of that is blasted with Amrita, nectar DNA. And this nectar DNA suddenly makes each of your complication immortal, and that becomes complement dimensions of you. No more complication. What I say, even if you logically understand, that is enough. And even if you don't understand, it's okay, because I'll pour this Amrita DNA in you, nectar DNA in you. Amrita Tattva, Amritattva in you. Most fortunate are those who are going to experience today's superconscious mutation process, because today you will see your ability to enjoy the sensual pleasures and your ability to manifest power both expands. Both are not conflicting each other. Both don't complicate each other. Both actually complement each other. Your inner conflicts and complications will get legitimized by your own experience as Amara, nectar DNA. Amaratva, your middle class morals will leave you. Your middle class mentality will leave you. First, you need to taste Devaloka, Amaraloka, only then you will move to KAILASA. Listen. I am making simple statements. Listen intensely. The part of you which you denied due to your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, SDHD. The part of you which you denied due to your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. Sometimes you know you have the higher possibility, but even you have the fear. You may not be able to handle yourself in that higher possibility. Fear that you may fail, collapse, fall down again and again. Because of that fear of failure, the possibility which you deny is your identity, your self in Swargaloka. The whole which you are denying is yourself in the Swargaloka. when you decide to live that whole, by being ferocious with your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, saying, hey, if I fail, it's okay. Failing is not wrong, but being in the space without trying is the real crime. Let me jump and fail, nothing wrong. Try. When you decide, you reach the Sargaloka. You face yourself in the parallel universe of Sargaloka. When you are frustrated, angry, I tell you, highest renunciation, greatest tyaga is renouncing your self-hatred. See, Paramashiva worshipped in Devaloka. In Indraloka, he is called as Tyagaraja. I was wondering, Paramashiva worshipped in Swarga should be called as the Raja of the pleasure, king of pleasure. Why is he called as Tyagaraja? Musukunda Chakravarti, the Chola king of Tiruvarur, when he went to Swarga, Indraloka, understand, Hindus had a regular communication and travel to other dimensions. It was a lifestyle for us. It is a lifestyle even now for us. We used to go and come to other dimensions. It used to be very usual, regular. Till we were invaded and all the science was destroyed and demonized. Much was destroyed. The remaining left over was demonized. The Musukunda Chakravarti went to Swargaloka and he even helped Devatas in their war with Rakshasas. Because he helped and they won the war, the Devatas head of the gods, Indra, wanted to gift him something. He asked, "Oh Musukunda, you are such an amazing help and support and friend for me. Please ask what do you want." And do you know funny thing? Musukunda Chakravarti did not ask, "I want to stay in Swarga." No. He said, "My Chola kingdom is much more amazing than Swarga. There is nothing you can give me. There is nothing you can give me. I have everything more than Swarga." I looked around. It looks too poor. There is nothing which is not there in Chola Samrajya, Chola kingdom in Swarga. Indra was very ashamed. He said, please ask something, because I need to keep my pride and I need to save my face. I have to gift you something. You came all the way from Bhuloka and helped me and I won the war because of your strategies and support. Please ask something and take. So it will give me a feeling fulfilled. And I showed my gratitude. Then Musukunda Chakravarti said, all right. One thing I liked in your Devaloka, Indraloka, the beautiful deity of Paramashiva you are worshipping. In Tiruvarur we have a great temple, but our main deity, Paramashiva, is Swayambhu Murti. The deity you are worshipping is an amazing deity. I wanted to take this deity as a Utsav Murti for my Tiruvarur temple. Indra was first, he was shocked that because his own Atma Murti, the worshipping deity, is asking. Then finally he felt all right. Anyhow, he asked for some gift, so I should not say no. And he gives the deity to him. That deity is called Tyagaraja Swami. So the god of Devaloka is Tyagaraja. It should be Bhogaraja. If you see logically, Mahadeva's version who gives all the bhogas, like either it should be Swarnagarshana Bhairava or Bhoga Raja, something like that, who gives all the pleasures. But surprisingly, god of Indraloka is called Tyagaraja. I tell you, if you learn Tyaga, you will be in Swarga. If you learn Tyaga, you will be in Devaloka. If you learn Tyaga, you will be in Indraloka. Actually, as per the document, it says the god of Devaloka. In Devaloka, there are 3 divisions. Swarga. Swarga is like a name of that whole dimension. Bhur, Bhuva, Suva. That whole dimension is called Swarga. In Swarga, Devaloka. In Devaloka, there is one part called Indraloka. So all the 3 words you should not confuse. It's like address. Swarga is the address of the dimension, like a nation. Devaloka is like a state. Indraloka is like a headquarters. Understand? Hindus had a clear communication, traveling, even luggage transportation. Things used to go from here to there and from there to here, with other planes of existence. Nobody is alien for us in the whole cosmos. That is why the word alien does not exist in Hinduism. Understand? I was wondering why god of Devaloka is called Tyagaraja. Either he should be called Yogaraja. If you do yoga, you will reach Devaloka. Or he should be called Bhogaraja. In Devaloka, he is the Paramashiva gives all the bhogas to anyone who wants any bhoga. He should be called Bhogaraja or Yogaraja. Why Tyagaraja? Tyaga is the key to become God. The most difficult Tyaga is renouncing self-hatred, because the society teaches you self-hatred is great. It makes you delude between humbleness and self-hatred. Listen. Humbleness is not self-hatred. Listen carefully. Self-hatred is thinking you are less. Humbleness is thinking about you less. Less self-remembrance is humbleness. Self-hatred is constantly thinking about you, but very cheap, very low. Understand, there is a big difference between humbleness and self-hatred. Person with self-hatred will never be really humble. Adivinayam durta lakshanam. He will show himself very humble. But he is not humble. Understand? A real humbleness will be out of powerfulness. Society deludes you, makes you mistake humbleness, your humbleness as self-hatred, and as you always in the state of self-hatred, so that you will be humble. Self-hatred is not humbleness. Most difficult thing to renounce in the life is self-hatred. So much of self-hatred, self-doubt, self-denial. That is why even if you think of future plans, so much of impossibility and you shrink. No, one more suffering, pain of failure, why should I face? Fool. Because of pain of failure, you don't plan, and naturally, no plan means failure. It is like because you are afraid some guest will come to your home, you call that person and tell him, please come. You are afraid failure will come to your life, and you stop planning and force the failure to come to your life. Self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt. Most difficult thing to renounce in your life is SDHD. Renounce that. Dhira, courage is moving the SDHD out and having the vision for your future.
Our human body is hardwired to be able to migrate to vertical time zones. Swamiji revealed, right? Like how we feel the freedom for us is like, to have a passport and to be able to travel to any country we want. We think that is freedom. But we have had the freedom of traveling to any vertical time zones that we want, any of the parallel universes as we want. That is a real freedom, and that has been given to us in the like from time immemorial. We human beings have had this freedom to be able to migrate to any of the parallel universes. And like Swamiji reveals, the first parallel universe for us is Swargaloka. Immediately after this thing, the first parallel universe that we have is the Swargaloka.
And this Swargaloka is where, like, the Amritatva DNA, the immortality DNA, gets awakened inside of you. Not just that, today, all of us are going to be experiencing this Swargaloka. It's like the very first parallel universe that we experience. And one of the most important things first we need to even understand is how all of us are hardwired, meaning literally you have the power to be able to travel to parallel universes. And understand, this power is there only for human beings, not even for the animals that exist in this loka. Even the devatas or any other beings that exist in other parallel universes, they need to come here. And from here, from this plane of existence, this is like the cosmic airport. Only if they come down here, they can go to any other plane that they want. So it's like there is no direct flight connection between Swargaloka to Janaloka or Janaloka to Mahaloka. No. They have to come here to Bhuloka, and only from Bhuloka, like this is the connecting point, and all are only connecting flights from here. The direct flight from all the lokas are only to Bhuloka, and only from Bhuloka to those planes. So the birth that all of us have taken as human beings is extremely auspicious, so powerful, supremely powerful. Something that we need to really understand in this is that how, because all of us are standing straight, our spine is straight most of the time, we have the fuel available to us, the ojas, which is the fuel that is needed to travel to all these lokas, are available to us. Very beautifully, Swamiji explained to us what are the qualities one needs, or what are the qualities one gets awakened to when we enter into the Svargaloka. Name the qualities, at least one or two qualities from what Swamiji has revealed as to what qualities will take you to Svargaloka. Come on. Please take a moment now and post it in the chat. What are the qualities that will take you to Svargaloka? My Istak is asking why they should go down and then go up. Yeah, because here only we have the freedom to choose. Understand, no other being in any of the planes have the freedom to choose. Okay, Tyaga. What else? Meenakshi Narayanan has posted Tyaga. Tyaga will keep you in Sargaloka. Swamiji beautifully explained even with Tyaga Raja. Come on, name few more qualities.
Prithvi has posted Tyaga of STHT. Okay. Come on, others.
What type of consciousness does one have if they have to experience a parallel universe? Come on, experience this Swargaloka. See, I know when each of us are coming from various walks of life, and many of you might get overwhelmed by these Sanskrit words. Relax, don't worry at all. We'll also be sending you booklets. We will be sending you free gifts every day. Like even today, you'll be receiving in the email. So it's easier for you to orient yourself with it, understand it, and apply it in your life. See, understand, you might be wondering, why are we learning about these parallel universes, or how does it practically apply to us? Understand, Sanatana Hindu Dharma is not for just for enjoying this moment alone. It's a greater science of life. It addresses this birth and what you do after this birth also. When you leave your body, the loka that you enter into, unless you are aware of it, like for example, let's say that from a very young age, you have been only taught, okay, world exists only in this country that you're born in. You don't even know the existence of other countries. You don't even know that you have the freedom and ability to travel to other countries. Now, how much ever rich you become, would you have, let's say, a few years down the lane, you've really earned a lot of wealth and you want to now migrate, but you don't have the knowledge. You don't know where you can go to. You don't have the knowledge of the existence of other countries itself. How would you feel? You'll feel powerless, right? Understand, this is what we experience when you are going out of your body and want to exit this Bhuloka plane and want to experience your parallel universe identity. Only Hinduism has solutions for this. Only in Hinduism we have a clear, detailed explanation, revelation on when you leave this body, what all are the options you have, where all you can experience what all dimensions of you. And now if you are empowering complete completion, conflict-free life, by infusing consciousness into every decision of yours, simply, just like that. As soon as you leave the body, your Sargaloka will open up for you. Immediately you can experience, and not just that, even while you're alive in this body, that identity of yours, which is in Swargaloka with your face and the body of a Devata, will get empowered.
Actually, that is why it's very important. Swamiji tells very beautifully, right? You cannot say, oh, all my life I'll remember Coca-Cola and McD, and then when I'm leaving my body, I'll suddenly remember Krishna, Rama, Govinda. No, life doesn't work like that. You cannot say, oh, all my life, let me enjoy whatever I want. It's anyways only in the last few moments of my life, right? That time, let me go and remember. No, no alarm clocks. Nothing is going to help you that time correctly to remember, what it is and to remember the divine. What thought currents you entertain from now matters. Many times we may think it's okay, and that's how it is normally in the world, right? That's how we treat. It's okay. You get angry, it's okay. Unfortunately, these days, legitimacy is given to everything. In the name of freedom of expression, legitimacy is given to every incompletion that we entertain. But understand, the thought currents that you cherish takes you to a certain frequency. Let's say you believe that the best strategy in life is, even if I cheat, it's okay, but somehow I should just manage to, get things done. I should just manage to have things. Understand, as long as you entertain those types of thought currents, you are empowering your identity in the lower planes. Listen very carefully. As much as you exist in Bhuloka, in planet Earth, in all the 14 lokas you exist. There is a same Ma Adrian in Bhuloka, there's a Ma Adrian in Bhuvarloka, Suvarloka, every world, in every plane. Like Ma Prithvi Prasad, you exist in all the 14 lokas. You exist in Bhuloka, you exist in Bhuvarloka, Suvarloka. In each of these planes, we exist. And the one thing that connects us, our identities are same in all the 14 lokas, meaning your face is the same, but the body is different. And understand, there's an elaborate verse, Shastra Pramana, which describes every single line of what we are saying. And Swamiji has revealed it from these Shastras, from these scriptures of Hinduism. So, in all these 14 planes, right, what has an impact on each other is the thought current that you cherish. If you entertain always grabbing from others, or even if I cheat, it's okay, as long as I win, that is fine for me. If you entertain these type of thought currents, then understand, you empower your existence in the lower planes. If you entertain the thought currents enriching based, life positive based, and all of these life powerful cognitions, you empower your existence in the higher planes.
Actually, I'm just remembering, Swamiji gives us such an amazing technique for this. Like, for you to understand what type of thought currents you actually cherish. Whenever, like, to understand what will happen to you when you leave your body, right? Just study how the last thought you are having when you fall asleep. If you see, when you're going from this waking state, slipping into the dream state, the kind of thought currents that you cherish, what kind of ideas you cherish. See, till before that, you might be planning something, a lot of things. The mind will be very active in a very logical manner. But you will see, when you're slipping into the dream state, your eye consciousness will reduce, meaning that thoughts will be so haphazard. It wouldn't be under your control, almost. That's how you feel. But when you start attending to it consciously, you can decide not just for a joyful, blissful life while you're living in this body, but after you leave this body also. That is why these sessions, learning about the existence of parallel universes, existence of yourself in these parallel universes, are very, very important. Simple thought. Acha, today I'm going to just manage my boss. That is enough for me. I just need to manage him for a few more minutes, and I know I can easily get away with it. That simple thought can also make you cherish some of the lower loka identity of yours. Simple thought. This person is hungry. Let me feed him. Let me give him some food. Can help you to empower your higher lokas. It's not about good or bad as per what society teaches you. Even a simple thought of you wanting to give food to someone who is hungry, if it is having a conflict inside you, You don't want to, you're from inside, you're not wanting to do, but you are working for it for the sake of getting a good name from someone else. And in front of the other person, you want to give food to the hungry person. That conflict inside you will make you empower a lower loka. So you need to be very clear, aware of what kind of thought currents you cherish. And
So these impacts are immediate. See, don't think, oh, right now it's anyways end of the life only. Even if I change 2 weeks later, or even if I change towards end of my life, it's fine. It is not going to work like that. Your every moment of your present is a cumulative result of your past actions and the past thought currents. So the earlier you change, the better it is for you. Like, it reminds me of a story that Swamiji tells. Like, once a preacher goes to a group of people in village and he's preaching. He's telling about Raja Harishchandra's life. So for those of you who don't know, just to tell in a nutshell, like, Raja Harishchandra is known for being honest and integrated. Okay, he's known for his integrity and standing with the dharma. And it comes to a situation where, just to keep his word, he'll have to even give away his own wife and his son, his child. And a lot of things happen later on. But this preacher comes and he's preaching this, and he's telling everyone about, how great Raja Harishchandra was and all of that. And then he sees the whole crowd is so inspired, and with lot of expectation, he's asking the crowd, so what did you all understand from this? And one man raises his hand and says that, I understood the best thing in life to do is, you have to be honest, you have to be integrated. And that is the right principle. This preacher is so happy. He's feeling very proud. And then he looks at another man standing who's even more excited. He's so inspired than anyone else. Then he looks at that man with so much of expectation. He asks, what did you understand? He says, understood, if the situation demands, even selling your wife is not wrong. You can sell your wife also. See, same situation, you can come to any conclusion that you want. Same situation, you can come to any understanding that you want. But be smart, derive the right understanding. You need to start the change from this moment. The thought currents that you entertain matters. The thought current that you cherish matters. So if you start aligning yourself, look into your life. If you entertain self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, all these thought currents, it is going to take you to the lower planes of existence. And how does that have an impact? Not just when you leave the body, even when you are alive. When you entertain a particular set of thought currents, that existence gets strengthened. As much as you strengthen your existence in the lower lokas, it starts influencing your decisions, actions, even in the bhuloka as you navigate through your life on daily basis.
Now let's understand more about how our existence is there in Swargaloka. That's the very first parallel universe that you can experience. Swargaloka, first, the part of you that you have denied due to your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. You have such a high possibility. You feel that, but you are also afraid to express it or empower that identity because of your self-doubt or self-hatred or self-denial. That part of you that you're denying because of your SPHT is your parallel universe identity in Swargaloka. The highest possibility that you're denying because of your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial is your very identity that is existing in the Swargaloka. So let's all take a few minutes. Now, just look in at any of your higher possibilities that you have. You know that you have a higher possibility, but even you have a fear that, oh, I may not be able to handle myself in that higher possibility because of your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. What is that? Pen down that. Take a few minutes and please pen that down. Fear that you may fail, collapse, fall down again and again. Because of that fear of failure, the great possibility which you deny is your identity, yourself in Swargaloka. When you decide to live that whole thing by being ferocious with your SDHD, saying, hey, if I fail, it is okay. Failing is not wrong, but being in the space without trying is a real crime. Let me jump, jump, jump and fail, nothing wrong. Take an action to manifest your higher possibility. Now take a few minutes. First, you're going to identify. This is only for yourself. You don't need to write it anywhere else. Just write it in your paper and pen. It's just put it in for you. Identify the higher possibilities that you're denying inside you. See, it can be a simple thing. For example, you have a deep fear. You have tried talking or presenting your project pitch in your office. You tried presenting it a couple times before and you had terribly failed in it, or you just did not get the response you thought you would get. So that had lowered your confidence level in you, and you started feeling a lot of self-doubt inside of you, and you just denied that very possibility. So any other time you keep giving that opportunity to your friend or your colleague. But you know that's a very high possibility you have, where you can strategize, plan, and execute. But that fear of failure or the self-doubt that you're carrying inside you about yourself, all that put together, you just deny that very possibility for you. Identify such possibilities that you carry in you. Take a few minutes and please write that down. Hope all of you have written down now. See, just take a ferocious decision inside of you. Now, whatever you have written down, just look at it. These are all your own higher possibilities that you are stopping because of the self-doubt, self-hate, self-name. See, if you are anyone here coming for the very first time, like, or this is your very first program, you might have been coming for this program in the last few days, but this is your very first program. Anyone like that here? Please, can you put it in the chat? If you're here as this is your very first program that you're attending. Okay. See, why I was asking this is, now whatever you have written down, sit and do the completion with it. Take a ferocious declaration. Understand, unless you give up, there is nothing called as failure. Your failures, see all the successful people, are there any one, even one, is there even a single person who is successful without having to face failures? No. The only difference is they never gave up. The problem is we give up. Swamiji very beautifully said, there is nothing called failure unless you stop and give up. Only when you stop and give up, you are declaring it as a failure. Because all those are just your path to success. Take a ferocious declaration inside of you. See, if you have been faced with a really bad situation, it is causing a lot of incompletion in your sit. Do the completion process. If anyone does not know how to do the completion process, please let us know in the chat. We'll give you the link where Swamiji explains in detail about how you need to do the process of completion. And decide ferociously, no matter what, I will not give up on this higher possibility that I carry. Take that decision and do it. You will see the success will just open up for you. Actually, the very next session that we are having is just about this. It's a very powerful session where Swamiji is going to be explaining to us in detail how to never get stuck in your life. Never get stuck in your life. It's called as the Ananda Tandava of Paramashiva. But before we enter into that, we are first going to be doing a round of power manifestation, and then we are going to be entering into that session.
And also today, it's a weekend. This is the best way to spend someone's weekend, to awaken their DNA, to be here, to spend the time. This is the best time for you to invite your family members, friends, everyone. Let them come along. And it can be a different weekend for them. And this will lead them to awakening their own higher possibilities and powers. So Swamiji is gifting this program completely for free. So make sure you are reaching out to your loved ones and inviting them as well to enjoy the program. All right. So today we're going to be manifesting a very, very beautiful power. We're going to be manifesting the power of oneness over the elements. How we can play, this is called Bhuta Jaya in Sanskrit. And these powers, see, all of us are inherently embedded, hardwired to be able to manifest these powers. So every time you manifest a powerful cognition, you work on yourself. If you see, all our programs are structured in such a way that every 30 minutes, 40 minutes once, you do a round of power manifestation. That is because these powers, when it is awakened within us, as in when you keep manifesting the powerful cognition, when you manifest these powers, understand the powerful cognition starts settling in you deeper. You may not be able to manifest it immediately. It's okay. We are not going to give you a pass certificate, or we are not going to fail you if you're not able to manifest. But this is more like just like a training. You are starting to get used to you manifesting your own higher possibilities. You are getting used to manifesting your own higher powers. So even if you don't get it, it's okay. Just sit, make yourself available and manifest. Just sit and play with the powers. All right. So let us all enter into the power manifestation now.
Now we'll be entering into the power manifestation session. Today, throughout the day, we're going to be manifesting various powers, including the power of Bhuta Jaya, which is the power of complete oneness with the 5 elements of nature. Whether it's the earth element, the water element, fire element, the air element, or the space element. We're going to be throughout the day working with these 5 elements. See, fundamentally, our body is made out of these 5 elements. We have the earth component of our body, our bones. We have the water component. We know we are made of 70% water, our blood, etc. Then we have the fire element, the Jataragni, the digestive power within us. We have the air element, our breath, the inner chatter that happens within us, and our space element, the space within us where consciousness is reflected. So for today, we'll start with the power of Vayu Shakti, the power of air bending. Swamiji beautifully reveals that when you're in oneness with the air element, in the Taittiriya Upanishad, it very beautifully describes how from Akasha, the Vayu comes out, from Vayu, the Agni comes out, from Agni, the Jala, the up comes out, the water, from that Jala, the Prithvi, the earth element comes out. When our space, it depends on what's inside our space that manifests the other rest of them. What the whole science we're understanding. See, we have full control over our space right now. Of the 5 elements, right now, at this moment, the easiest one, the subtlest one, where we have a full conscious will to decide, is our space element. Every power, whether it's the power of Vayu Shakti, whether you're doing the Agni power, power of fire, power over the earth element, it is about what your space is established in, which manifests that. Let's understand a little more about what Swamiji reveals about Vayu Shakti, about this connecting with the elements. Swamiji beautifully reveals the first and foremost lesson to manifest any power is that power is not power over others. Power is oneness over others. This is not specifically for the elements alone. This is for any power manifestation that you do. Unfortunately, your unconscious mind always tends to think naturally you will be pushed to manipulate, to control. Manipulation is not manifestation. That is the difference between black magic and white magic. Yes, even by manipulation, you can have power over nature and people, but it will only be for a very limited time. Swamiji beautifully says that you will manifest the power with the wind element, and when you're on stage in the big demo and doing it, if you are doing it from the space of controlling, from the space of manipulation, then when you're in demo, suddenly Vayu will just leave you on the stage and run away and not listen to you anymore. But from the space of oneness, when you do anything, that only will be permanent. Understand, every time you play with the wind, see, in this Swamiji gives us the example of the Vayu element, the wind, either stopping or agitating or aggravating. With the mood of oneness, you will gain more and more power over the wind. Wind will reveal more and more of its secrets to you, more and more of its feelings to you. He will sit with you and confess to you. He'll sit and talk to you. Hanuman was my son. See, when I gave birth to him, this is what happened, and this kid is so powerful. He went and tried to swallow the sun. I have to go and meditate. He'll sit and tell you his stories. He'll sit and open up himself to you. Very beautifully, Swamiji continues to explain how, when you relate with Vayu, with the various elements, from a space of oneness, this is the science that Paramashiva explains about powers. The first foremost thing, as Swamiji repeatedly emphasizes, see, these powers that we are manifesting is Shaktis. They are coming from the space already you've become enlightened and the powers are manifesting. Because you will hear, normally when you will hear the things like siddhis, the powers are stopping in the way of enlightenment. Those are referring to the possibilities that you get when you're on the way to enlightenment. But very beautifully, through the initiation of Swamiji, no power is a power, it is only the confirmation of your oneness with that object, is what Swamiji says. Every time you manifest a power, you're doing it from the space of oneness. You're doing it already knowing that you are that being. If you're able to stop the wind, make the rain shower, all of that is just your oneness with it. This is a very important preliminary lesson for power manifestation, Swamiji says. We have to understand that at every level, it is only the space that matters. Again and again, Swamiji explains to us that all power manifestation comes from this space. See, today we're doing with the 5 elements. So this is very important to understand. It is not the matter that you're trying to move. Now, when we think of wind, when we think of fire, of earth, of water, it is all a manifestation of matter. Only the space, which is that component on which our consciousness is reflecting, is the only thing that has the ability to reflect consciousness, the space element. And all the other elements will align to what you hold in your space. This is a very important thing. How many of you are understanding this? All the elements in your life, see, ultimately when you look at it, all the objects in your life, all the happenings in your life are some expression of these 5 elements, of the length, breadth, depth, time, and space. which is the water, the earth, water, fire, air and space, right? So how many of you are catching this? All the elements in your life manifesting are some way an expression of your space. Now, when we catch this, when we understand that all we have to do is change our space. Now we are, let's say we are in the space of this world is matter and existing as a matter. Then it will only be as matter trying to move matter. Then yes, you will manifest. But it will always be bound by what you call the laws of physics, the laws of the society, the laws of nature. But when you realize that you are energy and this world is also energy, it's just energy interacting with energy, then only the quantum laws work on you. What are the quantum laws? You can go back in time. You can be in two places at the same time. You can be in two states at the same time. You don't have to be in a particular position, or that everything is interacting with another, everything is a field, everything is space. This is what starts manifesting through you. That is what we're going to tap into when we do the power manifestation today. The Shastra Pramana for the power of Vayu Shakti is from the Shiva Samhita, verse 3.42. Yogi Padmasanasthopi Bhuvamutsrijya Vartate Vayu Siddhistatha Ksheya Samsara Nashini. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, when the yogi, through remaining in Padmasana, can rise in the air and leave the ground, then know that he has gained the Vayu Shakti, the power of wind element, which destroys the darkness of the whole world. This is the ultimate level that Paramashiva is describing of Vayu Shakti, where you're able to change, you're able to even lift yourself above the ground through the air, in the air. There is a very beautiful incident from the life of Hanuman and Sri Rama in the Mahabharata, where when Hanuman has to go to get the Sanjeevani Aushadha for reviving Rama's brother Lakshmana, who was fatally wounded in the battle by Indrajit, the son of Ravana. The necessary herb exists very far away in the Himalayas, the opposite end of what is modern day India. And Hanuman says, I will fly and go get it. So first he flies. Very beautifully, this incident describes the difference between power over nature and oneness with it. So Ravana, who had conquered the whole world, had conquered also the Navagrahas, the 9 planets, the 9 control, the holding factors of our life, including Surya Deva, the sun god. Now the condition that Lakshmana was in was such that if the sun rises, if the next day starts, he would have to leave the body. He would not be able to be saved. So Ravana, knowing of Rama's deep love for his brother, comes to the conclusion that if Lakshmana dies, Rama will leave the battle and go. So he commands the sun to rise. With his power over the sun, with his manipulation of the sun, he forces the sun to rise. Now, as the sun is rising, Hanuman sees this and he says, no, I cannot allow this to happen. And I know that the sun also does not want to do this. So he goes and he requests Surya Bhagavan, his guru actually, saying that I know that you are forced by Ravana to rise, but I will keep you with me. I will catch you and keep you with me so that you cannot rise. Therefore, what you want and what I want also will happen. And with that space of friendliness, with that space of oneness that he has with Surya Bhagavan, he takes Surya, he literally takes the whole sun and puts it in his armpit and keeps it. He finishes the mission, he goes, he gets the Sanjeevani herb, Lakshmana is revived. And then Rama comes and asks him, like, Hanuman, there's something shining in your armpit. What is that? And he's like, oh, sorry, I had kept Surya Deva there because Ravana had commanded him to rise. And he beautifully releases Surya Deva. And even Surya Deva was so happy he was able to be of aid in Rama's incarnation on the planet Earth. And so beautifully how oneness is the real manifestation that happens. in the first round. So actually, for this power of Bhuta Jaya, we have seen so many manifestations of Swamiji himself. You can ask any long time devotee, anyone who's been there, they'll know that they will have at least 10 incidents where Swamiji has manifested the power of oneness with the various elements. One such incident that I remember personally was where in the Kumbh Mela of 2016, and I remember this day very clearly. We were all there was the temple, the tent for the temple, and there was a main hall, there was a dormitory, there was many tents that had been set up for the whole program. And our campus, the Swamiji's campus in Kumbh Mela, was the largest in the whole Kumbh Mela. So we had thousands of people staying there. And the whole place was planned for a hot summer, which was the predicted weather. And suddenly, out of the blue, there was a huge cyclone. And I remember few days before Kumbh Mela, sometime before Kumbh Mela, Swamiji had said, you will see me manifesting one power. You will see with your own eyes some power manifested in this Kumbh Mela, he had said in public satsang. So there was a huge cyclone that had struck the whole Kumbh Mela area. And I was in the temple at that time. We were doing the various power demonstrations for the devotees and the people who were there in the Kumbh Mela. And it started becoming very dusty, and there was so much sand everywhere. So we had to duck under the table. And after some time, they said, okay, everyone go to the side room, which was set up for the Gurukul Balasans. So we all went there. It was a full chaos. The roof, tin roof sheets were flying away. People were running in all directions. It was raining. The tents were being torn open. And in that confusion, we made it to the main hall, and we were all there. And I remember at that time, I've heard this from many people, and I was there. We were walking, and the cyclone, it was an actual tornado. It was like a cyclone. The hurricane was coming to our camp. So the entrance of the camp was a huge made out of wooden sticks, like wooden poles. They had made a huge entrance, like a gateway and a banner. It came there. Swamiji was walking there at that time. And as the cyclone hit that entrance, the whole thing collapsed. It's a huge thing made out of wooden rods, wooden poles, all tied together. The whole thing collapsed. And Swamiji literally moved the cyclone in the opposite direction. It was coming like this towards the camp. It just touched the entrance, and Swamiji physically moved it in the opposite direction. That strong wind, just in that beautiful space of oneness, Swamiji was able to turn it around, move it in the opposite direction. And then, yes, everyone was safe. There was not even a single hurt or a single casualty in the entire camp of a few thousand people. And Swamiji came, we were with him the whole day after that, and it was a phenomenal time. But physically seeing how Swamiji in that space of oneness is able to move an entire cyclone, physically move it, is really something to see. So now we are going to manifest the power, starting with taking a few minutes to connect to nature. Now, all the participants, I request you to go to an open nature, whether it's wind, whether it's whether it's a window or a door. You can go to some open area where you can connect with the nature. See the space with which Swamiji is even looking at the flower in the picture. It's so beautiful how he's fully into it, fully connecting with it like another being. That way, you're going to now connect with the nature. So, can I request all the participants to go to a window or a door, open nature, where you're going to now connect to the wind element. Talk to him, relate with him. If you have done in the previous programs, if you have been there, you will know this by now, how alive Vayudeva is, how responsive he is. So let's take the first round to connect with Vayudeva. We'll have just a few minutes.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda
Yes, let's all settle down.
Om
Let's all settle down.
Nithyananda
You can come back.
Paramashivoham.
You can share how was the whole manifestation experience for you? Connecting with Vayudeva. In the further rounds, we're going to be, as you saw, level 1, turning off a flame using the wind, going into further more very advanced powers, working with these 5 elements. You will see it happen. See, the more and more you connect with Paramashiva, the more and more you realize your oneness with these 5 elements, you will see the manifestation just start happening. Now, in the next session, we're going to be understanding what exactly this Ananda Tandava of Nataraja is. The Ananda Tandava of Paramashiva symbolizes, is an embodiment of that, how not to get stuck in life. Let us now hear about these powerful cognitions from Swamiji himself.
Listen, I'm in such a state now. I'm going to make too many important revelations. The multi-dimensional logic of the cosmos I will reveal. Surely the binary logic cannot understand what I am trying to tell. Binary logic will not be able to, because it is not matured enough, it has not grown up enough to catch the cosmic reality. Understand? If you can grasp a being, conscious being, creating the principles of creation, creating the principles of creation, not just creation, creating the principles of creation with one hand and sustaining the principles of creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation, and rejuvenating in one hand. The principles of creation, principles of sustenance, and principles of rejuvenation, and principles of pulling out of delusion, and principles of liberation. Through one hand, manifesting the principles of manifestation, manifesting the principles of sustenance, principles of rejuvenation, principles of pulling out of delusion, and principles of liberation. Through the other hand, sustaining, not just sustaining what is created, sustaining principles of creation and principles of sustenance. The other hand, not just destroying or rejuvenating, rejuvenating even the principles of rejuvenation. And through the thrown up leg, liberating, and the leg which is pressing the demon Muyalaka, pulling beings out of delusion. Not just pulling beings alone out of delusion, pulling even the principle of creation, maintenance out of delusion. And with the leg which is thrown up in the air, giving liberation not just to the beings, even to the principle of creation, maintenance, rejuvenation. Pulling out of delusion and liberation. Doing all this not only without stress, in ecstatic dance. Just even if you grasp intellectually this, you will grasp Nataraja, the Ananda Dandava, cosmic dance of Nataraja. That is the meditation, ultimate meditation, connecting with Paramashiva, Nataraja. Ananda Tandava, bliss dance, Nataraja, who manifested from Ishana space of Ishana face, PHASE, face, space. Listen carefully. All the other four, Satyojata, Vamadeva, Satyojata, Agora, Vamadeva, Tatpurusha, all these other are FACES, faces, and PHASES, spaces of Paramashiva. Ishana is face, space, space. FACE, PHASE, SPACE, all three. Chidambara. From the Ishana space, Nataraja manifests. Nataraja is the liberating principle. Mukti Tattva. Understand? Cosmic dance. Mukti Tattva of Nataraja. Cosmic dance of Nataraja is the ultimate liberating principle. I will map it to your prajna now and support you and make you manifest this as a reality. Listen carefully. I'll bring it down to my prajna and manifest it in all your prajna and make it into vijnana. Listen. Paramashiva, when he was dancing, suddenly one anklet falls, but he is not stopping the dance. He doesn't feel stuck. He doesn't bother about the so-called perfection. Understand? He is an absolute perfectionist, but when he is dancing, perfectionism does not stop his action. Perfectionism does not put him in inaction. If you lived around me, you will know exactly the meaning of this word. I am an absolute perfectionist, but my perfectionism will never stop me starting my projects, starting my work. I will not even miss putting the jewelry on the throne, but when I started this whole Sri KAILASA project, I did not even have my own land. People who live around me, they know how perfectionist I am, but my perfectionism never stops me starting new projects or venturing into projects. He continues to dance and Adisesha rushes and ties himself and makes himself as an anklet, and Paramashiva continues to dance. This is the key. Perfectionism, which does not make you stop or feel stuck and capped, is the liberating principlic action. Understand? You cannot see more perfect than Paramashiva's Ananda Tandava. But When his anklet falls, he doesn't wait. He continues. In your life, either you give up perfectionism or you give up beginning, initiating, continuously moving. In these two, you give up any one. That is what is delusion. Listen, feeling stuck is the only sin in the life. Cosmos does not feel stuck just because of its nature of not feeling stuck. It manifests the space of perfectionism. Understand? Listen to what I am talking intensely. Intense action. Start 10 projects. If you are stuck, feeling stuck in one project, go on be doing other 9. By the time you're pushing the other 9, this feeling stuck will dissolve. Understand there is no such thing as stuck in reality. It is always only feeling stuck. Eschatology does not exist in Paramashivam Jnana. Everything is ontology. There is no end. Understand that. There is no end. Paramashiva Tandava of cosmos. Its perfection is because it doesn't get stuck. Stop feeling stuck. Stop being stuck. You will manifest perfectionism. Understand? Don't give up on perfectionism, but don't stop actions. Binary logic teaches you, if you want to be perfect, start late after preparing everything. Multidimensional logic teaches you, only by your action you will reach the perfection. You will manifest the perfection. Do not give up on perfection, but do not stop acting. Understand? Enlightenment is ultimate, not final. It is constant happening. In few days you will see the whole satsang background and the way it is going to be relayed. It's all going to be next level. The whole background, LED screen or the high definition or the volume quality or the different mics, all that thing set. It's going to be next level. But I don't wait for all that to get set and then start the satsang. Then I'll never be able to start. I know the great Shiva Bhuta Ganas work around me. I just start the dance by its intensity. Perfection to perfection to perfection to perfection manifests. Not imperfection to perfection, no. Perfection to perfection to perfection to perfection to perfection to perfection manifests. Listen carefully. Always be like Nataraja doing Ananda Tandava. not bothered about one anklet falling. Not bothered about some musical instruments less. Let Ananda be your fuel. Nithyananda be your fuel. Start the cosmic dance. Start the cosmic dance. Start the cosmic dance. I tell you, this principle which I am teaching today always manifest ultimate. Don't feel stuck, but know it very clearly, it is not final. My publicly recorded biography starts maybe from 1990, because that's when the first evidences and records, earliest records of my gurus initiating me or giving me the mantras and those books, papers, notebooks, write-ups, all that we are recovering, retrieving. Earliest recorded public life. We are also getting all the more detailed evidences, documents, thanks to autobiography team. Understand, now everything looks so perfect, but I did not wait for perfection. Started. Start the Ananda Tandava, bliss dance of your life. When you start dancing, perfection happens. When this earth manifested, it was not like this, a perfect globe shape. But by rotating, it got beautifully aligned and became beautiful globe. Listen. When I look back into my life, how Arunagiri Yogeshwara has installed this powerful cognition into my system. Do not stop the Ananda Tandava due to any idea of feeling stuck. Feeling stuck. If it does not stop your Ananda Tandava, it is only feeling stuck. If it stops your Ananda Tandava, you are stuck. This is the essence of today's satsang. Listen. Feeling stuck. if does not stop your Ananda Tandava, it is only feeling stuck. If it stops your Ananda Tandava, you are stuck. Don't stop Ananda Tandava, the cosmic life. Whether your actions to manifest the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva, superconsciousness of Paramashiva, KAILASA of Paramashiva, whether your actions to manifest health, wealth, beautiful relationships, career, success, enlightenment, mental health, happiness, whatever you think as your cosmic dance. Go on, go on, go on. Continue the dance. If you are feeling stuck, intensify the dance. That feeling stuck will disappear. If you stop the dance, slow down the dance, and feeling stuck will become stuck. Dangerous. Feeling stuck is delusion. Stuck is death. Don't stop. Let Nithyananda be the source of your life and be highly active. You will become life positive, and all the perfectionism of Paramashiva will manifest through you. Understand the epistemology of Paramashiva Jnana. Epistemology is a branch of philosophy that investigates the origin, nature, methods, and limits of human knowledge. Feeling stuck is the worst thing binary logic does to you. Even if you feel your whole life is a chaos, don't stop the cosmic dance. Continue to dance. Manifest, manifest, manifest. Continuing to dance. Nithya is the brand of Nithyananda. Understand one thing. Do not be stuck in anything. Nothing is a bad decision in your life other than being stuck. Being stuck is only delusion, only trobhava, only negativity. Epistemology of the human nature. Understand? The origin, nature, methods, and limits of human knowledge. I am teaching you the epistemology of Paramashiva Jnana. Essence of epistemology of Paramashiva Jnana. Be like Natarara. Continue dancing. Continue dancing. Continue dancing. Be Nithya, eternal. Nothing is wrong decision if your whole life is seen together other than feeling stuck or being stuck. Nothing is wrong decision. As long as you are flowing, 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 flowing. Nothing is a wrong decision. As long as you are flowing, flowing, flowing. That is the beauty of life. Paramashiva assumes form at many times, comes to earth for various reasons, and even goes and stays inside the civilization inside the earth. Six times planet earth, all life completely got extincted on the planet earth. Planet earth became empty, no life. 6 times this has happened from the time earth is formed. Every time Paramashiva sent life back to planet earth, those 6 times only we worship 6 Abhishekams of Nataraja. Those exact 6 astrological times when Paramashiva sent life back to planet earth from KAILASA, those 6 times only, please understand, 5 times complete extinction and 6th time he has sent and we are still here. And 6 times he sent life, super consciousness back to planet earth. Whatever level it is, prayer is the most powerful, ultimate way of connecting with Paramashiva. Intense prayer, intense prayer, intense prayer, intense prayer. Connect with Paramashiva. Today, great day. Nataraja's first Abhishekam. So in all the Kailasas, Puja, Abhishekam, Arati to Nataraja is getting done. Nivedyams are offered. Let's connect with Nataraja, receive his blessings. So nice to have wonderful Nataraja Abhishekam, Nataraja's Puja. Life is cosmic dance. Life is cosmic dance. Nothing compared to the beauty of cosmic dance, the highest, most powerful principle or most powerful manifestation of Paramashiva is Nataraja. Literally doing Panchakritya with bliss. Let's meditate on that arm. Nataraja, connect with Nataraja, Paramashiva himself in the form of Nataraja. Let's connect. This is the boon for all my disciples. You will experience Nataraja now. First, let us connect with him. Nataraja is real. He is the cosmic dance. And he is the cosmos. Connect with him. Let's connect with him. With the Mahavagya. All my disciples will experience Nataraja now.
So powerfully, Swamiji explained that the only thing, when you look at life from a larger perspective, the only thing that can be an issue, that can be a problem in your life, is becoming stuck. We tend to feel, right, like if I need something to happen, I have to have all the preparations, I have to make sure everything is ready. But Swamiji gives us such a breakthrough understanding. Only when you start moving, that is when everything happens in your life. All these higher truths, when every powerful cognition Swamiji gives us, it's not about waiting for it to happen and then believing it. It is start living it as your life. And then immediately we'll see how these truths become a truth in your life. There is a small story which Swamiji shares. Once a man goes to a yoga teacher and he tells the teacher, I want to get enlightened. And the yoga teacher says, okay, yes, you want to do it. You have to first master yama, the niyama, all the ashtangas of the yoga. And he says, okay, what is yama? What is niyama? And then he says, you have to be completely integrated, you have to be completely authentic, completely responsible, completely enriching. You have to follow the 5 vows of not stealing. He gives a long explanation like this of yama and niyama. First, you have to do this. Then only we can move on to the pranayama, dhyana, dharana, all the other steps. Finally, we'll reach samadhi. And that man says, if I could even do one of these things, I would already be enlightened. I would not need to come to you for enlightenment. This is what Swamiji says, is you cannot wait for everything to happen and then say, yes, this is the truth. It is when you start living it, you start doing, you start moving in life. That is when everything manifests. And Swamiji's life is an example of this. Every step of his life, you will see how he has physically, in the human body, demonstrated this truth of Ananda Tandava of Paramashiva, not stopping at any moment in life. Swamiji tells the incident, like when he first came to the Bidadi ashram. So all of you who have been to the Bidadi Adhinam, the Adi KAILASA, in Bidadi, Bangalore, you would have seen it's literally like a whole city in itself. It's self-sufficient when it comes to water. We have so many buildings and farming going on and so many things. When Swamiji first moved to Bidadi, it was a just evacuated snake farm. It was actually a snake area where different variety of snakes were bred. And when they were moving, some 100 to some 200 plus snakes had escaped actually when they were moving. So there was a lot of poisonous snakes roaming around in that area. Even till today, you would have heard of this. In that kind, it was a forest. It was literally, there's nobody. Even till today, there's not that many people other than Aradhinam who live around that area. When Swamiji moved there, so there were many devotees with him at that time. They all said, Swamiji, you stay with us. We'll get the basic construction and the safety and all in place. Then you can move in. Swamiji said, no, I will stay over here. So Swamiji used to stay. First, there was just a shed. There was just a regular shed with 2 cows where Swamiji used to stay over there. And then Swamiji himself got the clay and baked the first few bricks, the first 70 to 100 bricks, to build the shelter for him to stay. He did not wait for the whole infrastructure to be built. He started moving, and today you see it's a whole city in itself. That first 70 bricks, which Swamiji himself collected the clay, put it in the mold, and baked it and built the first place for Swamiji to stay. That is what is a living example of how you don't wait for perfection to happen. You start and the perfection just automatically follows. The essence of the whole thing never gets stuck. Be constantly moving, constantly doing. Where Swamiji says, take up so many projects, take up 25 projects, constantly move on it. And as you're moving, you'll see if one gets stuck, move on the other, automatically even this will open up. The embodiment of the 5 Panchakrityas of Paramashivam is the form of Bhagavan Nataraja. 5 actions of superconscious mutation. The Shrishti, the Damaru in his hand, the hand drum, symbolizes the creation, the sound that created the whole universe. That is the Srishti, the creation. Then the Varada Mudra, the Abhaya Mudra, which is the Sthiti, the maintenance, the fear dispelling posture of Swamiji, of Paramashiva, which maintains the universe. The fire which he holds, the Samhara aspect, rejuvenation. Him standing on the demon, Apasmara, on the demon Moyalaka, the demon, which is the Apasmara, which is the forgetfulness demon, which Paramashiva is standing upon, symbolizing the pulling out of delusion, and the raised leg, which is the Anugraha, which symbolizes where you reach Paramashiva's leg, which is actually, you see his left leg, Devi Parashakti's leg, reaches you to liberation. This picture is actually on your screen, the world's tallest and largest deity of Bhagavan Nataraja outside of India, installed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in KAILASA's Seattle Sarvagnya Peetha, USA, and the first life-size deity which was carved by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. As I said, called the Chidambaram of the West. So Chidambaram is the temple in South India, which is where Nataraja, the space dimension, is embodied as Bhagavan Nataraja. It was inaugurated on the 24th February 2008 by Swamiji himself. It's a 15-foot Nataraja deity. Swamiji said when he installed the temple, since the skies are always celebrating, let this temple radiate Akasha, ether energy. You'll know in Seattle is known for its rain. And Swamiji is saying, since the skies are always celebrating, let this temple radiate the energy, the space energy of Nataraja. This Bhagavan Nataraja deity is personally carved by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And Swamiji beautifully shares how he would chant the mantras and carve the deity. In his exact words that he says, I will sit the whole night and carve in Bididi and the workers. They have to support me, help me turn the deity around. It's too big. Sometimes you have to turn to do the side shaping of the face, side shaping of the body. So the workers have to be there supporting me, helping me. This is the first life-size deity that Swamiji himself carved with his own hands. Today we have the huge sacred arts department, but this is what is the first step, not being stuck because of no resources, because of an idea of no supplies, but just moving and how the perfection happens. The SPH continues. In those days, there was no electricity in the Viridi ashram. Only the night torch, the light lamp torch and launder lamp will be there. So in the launder lamp, I would keep a paper with the original Dhyana shloka. Every moment when I would carve, I would be chanting, humming the Dhyana shloka. So beautifully, Swamiji tells how Paramashiva himself has come down as Swamiji, sculpting his own deity. Bhagavan Nataraja is the attribute, that component of Paramashiva, of not feeling stuck. As Swamiji beautifully shared the story, the incident, how when Nataraja was dancing, his anklet flew off. But automatically the perfection manifests. This was Swamiji's vision for the temple. He himself used to sit and personally carve the deities. There are so many deities across the US, the United States, and across the whole world, which were physically carved by Swamiji. That is the passion Swamiji had for the whole science. Swamiji says, understand now everything looks so perfect, but I do not wait for perfection. I started. My publicly recorded biography starts maybe from 1990, because that's when the first evidences and records, earliest records of my gurus initiating me, giving me the mantras. Books, papers, write-ups are available. Swamiji says, start the Ananda Tandava, bliss dance of your life. When you start dancing, perfection happens. Always manifest the ultimate. Don't feel stuck. How many of you have physically seen Swamiji's passion in the way he manifested? How he started with that whole idea, the whole cognition out of which Swamiji has manifested his life. When you are building the boat, while you're swimming, build the boat. While you're building the boat, build the ship. While you're building the ship, build the bridge. When Swamiji was there in Bidadi, actually, he did not even have a roof over his head. As I had shared, he had only a simple shed. But he did not wait for the perfection, for the whole infrastructure to manifest. He just did it. He made it happen through constant action, through constant happening, not getting stuck at any point. You can see from his childhood how so many things have started getting documented in his life, where you see in this picture the box of Rudraksha malas and Rudrakshas which Swamiji used in his childhood. At that youngest age, from then building up, not waiting for some money to come, for some people to come, for some infrastructure to happen, but with whatever he had. On the other side, you see the traditional malas that Swamiji used to use for his Shabrimala Yatra, the temple in South India, which is dedicated to Ayyappa, which is the energy of Paramashiva and Mahavishnu. From the childhood itself, Swamiji shares how he would go from one temple in his village to another temple as a yatra, and he would be just walking, and people will ask, like a young boy on his own going on the yatra will ask, and from there he will start one person at a time, enriching them, causing them, telling them, explaining these great spiritual truths to them. Swamiji never waited for people to come. He went one person at a time. For each one of us, I think we all can share in our life how it was Swamiji that personally how he has attended to each one of us. How many of you can really say that you see in your life how Swamiji has personally attended to you, running a nation, having so many things going on, so many adinams around the world. Each one of us, how he personally attends to us. We see other more biographical records from the life of Swamiji from age 3, 1981. Swamiji says, it is deities and books that made me. The picture where he's around 14 years of age with books on his left and deities on his right. All the various deities that Swamiji has used for his puja from the age of 3. and small ornamental weapons, ornaments, and kattamurti parts, the extra arms and parts used for depicting the gods and goddesses with multiple hands, all used by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in his puja. There are so many different components. You can see the detail. If you see, Swamiji says how he would sit from day and night, even as a young boy, and make deities. And very jovially, Swamiji shares how his mother and his grandmother would always have a big problem during the Navaratri time, where the Golu is set up, the whole depiction of the 14 lokas is set up with all the deities. Swamiji would sit physically, get the clay, and make each and every deity. And Swamiji himself had his own shed in the house so that he would not create a whole confusion in the house with deities and mud and everything drying around everywhere. They had to give him his own shed, his own room in the house where he could do all this without disturbing anyone else, because that was the passion Swamiji had for deities. He says, deities and books made me. There from age 10, where Swamiji carved physically, the very famous incident where Swamiji carved the deity of Devi Parashakti of Bhuvaneshwari of the Sri Chakra. He carved a perfect Sri Chakra. And Devi Mahalakshmi, all carved personally by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We have other more records. See, all these are the hard work that Swamiji has put in. The way we see that Swamiji never stopped, he never waited for something to come to him, but he made everything happen by his constant activism. We see a depiction of Arunagiri Yogeshwara and Swamiji as guided by him, guided by Swamiji himself. Here we see many things, many items that Swamiji had given to him, gifted to him by Arunagiri Yogeshwara. We have the Vibhuti bag gifted by Arunagiri Yogeshwara, the wooden padukas gifted by Arunagiri Yogeshwara, gifted to Arunagiri Yogeshwara by Swamiji, where till today you can see the imprint of Arunagiri Yogeshwara's feet. A small capsule where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism kept the Aushadha that Arunagiri Yogeshwara had given him. And we see many other records from Swamiji's life. A kavi, a sacred cloth given to Swamiji by Arunagiri Yogeshwara in the ethereal plane of the banyan tree on Arunachala. It is among the few items on planet Earth to have been transported from a different dimension of the universe itself. Where beautifully this cloth, actually samples have been sent to more than 7 many cloth industries and clothing experts, and they are not able to identify till today which fabric this is made out of. And this is not just the case with what Arunagiri Yogeshwara has given. There are so many instances of the disciples and devotees of Swamiji who have received Swamiji's personal clothing items that never rot, never decay, never become old, and remain fresh despite how many ever years that they have been there. There is a iconic photograph of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at age 12 in 1990. And when the time was deemed right, Swamiji's guru, Yogiraj Yogananda Puri, had arranged to announce Swamiji as his successor. And for this, Yogananda Puri had arranged a photo shoot, photographs to be taken to record this decision. And actually, in those days, Swamiji shares how it used to be a big deal to get a photograph. It was rare. And literally, for a marriage itself, there would be 2 photographs. That was the only time photos were taken. So he was asking Yogananda Puri, what is the necessity for all this spend? It costs so much, and all this setup that needs to be done. Yogananda Puri, Raghupati Yogi, beautifully said that now you're saying this, but history will thank me for this spend that I'm doing, for this all this, whatever I'm spending to make this happen, the history will thank me for this. And today, each one of us, if we are having these beautiful photographs, these beautiful records of Swamiji's life, it is because of, as Swamiji says, the dedication of his gurus. So when these photos were printed, Yogananda Puri asked Swamiji what he envisioned himself to look like in the future. Spontaneously, Swamiji drew a self-portrait. You can see the photograph on the extreme right, which literally portrays exactly how he is now, with the turban, with the vibhuti and the kumkum. There are so many more biographical records. This is age 10 to 12, 1988 to 1990, where from Sri Narayana Swami Pillai, one of Swamiji's gurus, had given several handwritten initiations with sacred mantras to Swamiji to chant for the consecration of particular aushadas. And from Annamalai Swamigal, who was a great disciple, great devotee of Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi, where Swamiji had been given from him his personal diary. We have so many more going ahead. Stay aware, listen, and we have the herb which was given to him by his gurus, an energized root from a Nagalinga tree to keep Swamiji free from hunger during his Parivrajaka, and the conch which is teleported from Raghupati Yogi's house and given to Swamiji from the temple. And this incident has been recorded by Raghupati Yogi's youngest son also, Bhupati, who is there presently living in Tiruvannamalai. And he shares how this conch was actually given to him and he had it in the house, and suddenly one day it went missing without anybody picking it up, and later he found out that Raghupati Yogi had teleported it from his house and given it to Swamiji. There is the first Olai Chavudi, the palm leaf scripture given by Isaki Swamigal to Swamiji, and the first scriptural book that Swamiji ever owned, the Atma Puranam, which contains the 4 main Upanishads. This photograph, such a beautiful photograph of Swamiji in what is now known as the Ananda Gandha cave, the Ananda Gandha Guha, where Swamiji was taken during a period of the first great pause, which was defined by long hours of meditation in the caves of the Arunachala hill. And like this, we see so many records from Swamiji's life. How many of you had even have seen any of these before? How many of you known there's actually so many more various different records from Swamiji's life which he has shared, each and every part, which how just his dedication is shown through the so many parts of his life. So now let's now get into the process. Let's all now manifest this dimension of Paramashiva. Perfectionism is that which does not make you feel stopped or stuck. Handicapped is the liberating principalic action. Now, how many of you understood this whole thing? Can we all post a small understanding in the chat of what all we understood about perfectionism? Because you'll see in your life where you say that, okay, I can either be perfect, I have to make everything happen, or else I have to now let's all clearly understand this. In the various aspects of our life where we feel like, you feel like, okay, it has to be perfect before I can make it happen, or else I can just do it as it is and it will just be some shoddy work, and if I have to make it happen immediately, I cannot make it perfect, I cannot make it the way I want it to be, I just have to do it however it happens. There is a How many of you are able to see this in your life actually in the various aspects? For example, now you have to make a presentation, let's say for your boss, and you require some particular software and you're not able to get that software, it's taking you time, you're not able to get it, so you just stop. You say, I cannot do this presentation because if I want to make a perfect presentation, I need only this software, and you stop and you're just stuck over there. That is what what Swamiji is saying. We should not get stuck because of that. Let me start with whatever I have. You will see how so many higher things get opened up, how much more starts manifesting. When you give up one of them, either perfection, you say, okay, I'll just use whatever software I have. It'll not be the best, but nothing else can be done. Either you do that, or you say, till I get that software, I'm not going to move on this. I'm just going to sit on it. Either of these is what is delusion. Swamiji says it's the only sin that you do in life is getting stuck. Because cosmos never feels stuck. You never see the planet saying, oh, this planet is in my way, I cannot move anymore. No, the planets move, and automatically, because of that cosmic intelligence of the cosmos, it all happens perfectly. Can I have all of you share once, telling me how you're able to see this in your life, where you tend to stop moving because you get stuck. You get stuck in life because you think that, okay, it has to be perfect and I cannot make it perfect. Ma Yanan Mang, Ma Luluni, Ma Margarita, Ma Pinuchen, can all of you type up quickly in the chat whatever you understood from this session? Ma Sumita, Ma Susan, Ma Revati, can I request all of you, Ma Parvati, Ma Donna, can I request all of you to share in the chat what did you understand from this session? Ma Gwenel, Ma Sanichan, Ma Candice. Okay, Ma Prithvi is saying, yes, I feel stuck, but Swamiji made it clear to move on no matter what. The understanding, Ma, see, even the stuckness comes, it may be feeling stuck, but if it stops your actions, then it becomes really being stuck. Don't allow that stuck to define your life. When you feel stuck, then you become active again. See, now let's take an example. Let's say that you need to, you have to get through to someone, you want to talk to someone really badly, and you need to make it happen, and the person is not picking up your call. So you say, okay, I cannot make this thing happen in my life. It's impossible. And you just leave it and don't do anything on it anymore. When this happens, that is what is feeling stuck. That is the only sin in life where you will not be able to move anymore. Because Swamiji says that you can either expand or shrink. There's no such thing as stopping. So when you get stuck, what actually happens is the expansion stops and shrinking starts. So let's say you want to start a business. You think first, okay, let me get a good place. Let me get some good client people who I'm going to hire, some good employees. Let everything be in place. Let me get the money. And then I'll start. And then you're waiting for these things to happen. You wait and wait and wait, and you're just stuck over there, and you never start the business you want to. It happens in so many aspects of our life. You really want to become healthy, and you want to work on your body, make yourself healthy, but you don't have the time to go to gym. You don't have the time, the equipment, the energy to do it. So you say, okay, I'll do it later when everything is set in my life. Then when I have all the time I need, when my family is completely settled, I have no more financial issues, then I'll start working on my health. And you never start until it's too late. Yes, Ma Yunjin Chin is saying, keep working, and do not feel stuck in any action. Keep moving, keep being active. Just let activism be your lifestyle. And do not, yes, Ma Yunjin Chin, you have got a very beautiful point. Do not entertain the thought of feeling stuck. That is so important. Because many times we start to think that it's okay to be stuck in life. And that is where the biggest problem starts. Can we have everyone else also? You can post your understandings. What was the clicks you had from this session? Okay, Ma Mahaguhamba has shared. I'm an artist, but I was feeling stuck and make everything stop happening in my work. Yes, Ma Mahaguhamba. Today in the darshan, you will see how so much energy will just flow through you, and ma, this click you have had will reflect directly in your life and in your power manifestation. This is, I can guarantee it to you, ma. Never getting stuck. See, the things will happen in your life. Ma Stephanie, what you've shared is so beautiful. How things will take time in your life to happen. The proverb which you shared, where good things sometimes take time, that is our perception. Sometimes we see, yes, it's not happening yet. But when you step back and look, that is when you see how the larger plan of the universe is that if you get stuck, you'll never be able to manifest that. But if you continue moving, then you will see how the manifestation happens in your life. Now let's do a quick exercise. Please pen down 11 major areas in your life where you are feeling stuck. Let's take the example of you want to increase your monthly income, but you do not know how, and your current job is not giving you the financial freedom you want. It's taking up all your time and energy. Neither have the time to look for other options, nor able to grow in your current job, and you feel stuck. So this is one example. Or else you really want to develop a good business partnership with someone you know, but they're not, somehow you're not able to get in touch with them, nor you're able to find someone else. So you're stuck in this. Like this, we may feel stuck in multiple dimensions of our life: health, relationships, career. Ma Guhamba, Ma Maha Guhamba, you can also pen down this. Where all you're feeling stuck in your life. Swamiji says that when you are able to diagnose the problem, the only thing to find a solution is diagnosing the problem right. So let's sit for a few minutes and pen down all the areas of our life where we are feeling stuck. Now, have you all finished penning down where all we're stuck? Ma Yunjin Chin has also posted. Did we all finish? Ma Kareen, Ma Sharmin, Ma Mahaguhamba, Maxi Chen. Have you all finished penning down? Now we can move on to the second step. Now you're going to decide consciously to come out of this feeling stuck pattern through intense action. What is this? Decide to start 11 projects today. Now you're going to decide to start multiple projects. See, everywhere you're stuck, decide to take it to the next level and work. For each project, pen down now how you're going to, for each of these situations that you have written where you're feeling stuck, decide. Now physically plan, decide how you're going to come out of this feeling stuck pattern. For example, you're saying that you're not able to, let's say you're an author and you're having the so-called writer's block and you're not able to continue. Decide now that I will write 5 new chapters in this book and I will start another book as your active project. In these 11 parts, decide now how you're going to get active. If you're doing 2 projects, take up 5. Expand. In all the places you see that you are stuck, expand in those places. Become intensely active in every situation of your life. Decide, ferociously decide, consciously decide that you are going to now expand, not encourage this feeling stuck in your life at any aspect. There can be no part of my life where I am going to be stuck. Every point, I'm going to only have a constant expansion. Because being stuck means actually shrinking. It is when can we all post our declaration in the chat? Let's all take a minute. Ma Pinyu Chen, Ma Yunjin Chin, Ma Guxia Lee, Ma Mahaguhamba, Ma Stephanie, Ma Minyuan, Ma Janet, Ma Jenny Tran, Ma Candice, all of you, Ma Prithvi, you can all post now. Declare your expansion. See, when we put it in words, we are strengthening that decision in our life. Every time you take a decision from a particular thought current, you are strengthening that thought current in your life. Malita Sege, you're saying I have many projects like that. I outline them and get their details down, but then I do not seem to be able to push them through to complete manifestation. In what way can I solve that part, please? Does this mean I'm focusing on too many things and therefore stuck because of that? Ma, you have actually asked a very beautiful question that I think many people will have that feeling where am I putting my energy on too many things and therefore I am stuck? See, there is this fundamental cognition we have. If I put my energy in too many things, then I won't be able to be excellent in one. I won't be able to be successful in one. We have the term the jack of all trades, where they say that you know a little bit of everything, but you don't know anything completely, right? This fundamentally, Swamiji says, is a product of the modern day understanding of division, where everything is divided. If I want to be a successful lawyer, then I have to spend all my time in studying law, in working in law. If I want to be a successful doctor, then I have to spend all my time in that to be successful in that. This idea, Swamiji says, is what causes boredom in life, causes this whole feeling stuck. It is when you put your whole attention on one project is when you feel stuck, ma. Swamiji, you would have heard, you've been attending so many programs, how he says, if you take up 10 projects, you may be successful in 5, you will fail in 5. If you take up 100 projects, you may be successful in 30, and you may be successful, you may fail in 30 projects, but you'll be successful in 100 projects. If you take up 1,000,000 projects, you may fail even in if you take up 1,000 projects, you may fail in 500 projects, but you will be successful in 1,000,000 projects. Because fundamentally it is activism. Swamiji said yesterday during the abundance webinar, when you increase your activism, just increase your waking hours, abundance will happen. Because you are realizing your true potential. See, ma, fundamentally you are Paramashiva. Malita, you are Paramashiva. You have the capability to manifest universes, sustain universes, destroy universes, rejuvenate universes, delude and liberate universes at the same time over zillions of years in the present moment. This is our true possibility. When we realize this, when we get active, we will realize this, ma. Why is it not becoming a reality? You have to look in and see where you're allowing yourself to be stuck in them. Why are you feeling you can't manifest them? Sometimes we feel, oh, I do not have enough time. This is the biggest thing that all of us feel. I do not have enough time. Fundamentally, time is a delusion. When you decide to get active, ma, when you get integrated, authentic, responsible, time will just manifest. Ma, if you're finding yourself stuck in one project, put your attention in another project. That also gets stuck, put it in another. Automatically, that activism will clear up whatever problems are happening. Now, let's enter into the power manifestation. So, in the first round, we all connected with the Vayu Deva, with the wind element. Now, in this round, we will be manifesting the power of Vayu Shakti, where we're going to be turning off a flame using the power of wind.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham
So can I request all the participants, light a lamp. In this round, we're going to be playing with the wind element to turn off a flame. So I know previously people have raised issues where they're not allowed to have fire in the place where they are. Ma Mahaguhamba, thank you Ma for posting. You will see how everything gets manifested when you see it from a context of power manifestation, from this new click that you have had. As Nataraja, where all the Panchakrityas are happening simultaneously as a dance, as a play, not with some serious work or some effort that needs to be put in. So if you do not have a lamp, the ability to light a lamp or a candle, you may keep a paper or a feather in your hand, which you're going to, you can keep it in front of you, and with the wind, you're going to blow it. Let's remember again, powerful cognition, connecting from the space of oneness with the nature. In the intense space of love, oneness, friendliness with nature, you're going to do the power manifestation. Remember, Vayudeva is waiting to respond to you. Swamiji says that Paramashiva is not going to get jealous when you declare Shivoham, when you declare Paramashivoham. He's not going to feel threatened by you. He's waiting to shower himself on you. Just your yes will make him pour through you for the power manifestation to happen. Ma Zolin Lim, you have asked a very beautiful question where you say, can you clarify what you mean when you said time will manifest? Do you mean that we'll be able to sleep lesser, or we will have more, so we have more time? Or will we experience the illusion that we will have more time to do more things? Thank you. Ma Zolin, I think the first cognition we have to understand, time is an illusion. It's not that we'll experience an illusion. Right now, time itself does not exist. If you actually look at it, right, there is no physical material you can say as time. As humans, we're conditioned to believe only what we see with our eyes, what we hear with our ears, what we experience through our five senses. But actually, there is no experience of time we have other than as change, right? The only way we experience time is as change, which is actually an illusion. That is why you will see that when you're sitting with your friend where you're having such a great time, You literally lose track of time. Or sometimes in darshan, you'll be like, darshan just started, how come it's already over? And when you look at the time, it would have been 2 hours or 3 hours. Or else, let's say you're in your college, you're sitting in front of your professor and you're checking the time every 5 seconds and you're like, why is the clock not moving? It's already been at least 10 minutes, but the clock has not moved even an inch. This is because time itself is actually a subjective experience, the way we know it. I always share this incident that Swamiji shared, where when he went to meet the pontiff of a very big monastery temple complex in India, Swamiji went to meet him. And he was running a temple, he was running a monastery, he had meetings, he had various rituals he had to attend to. But in his personal living space, in that pontiff's room, in that Pithadishwar's room, there were so many clocks. The walls were filled with clocks. Different time. That was the funniest thing. Each clock had a different time on it. And when he inquired and he asked the Adinam head, what is this? He said, no, whenever I want it to be a certain time, I just pick up that clock and I choose it as that time. A head of a monastery, running a successful monastery, a successful temple, attending all the meetings, the rituals, the projects he needs to, functions by choosing what time he wants to. This is a possibility for all of us. When we are able to understand the nature of the universe, when we are able to play with the wind element, you'll be able to play with time. Fundamentally, when you're able to play with the wind element, you're able to play with time. Because our time is actually subjective. It's not a physical entity out there. The amount of gap you have in your thoughts defines your time. That is why in the Swarga Loka, in the Deva Loka, 1 year for us is 1 day for them. It keeps going progressively the higher lokas you go, because the gap between the thoughts becomes more. And Swamiji says it is that inner chatter which is the microcosmic manifestation of the air element. The macrocosm, we see it as air, and the microcosm, we see it as our inner chatter, as our thoughts. So when we are able to get that gap between our thoughts, ma, you will actually see physically, ma, time will expand for you. Now you say I have 1 hour, I'm able to go to 10 places and do 10 projects. You will see in that same hour, 100 things will happen and you will not realize how. We have had sharings from so many devotees where Swamiji is talking and talking, something is supposed to start in 1 minute and the 1 minute is not even getting over. Where Swamiji is talking, he's getting some things, he's sending some things, he's doing some things, he's attending to some people. There's 1 minute for the screen to open. We have so many Ajinavasis who have shared this. But the time does not move. You will be able to manifest this in your life. Ma Zolin Lim, are you understanding this, ma? Are you understanding? How you will be able to expand time when you do the power manifestation? Yes, ma. So let's all, we have a few more minutes to do the power manifestation. Understand that when you play with the wind element, you are directly playing with that aspect of the cosmos. The time of the cosmos you can change. When you play with the earth element, you can directly change the length of the cosmos. When you play with the water element, you can directly change the breadth of the cosmos. When you play with the fire element, you can directly change the depth of the cosmos. And when you play with your space, you are changing the whole ether, the whole akasha of the cosmos. Chant the Mahavakya. Let your inner space become filled with Swamiji. Ma Zolin, if you have been beginning to sleep lesser as a natural process and you have more time to do multiple things without any sort of psychological imbalance and physical imbalance, that is a manifestation. There's a power itself. It's called Kutakesha, which actually is a name of Arjuna also is called Gudakesha. Gudakesha power initiation, where you go completely beyond sleep. So Ma, if you're manifesting that is awesome. You can make a sharing. Share it on the Paramashivoham Facebook page. It will be so beautiful for people to understand how you no longer have to have sleep as a defining factor in your life. Let's continue the manifestation.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Ma Mahaguhamba, see, I told you, Ma, the manifestation will happen. The click you had will manifest as powers. Ma Mahaguhamba has shared, you moved the paper in oneness with Swamiji. That's so beautiful, Ma. See, Ma, that will, you will see, I promise you, I can guarantee you, based on this manifestation, now your whole life will shift. Wherever you're feeling stuck, you will see the manifestation happen, Ma. See, the click is what manifests as powers. It's so important. Ma, you can do it again and again. See, now, master this power. Take a video, a timestamp video of your manifestation. Post it, share it. Make this your life. The way I can manifest my life. Now, we are going to be entering into the next session. This next session is a very exciting session on DNA. Yes, super DNA. What we are using now is what we call as the junk DNA. The DNA which is only active right now is the basic 2 strands. But what modern day science calls the junk DNA, Swamiji says it's the Jivatman DNA. It is the part of you that is connected to Paramashiva. So let's now hear from Swamiji about this extraordinary power of super DNA.
I have something about indigo children, so that you understand the super DNA. See, children born throughout the history of humanity to raise the frequency of the planet and human consciousness, having more than 2 strands of DNA, active DNA, are called indigo children or rainbow children, crystal children. There are 3-4 names. Please understand, throughout the history, the kids are born. When they are taking birth, something extraordinary is in them. And now science is proving clearly more than 2 strands of DNA is active in them. They are called indigo kids. And Throughout the history, there are references, these indigo kids were there. The core human DNA imprint is built on 12-strand structure, which says human form was designed to embody 12 dimensions of conscious awareness. I always used to talk about these 11 dimensions. The 12th is the Shiva state. We can have our own brand name, Nithyananda state, whatever. Fully awakened, Shiva consciousness. Please understand, these are the Shastra Pramanas, means the eternal truths revealed by modern day rishis. Then I will add my understanding about these 12 strands, human body, and 2 strands being active, more than 2 strands being active in kids, and how it happens. It's from a scientist and researcher, Cheryl Kakshialansa. The junk DNA or a dormant DNA activation is a tremendous gift to accelerate the spiritual awakening of collective consciousness on the planet. This is a quotation, means some research from that person. A person with 2 strands of DNA with only 1 strand active is like a computer with access to only 16 MB RAM memory. Can run only few programs. Once the DNA is activated, it's like giving internet connection. You can access anything by intent and intuition. Please understand, these are not my words. These are the collections from different researchers and discoveries. The dormant DNA activation level controls your frequency. Every time when a DNA is activated, you download higher consciousness from soul, identity, and attract people, places, events of similar high frequency. Again, it may look like my words, it is not my words. What I am going to add is my words. These are exact quotations I am reading out from different scientists and people who are specialists in this field, researchers. DNA activation not only has an effect on the individual, but this change will affect the individual's ancestors, 3 to 5 generations in the past as well as 3 to 5 generations in the future. This is one of the important revelation. In the Sannyas Upanishads, there is a very clear mention. If one person takes sannyas and elevates his consciousness, sannyas is nothing but awakening the different layers of your DNA. It says very clearly, Munned Janmatirkum, Pinned Janmatirkum, Piravikkadan Tirthan, Beramagan, Neettargadan Sannyasi. It's exact translation I am giving you from the Tamil Vedantic scriptures like Kaivalyanavanitam in all these literatures. So that says, when somebody takes sannyas and raises his frequency, please understand, not the after 7th generation of you. Don't think only the after 7th generation, not just after 7th generation, before 7th generation, who passed away, who left the body, their frequency is raised. In Vedic tradition, there is a story called Bhagiratha story. His ancestors were cursed by a rishi, Kapila only, who is the father of our tradition, Nirvaniya Kada. Kapil was disturbed by these guys, so he cursed them, and they all became ashes. He did not even curse actually, he opened the eyes, the power of his eyes, and the karma they did burnt them completely. So, in his generation, the 3rd generation person was in their generation, 3rd was the Bhagiratha. So what to do? What is the way to liberate them? They all have become just heap of ash. The only way for liberating them is bringing Ganga and sprinkling that water on them. Means that raising their consciousness through the Amrita nectar, the spiritual nectar. And he does tapas, brings the Ganga to planet Earth. Means infusing consciousness into their dead DNA structure. Please understand, infusing consciousness into the dead DNA structure was a science available in Indian tradition. In Chennai, Mylapore, there was a Chettiar girl, Pumbavai. She died in the snake bite. So her remains, relics was preserved by her father in a pot. So Thiruñāna Sambandar, a great saint who knows the science of DNA. Among the modern day saints, modern day means, sorry, I should not use the word modern day, among the recent day saints, in the Vedic tradition, 1000 years means recent days. The recent day saints, this Jnana Sambandar and Tirunavukkarasar, these two have shown physically the science of DNA in their life, doing miracles. That they showed that they had a power over a DNA structure. He gave life. He infused consciousness into the DNA and liberated her. So, the same thing Bhagirata did. Please understand, when you raise the frequency of your DNA, you can connect with 7th generation wherever, whatever state they are in. If they already taken new birth, you can elevate them. I tell you, many of you guys have come to me because your sons have raised their frequency. Your 2 generation before son has raised his frequency. So suddenly, for no reason, you feel connected to me. Because he raised his frequency, your frequency is raised. And you do not even know why you decided to come and be with a Swami. Sometimes you can think your background and what you are doing now is completely unconnected. Understand? 2 generations before, the sons or daughters you gave birth, somebody has raised their frequency. That is having effect on you. One more thing, I always tell people, whenever their parents or somebody passes away in the family, I tell them, don't suffer. If you suffer, you will stop their journey, further journey. You will not give them beautiful farewell. Because whether you like it or not, want it or not, our biomemories and DNAs are interconnected. Thoroughly interconnected. Thoroughly interconnected. Our biomemories and DNAs are interconnected. You can see. I have seen in my experience many times with many disciples. If the father or mother passed away, even though they are not physically attached, psychologically attached, suddenly physically they will be down. And the suffering and pain will be there. Because the biomemory is down. Biomemory is down. So, if you elevate your consciousness, naturally like Bhagirata, you will infuse life into the DNA structure of your ancestors and raise their very frequency. If they are in Pitruloka, you will promote them to a higher level. If they are in Bhuloka, you will elevate them to higher consciousness. Wherever they are, see, it's like when you beat the water, both sides, the water will splash. Same way, when you beat the consciousness and raise yourself, not just future, even the past will be raised. Because, one more thing, unfortunately you can only see future. You do not have the energy to look into the past, but I can see past. That's why I am telling you, it is possible. It is possible. It is just possible. So I have some more researches, but first I will finish one by one. So I have brought some 3-4 important truths today. I'll first talk one after another. First thing, children born throughout the history of humanity to raise the frequency of the planet that have more than 2 strands of active DNA. They are called indigo children. Fortunately, after the 60s and 70s, the 60 rebels and 70 hippies, most of them were indigo children. Please understand. The 60 rebels, 70 hippies. The 60s there is a huge rebel movement started. The 70s there is a huge hippie movement started. Many of them were indigo children. Unfortunately, the society is so cunning, so frozen, unable to accommodate them, labeled them as negative and push them aside. And they are made to negative, nothing else. And recently, after 90s, enormous amount, please understand, the guys who are working on this line, they are saying something like a 40 times more kids than the 60s and 70s are taking birth whose DNA is more than 2 strands active. Please understand. Huge number of kids whose DNAs are active more than 2 strands. Means the multi-dimensional kids are taking birth. And another important thing, the core human DNA imprint is built on 12-strand structure. Means it can radiate, it can embody 12 dimensions of conscious awareness. I think I have spoken on this 11th dimension in a very detailed way. I may not spend much time on this 11th dimension. The 12th is the ultimate Siva consciousness which can't be described. When you experience the 12th, you are an incarnation. That's all. So, there's a second truth. I want you to know the third truth is, I think I already read out, the person with 2 strands of DNA is only with a 16 MB RAM memory. And the DNA structure is activated. Once the DNA is activated, it's like giving internet connection. You can access anything by intent and intuition. So all other things as I read out. First I wanted to explain how to, because that is my unique thing. How to activate more than one DNA strand in you. Because most of the human beings have only one DNA activation. When you become a seeker, ready to take the risk of renouncing the sensual pleasure for something which you don't understand, the second DNA gets awakened. Second strand DNA gets awakened. Practically all of you, second strand DNA gets awakened. Because even for 1 month, if you have just 2 meals and taking bath twice a day and not having sex for something which you are not really tangible enough now. See, at least none of you have any tangible idea why you are doing that. Maybe you have the trust over Apta Pramana. Oh, if this guy is enlightened and this is what enlightenment, I would like to have it. That's all. That's all is the reason why you are eating twice a day and taking bath twice a day and abstaining from the sex and abstaining from all pleasures and everything. So this proves very clearly your second strand DNA is already awakened. How to awaken the next level strand DNAs? Understand? I'll give you exact that how. I don't want to use the old words. If I use the old words, You will say, oh, I know about it, it's okay. I tried it, not working out, so I am not going to be, I will not be able to awaken the third strand of DNA. No, you can. You can. Please understand. Remember who you are really. Remember who you are really. So naturally, like a lump you will feel, one part is that identity which you are showing to the world. Then one part will say, no, this is not, because this changes. I myself can convince myself to change the identity which I am projecting to the world in half an hour and can change it into another one. Is it not? See, sometimes when you are not able to maintain that identity, or when that identity gives you suffering, in half an hour, one cycle of time, one circle of time, the 21 minutes, you sit and talk to yourself and change it. Is it not? Then how can you be that? Not. It's liquid. It's changing. How can that be the me? No. Then what is me? What is me? In few minutes, naturally, you will feel there is some point in which you are cornering you. What is me? A kind of a silent awareness for a few seconds. Then what will happen? Because you are not able to be in the pressure of cornering you, it just gets bumped. It goes away to some subject or object, or it goes away something, and this idea gets lost. Means the third DNA, third strand DNA you are touching, but it is kicking you back. Hey, get out, don't come here. I am not interested in waking up now. I want to sleep a little more time. That is where you need seeking. Telling, no. I am not just going to build my body, I am going to build my DNA structure. I tell you, with seeking, do weightlifting. That will get into your DNA structure. With awareness, when you lift the weight, feel the tremendous pressure, not pain. Understand, when you are with awareness, it will never be a pain. It can only be called as pressure on your muscles and system. With that heavy pressure, but decide, no. I feel by this lifting, I'll change my DNA structure because Swamiji has told, I am going to do that. With awareness, with seeking, go on doing which your muscle does not want to do. First step, see who am I. The lump of the identity and lump of the identity which negates the identity. These two are you as on now. Please understand. If I use the example of this apple, this part which you are seeing is what you are showing to the world. This part which you are not able to see is the part which has ability to change this part. You understand? When this part has some suffering, or when this part is not trustworthy, this part takes over and changes this part. You understand? So see, which is the part which has the ability to change this part. So you will see this part, the unknown part of you, has the ability to reason with this part and alter, transform, change within 21 minutes. That is why you are able to get out of depression or get into depression. The possibility for getting in or getting out exists. Because there is some part of you which has the ability to change what you think as you. You understand? So now, if that can be changed, how can that be you? No, it cannot be. Is it not? Then dig, who is that me? Who is that me? Whenever you are thrown out, again without repenting, dig. With intense seeking. No. I am clear. I am going to awaken the extra higher strands of DNA. If you feel no, that is not that inspiring. Who knows what is 12 strands, DNA and all that. Then at least see, here is a person whose all strands of DNA is awakened. What game he is playing, what life he is living, how he is. Then take this as an inspiration and push yourself. That's all. I tell you, intense seeking simply awakens at least 4 to 5 strands of DNA. Nothing else. Nothing else. You don't need any sadhana. Just intense craving. See, the intense craving suddenly makes this apple grow into 3-4. It's like that seed becoming a simply 4-5 apples. Like one stem cell becoming 2-3. Same way, it just becomes many. So slowly the identity which you are showing becomes a superficial small part of you. It is no more half of you, it is half of you. Not half of you, it is half of you. Understand? It is not that I do not have identity which I am showing to you all. It is not half of me, it is half of me. The identity which you are showing to the world, if it is half of you, you are man. If it is half of you, you are God. It's not that will not be there in you, but it will be half of you. Biggest job, I can say biggest job on the world, on the planet Earth, is keeping the seeking alive in people. I tell you. God assumes human body only for this job of keeping seeking alive in human beings. Understand? It has 5 jobs. ஆக்குவாய் காப்பாய் அழிப்பாய் அருள் தருவாய் போக்குவாய் என்னை புகுவிப்பாய் என்றொழும்பில். 5 job: creation, maintenance, destruction, putting people into maya, illusion, and liberating them. This 5 job. First 4, creating, maintaining, destroying, and putting them into illusion, he does not need to move his butt. He can just lie down, Ananda Sayana, and he can be in Yoga Nidra. It goes on. Nothing needs to be done. And he can be in Samadhi in Kailash, or he can be in Yoga Nidra in Vaikunta. No problem. It goes on. But to keep seeking alive in human beings, he has to assume human body. Understand? Then most difficult job on the planet Earth is keeping seeking alive in human beings. Understand? Keeping the seeking alive. One more thing. Whenever you feel the seeking has dried up, don't worry. The next strand of DNA is getting awakened. You are progressing. Don't think my 3 years life is wasted, 4 years life is wasted, 5 years life is wasted. No. Next strand of DNA is getting awakened. How can something be wasted? Understand? Very beautifully Shankara says, even one sloka of Bhagavad Gita chanting, little Ganga water drinking, once casually saying Krishna Govinda cannot be wasted. Even that cannot go as waste. Then how can so many years meditating or practicing or being around the master can go waste? No. Next strand of DNA is getting awakened. That is why the dry land. That is why the dry scene. Usually after the 5-6 strands of DNA awakened, next DNA awakening will not be painful. That is what I call enlightenment. You understand? Usually for a normal man, I can say 6 strands of DNA. But till the 6 strands of DNA, when you cross every strand, you will always look back. Means, oh, am I doing right or wrong? It's painful. I think I am wasting time. Why not get married and suffer? Sorry, get married and be happy. At least when you think, that's what you think. Or why not do this? Why not do that? It's almost like you are being pushed to the wall. But after 6th, no. After 6th, any transition of that next strand of DNA awakening, there will not be any pain. It's just smooth thing. That's what I am saying. See, 0 to 6, 1 will be always awakened the moment you have the body. And the second will be awakened the moment you start seeking. And the 2nd to 6th is enlightenment period. The 6th to 12th is the incarnation period. By the time the 12th is awakened, you are an incarnation. And one more thing, after the 12th is awakened, there are hundreds of new layers opens up. That is what the new layers, when it opens up, that is what is Purnavatara. Means that so many different truths and revelations constantly being revealed to the world. Constantly being shared to the world. So the essence is 3 things. First, see who am I. The personality which can be changed is not you. So dig, then who am I? When you feel you are hitting the dead end or suffocation, increase the seeking, intensity, passion, and look again. When I say again, again and again and again and again, till you awaken the next strand of DNA, next strand of DNA, next strand of DNA.
The science of DNA. Actually, for how many of you this gave a completely new perspective about DNA? Can I request everyone to share? Very nice. Actually, I'm seeing so many of you sitting and very sincerely listening. It's very nice to see it because what we're covering today is a very, very important aspect. You may think, oh, DNA, okay, it's just there. But remember that has a very, very important role to play. It has a very powerful and a very significant impact in your system. So we are covering that aspect today, which is very, very important for all of us. So, and on that note, before we enter further, I just have a quick reminder to all the participants. For today's darshan, for today's initiation, I request and encourage all of you to reach out to your friends, family members, and please invite all of them for today's initiation because it's a very, very powerful initiation. What we're having today, it is directly going to be working on awakening your DNA. So don't miss, if any of your family members or friends are there, please invite them so that they can as well join.
Very beautifully, Swamiji was making all of us understand about what is DNA, how we can awaken the various strands of our DNA. Swamiji explained about the indigo children. Swamiji explained to us the example of Pumbavai, how Trinyana Sambandar awakened the DNA from a dead person's DNA and gave life to her. And we saw various examples, case studies, and amazing revelations in detail with a lot of depth about this one concept of DNA. You might be wondering, but what can this knowledge do to me? Like when I know about DNA, what can it potentially help me with? Understand, just even imagine how about having the ability to live the longest. Like you literally have the power to live as long as you want, or you literally have the power to decide what time you want to leave the body. And many of us even believe that if I am born in a particular family that has a history of, let's say, diabetes, then you are already prone to believing that diabetes is going to be coming for you. Swamiji gave us a very, very important revelation. See, because this earlier belief that you carry about your DNA, how the genes operate, it is only going to make you feel more in an enslaved manner. Oh, it's in someone else's hand. I have to suffer. You look, it's not just my lifestyle. It's just that I have the DNA, the genes to get diabetes, so I'm going to get diabetes. Like this, we are having a particular type of thinking where we feel very victimized and powerless inside of us. Am I right? This is the way how we are taught about DNA, the way DNA works. These revelations we just listened to from Swamiji are from various time frames, much before, like 2004, 2009, 2007, like very a few years before Swamiji had revealed this science. Very recently, there has been groundbreaking scientific discoveries. The study field is known as epigenetics. Many of you might be familiar with it, especially if you're a biology student, definitely you would have come across this, where they discovered evidences to show what Swamiji had revealed was actually very true. Scientists have discovered that. Swamiji had revealed about how just with our thoughts, with our lifestyle, and with the initiation from the Guru, our DNA can be altered, reprogrammed. Certain genes can be turned on, certain genes can be turned off. And very recent studies prove how, even scientifically, prove this to be true and right. So today's initiation that all of us are going to be receiving is going to be awakening not just our DNA, but in a much deeper level, the DNA's connection with our consciousness. What is consciousness? How with our conscious will you can alter the DNA, and there is a connection between our DNA and our consciousness.
So
And that connection is what we are going to be literally, Swamiji is going to be cutting those knots and reprogramming the connection. So if you have any relatives that are suffering with any genetic issues, it might be diabetes, even cancer, because most of the times the doctors tell you that if it's a genetic disease, there is no cure at all for it. Because at least that's what currently is the situation with our modern day science. Any such people that you know, we urge you to invite them right away, because now we have already entered into the subject. We are going to
also
be
even all those people who are having, see, one is even genetic disorders or something like that, but also even children and who are going to universities, colleges, we can invite them as well, because awakening the strands of the DNA means enhanced intuition, enhanced higher intelligence, IQ, everything increases. This is what Swamiji told, right? About how that a person with the two strands of DNA and only with one strand active, it is like having a 16 MB RAM in a computer. But awakening your DNA is like giving you the internet connection itself, which will enable you to access everything in the internet. Literally, like you have access to the whole cosmos. That is a science behind how the DNA works, right? And anyone, even young children, young adults, whoever you know, invite them here, because awakening your DNA, this 6 strands of DNA, awakening all of them will literally make you manifest the powers, super consciousness, being of Paramashiva. It's a very, very powerful initiation.
See, I see some of you posting. Stephanie has posted. I know about this indigo rainbow children. I read about this since many years, but not about 2 or 3 DNA strains. Now, Christine Jones also has posted. That was very interesting. I have heard a lot about indigo children, but didn't really know much about it. Wonderful. I just want to say, amazing, good that, see, now both of you, because you have even learned about the indigo children, it will be very easy for you to understand and grasp what Swamiji had revealed about it. How, when you are born, the moment you assume the body, the first layer of the DNA is already awakened for you. There are a huge chunk of people that live just with this one DNA strand awakened, live their entire life and die. There are other people who, with their conscious will and effort, whether it's lifestyle, like whenever you tap your highest potential, with a lot of especially when you hit your puberty and you change your dynamics physically and consciously, all of these are the stages where even second level DNA, the second strand of your DNA gets awakened. Indigo children or the gifted children or the rainbow children, these are the various terms for those children for who, they're sometimes even identified as child prodigies because they have more than this 2 or 3 strands of their DNAs awakened. This enables them to live their life in a much higher possible way. Actually, today's initiation is going to awaken some of the deeper strands in you to help you elevate your very conscious, the way how you live, how you exist can transform phenomenally. Alexander is asking, do we have a quick join-in session link, please? Yes, our support desk team would post you the join link, where you can just send it to your friends or family members who you want to invite. But I really request all of you to do it right away, because this session and the further sessions are going to be very important for preparing for today's initiation. So please take a few minutes and quickly go and invite all the family members and friends, especially people that are suffering with genetic issues, because this program today is going to be directly addressing them. Zolin Lim has asked, which DNA are we activating today? Yes, you're going to be activating the Jivatman DNA, which is there inside of you, like how beautifully Swamiji explained. All of us have what scientists call the remaining 9 strands of DNA as junk DNA, but Swamiji says that is the Jivatman DNA, which holds a lot of powers within it. And that DNA is what Swamiji is going to be awakening today. And more than that, Swamiji is going to be specifically awakening and reprogramming the connections that are there within your deeper DNA level. We're going to talk about that in some time. So make sure that you're inviting all your family members and friends right away itself, so they don't miss out on any of them. Now let's enter into the exercise.
She revealed to all of us, right, about understanding the awakening of these DNA strands in us. Usually for a normal man, 6 strands of DNA gets awakened. But till the 6 strands of DNA, when you cross every strand, you will always look back. Means, oh, am I doing it right or wrong? Is it going the right direction or wrong? Is it painful or am I wasting my time? Why this? Why that? But after the 6 strands awakens, it's just a smooth transition one to another. Swamiji tells, right? Remember who you are really. So naturally, like a lump, you will feel like one part is that identity which you are showing to the world. Then one part will say, no, 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 it's not because of that changes. When you are not able to maintain that identity, or when that identity gives you suffering in half an hour, one cycle of time, in 21 minutes, you sit and talk to yourself and change. See, please understand, every one of us have this DNA in us. Science calls it junk DNA, but it's Jivatman DNA. Means there are so many hidden potentials that is there inside of us, which just by awakening the DNA can be awakened. Just take a few minutes. Identify what are those attributes on which your identity is built. If you feel like you're a good singer, again revisit it. If you feel you're a good dancer, revisit it. Keep asking questions to all your identity on what is your identity built. Just keep penning that down. Take a few minutes, just keep writing this down. all of you have written down? Okay. So now, all of us are going to be entering into a next very, very important aspect. See, please understand. When you feel that, you are going to that last point where, beyond this, it's not going to be possible, all of those thoughts, when you just awaken your DNA, all of these extraordinary abilities, which even you would have not known is already existing in you, gets awakened. And today, science is beginning to catch up with this concept of DNA awakening. Science is beginning to understand about this concept of what is awakening the DNA, what it means to, to be able to enable you to access your own higher dimensions. So your DNA is like the supercomputer. It stores all the information about you in your current life, your past lives, in all your births put together. And that is what is this Jivatman DNA. Many of this information might not be relevant to you, let's say, in your 9 to 5 job, but it is relevant to you in your consciousness evolving. It is relevant to you in your consciousness taking that leap to the next level, to the breakthrough in the next level. That is why DNA awakening plays a key role in your ability to manifest these extraordinary powers. So, are all of you understanding? Yes. Now, all of us are going to be entering into the power manifestation session. So, let me start with this question. From morning, how many of you have started manifesting? How many of you have were able to manifest? Like you gave a command and you actually felt that the wind or the nature listened to you. Can I request you all to post in chat? How many of you felt ki, like, actually the wind listened to you? Yes, Ma Mahaguhambananda is saying you manifested. Beautiful. All the others, how about you all? Ma Zengxin, is this your first time? Okay, interesting. Ma Sadandritta Priye, Nithyanandam. Actually, just look around you, right? Ma Mary Mahabri, not yet, no problem. Who all have not yet manifested? Okay, Ma Prithvi is saying you're yet to feel. Okay, sure, no problem. See, listen very carefully. For all of you who are manifesting, we are going to be going layer by layer by layer. Okay, fire, wind element, and then water element and space element. Listen very carefully. You don't need to try and conquer it. Don't try to say, like, oh, I want it and I'm commanding it has to listen to me. No, it doesn't work that way. For you to listen to it, for you to experience it, you need to first build that space of friendliness, oneness with it. That's why Swamiji uses a very careful word. Swamiji says the oneness with wind. It's not, you're not building power over the wind, you're building oneness with the wind. So understand, you're all going to be now connecting to the elements of the nature in front of you, and understand you can actually manifest. Just by your conscious will, you can command the sun, the moon, everything to listen to you. See, I'll tell you one basic cognition in Gurukul that we're all taught. Let me give you all a scenario, an example. Let's say you have a meeting coming up. This is for all of you, okay? So let's say you have a very important meeting coming up. You've been waiting for this for days together and you're about to go, but suddenly it starts raining heavily. Like it's unbearable and it starts raining heavily. Okay? So what will you do? Each of you can post your answers. What will you do to reach? If it's raining and it doesn't stop raining and you have a meeting to go to. So if you are in such a scenario, what will you do? You all can post it in the chat. You will still go, okay? Probably take an umbrella or raincoat. Okay, many of you posting, you'll go, or all right. Or sometimes you may cancel it. Correct, makes sense. You may cancel it. Okay. Now, the exact same thing. What will a Gurukul kid do when you are initiated with the power? If we are in such a scenario, we will just connect, stop the rain, and go, and we'll ask the rain to continue, and the rain will continue. That's the key. In Gurukul, this is literally the lifestyle that we live. Ask any kids, we all do the Rudra Homa every day, right? And every single day, without fail, it will rain. When we ask it to rain, it rains. When we stop the rain, it stops. Listen, it is not that, you'll think, oh, that means the wind is under my control. I am the Lord of the wind. No. When you experience tremendous friendliness, we are all so used to constantly carrying that animosity with everything around us. Because that's the way it is. We always keep individualizing ourselves. We're like, okay, this is me, this is my body, this is my skin, and that's all. There ends the thing. But just next to the skin, the breeze that touches you every moment, we forget about that. We take that for granted. We don't feel the same space of oneness with the nature, elements of nature around us. When the belt fits, the belly is forgotten. When the shoe fits, the foot is forgotten. When the tie fits, the neck is forgotten. When the watch fits, the wrist is forgotten. Every one of us are constantly living in our own juggle, constantly between so many other things around, that we literally lose that space of oneness with the nature, elements of nature around us. If you see Swamiji, when Swamiji is walking, right, he will be so aware about the surroundings. It is not just awareness in terms of like being cautious. No, he will be so sensitive and friendly with that nature around him. That's why we all have been a witness. So many times Swamiji will just declare and play with the nature, and the nature will almost instantaneously respond to Swamiji. That connect that we all have, all of us tend to miss it. This power will work on establishing yourself back to your space of oneness. Okay, let's all do one thing to manifest this power. Can I request every one of you to go to a place where you can actually see the sky? Maybe go next to the window, go to the door, go out of the door for a few minutes. Just connect to the nature. Even if it's nighttime in your house, just go to the window and see the sky, stars. Gaze at the space, feel the air. Just take a few minutes, go connect to the nature and come back. Can I request every one of you to do it? What you're going to do in this round, you're only going to play with the nature. Means don't try to say, oh, come on, I have come, it has to move. No, see, the rain is not coming, it's not listening to me, then it doesn't work for me. No, don't do any of that. Just go connect to the nature. I request every single person to do this. You're just going to feel the wind, feel the breeze, just connect to the breeze, talk to it. Like Swamiji said, the wind will reveal itself to you. Nature will reveal itself to you. You just need to connect to it like a friend. Like, for example, let's say if Ma Prithvi, if I'm your friend, I'll not think twice to ask you something. And I'll just say like, oh, Ma Prithvi, can you just do this for me? And you will do it. And you will have the same rights over me, correct? That friendship is what you need to establish with the nature. We are like that. We are made of nature. It's just that we build this animosity as we grow. Just connect to it. Don't drop any expectation, drop anything. Just go connect to the nature. Maybe touch a plant. Just speak to the nature. Connect to the nature. Express your gratitude. Don't do anything else. Just play with the nature. Talk to nature. You will literally see how it manifests. I request every one of you to do it and do it sincerely. I have done this and it is phenomenal. Every time, just when you go to the nature, connect with it, speak to it. Speak to the wind, Vayu Deva. Speak to water, speak to the trees, speak to the plant. Just go spend some time connecting with it. Come on, can I request every one of you to do this? Don't sit in your closed room and expect wind to come to you. You go to that area, you go to the place where there's wind, go to the nature, speak to it, just connect with it. See, all this while, many times we are all just so, we don't even connect to the wind that is around us. We don't connect to the nature around us. So you take the step from your side and I request every one of you to go now. So don't worry, you're not going to miss anything. I will not talk for a few minutes, so you all will not miss anything. But go, all of you go. First do this and come. Please head. Go to the window, doors. Just spend time with nature. Speak to the wind. Ask it to do something for you. Just play with it. Please start. I request everyone to do this sincerely.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Please relax. All of you can come back and settle down. Okay, so how was it this time for you all when you were manifesting? How did you all experience you going next to the wind and you building that connection? Very nice. So many of you did it. Beautiful. See, understand, it starts with first you building the space of oneness. And from there, the whole manifestation starts. When you understand that the nature is always there, it listens to you. That space gets established inside of you. All right. Now, in this same space, we're all going to be entering into the next session, understanding the power of our words, the power of our space, the Akasha Tattva.
Space, kasha. Let me use exactly the word Mahadeva uses. Akasha is modern Sanskrit word. In original Agama, the word kasha only is there. There is a possibility in that palm leaf. Sometimes this corner of the palm leaf gets broken. So, anyhow, whatever available, even the palm leaf breaking is his action only. So, what he left it for us to understand, from that the word kasha only is there. So, let's use that, that's all. Space, simple understanding, where length, breadth, depth, time, all these are dancing, vibrating. That is the aspect called space. It's a very simple understanding, but now I am going to give you how understanding space is going to have some use for you. See, ultimately our goal is to rest in the highest existence and highest consciousness, what we call as Mahasadashiva. See these simple words: feeling suffocated, irritated, I am not okay with all these simple words. Only by uttering them again and again, you create that feeling. How many of you understand this? Usage of those words avoided, that experience is also avoided. How many of you understand that? So, can you take 2-3 minutes and pen down, listen carefully. Usage of words in your space, becoming experience, few incident. When you started using these words, cherishing these words, and manifesting those experiences in your space. Just for you to understand, listen, please listen. If two objects are stuck, sound is generated. If a thought is stuck on the space, reality is generated. That's all. Thought, idea, depression, irritation, simple words. How you teach to these teenager kids, how they pick up between when you guys are fighting, I cannot tolerate this, I can't digest this, hell with it, better to die than living like this. All these words, they pick up while both of you fight. And when they use that word on their space, they generate that as an experience. You yourself have done this crime against you. First time when you did this crime, try to remember and pen down. See, where you could have avoided the word and avoided the experience, that is called freedom. You chose the word and chose the experience, After that, you, even if you don't choose the word experience does not leave you, that's called marriage. Bondage. Understand? See, first few times when you use the word, I am irritated, I am agitated, I can't tolerate this, I can't put up with this, better to die than living like this life, hell with you, all these phrases, there is tons. All these Jerry Springer shows phrases. All these words, listen, when you are using first time and manifesting them as reality, you had a choice not to use them and manifest those experiences and reality. How many of you understand that? So, but after continuous usage and those experiences produced, when that become your normalcy, that is what I can't understand this word normalcy. What is common? What is normal? Most abnormal thing is normal. Most stupid things are common. Sometimes people question me, why our kids are taught so much of importance for the language is given. Our balasans are not supposed to even utter the word no, not, all that. Avoid knowing. So much importance is given for their language, because when the language is stuck in the inner space, the reality is generated. Understand the Damaru of Mahadeva, dancing in the space of Chidambara, generates the cosmos. So the language we use inside is the Damaru of Mahadeva. Whatever is generated here becomes reality. Just remember one or two incidents and write, so you will understand when you started doing this big crime against you, using strong words and generating those ideas and experiences in your inner space stupidly. And same way, even when you use the good words, generated good words or generated bad words, when they hit the space, they become real. Whatever makes the word into real is space. Akasa, kasa. You are an adult, you can choose your words. Try to write both experiences so you understand how initially the word you generate in your space manifests reality. These three words: Taharakasha, Chidakasha, or Katakasha, or Mahakasha. This has two words, Chidakasha and Katakasha, both. Why I am using both words, if you don't manifest what you want as a reality in your space, it is called Katakasha. If you manifest your life as you want, it is called Chitakasha. The state, space where you live, the state, space where you operate. As of now, all of you are operating in this Nithyananda Sabha, am I right? So this is called Katakasha. If you don't manifest what you want as reality, but if you manifest what you want as reality in your breathing space, it's called Chidakasha. Conscious space. Katakasha means mud space. Katam is a mud pot. The space inside the mud pot has no use. The mud pot has any use of the space inside? No, you are saying Gatam. No, Gatam is used for us, not for mud pot. For mud pot, it is a beating. No, he is trying to show, no, there is a use, Gatam. Gatam music is used for whom? For us who generates, not for the Gatam. In your space, listen, your state is Taharakasha, where you exist, Tahara Vidya. Tahara Vidya means the knowledge of enlightenment science. Now whatever I am talking to you, all these can be classified as Tahara Vidya. Precisely if I have to translate that word, grounded in existence. Tahara. Grounding you in your soul, Atman, enlightenment, is called Tahara Vidya. Where you are grounded is called Taharakasha, the space of your life, alive. Your state. The words you generate there and hit you decides the state you are in. Feeling experienced, expanded, joyful, or suffocation, all is within this. How many of you are understanding? Having the whole world open for you and feeling imprisoned can be there. Sitting on one small cave, feeling enlightened can be there. Because it is on Tahara. There are many great sadhus lived in a small cave of remote Himalayas, lived such an ecstatic, glorious space. And there are many people who are flying whole day and night in the space, but feeling imprisoned inside. How many of you are understanding what I am saying? The words you utter, that creates the space you operate. That makes your breathing space as Katakasha or Chitakasha. Chitakasha means consciously generated space. Means if you are uttering all the words consciously, tuning to your life's goal, you create Chitakasha. If you are uttering why without knowing why you are uttering, or because of compulsions, and manifest default reality by fault, that is called Katakasha. Listen. Default reality is Katakasha. Conscious reality is Chitakasha. These three words, Taharakasha, Katakasha and Chitakasha, and Mahakasha. Mahakasha is whatever exists, that you don't know anything. One good thing about Akasha is it can never get corrupted. It can be easily programmed. Like electricity cannot be corrupted. It may be helping you for last 100 years, but it will not bother to kill you in 1 second if you do something wrong. Same way it may be killing so many people in so many places if something wrong is done. It will not bother to help you if you do it proper circuit. No qualities acquired, no favoritism, and no corruption. That's the quality of space. No favoritism, no quality acquired. It is all about what you want to do from now. That decides the whole programming of the space. That's all. See, only when you are initiated, you use your will. With that will, you manifest something consciously in your space. Only then soul enters into your system. Till then, soul means the jiva is not operative in your system. Your body is alive and functioning because of the Vatavarana, not because of the individual soul. He calls it Pratyagatma Chaitanya Jakratam. I will be using this word many times in the satsang also. Individual conscious will awakening and declaring its existence. If you know, yes, I exist, and I have this as a problem, this as an inspiration. Even if you have a problem, it's okay. But your individual will should perceive the problem, only then it will start cracking the code. Understand, the Katakashic existence is called accidental existence. You need to use your will persistence ferociously. You need to break the laws of Katakasha, that is called tapas. Breaking the chains of your Vatavarana by will persistence is called tapas. More tapas, more alive you will feel. That is why in Hindu tradition, if somebody wants to become a king, he will not enter into politics. He will retire to forest and start meditating for 12 years. When he becomes alive and walks into the city, the elephant comes and puts the garland and carries him and puts him on the throne of the king. Whether conquering infrastructure or internal structure, breaking Katakasha by your will is the only thing any human being need to do in the life. Katakasha is the accidental ambience you are breathing, which gives the illusion or delusion you are alive. Your existence is given a delusory idea that you are alive. Because you are breathing, you are made to believe you are alive. Like ups and downs of the wave gives the feeling as if the ocean is alive in that area, even though there is no independent individual energy exists. Listen, will is not astra, it is shastra. I'll explain these two concepts. Astra means a weapon loaded, pre-planned, pre-programmed and operated. Shastra means power is generated and immediately released is Shastra. Will cannot be programmed earlier and kept and used. No. Now you generate and you release. The good news is, does not need training. Will, to manifest will persistence and will, you need not be trained for 12 years. Person who has tried to have will for 22 years and who is beginning today, both will have the same will. Because will is the weapon from the space which cannot be programmed. Listen carefully. Subtler and subtler you go, they can only be less baggaged, programmed. When you are going in bullock cart, you can carry the whole city. When you go in bus, you will have to reduce. When you go in train, you have to reduce more. When you are going in the flight, it has to be reduced a lot more. If it is jet, you can only carry pills. The subtler and subtler you go, baggage, the past patterns, compilations, judgments, concepts are not allowed. Understand, Mahadeva very clearly says, state, space, manifestation, all the three does not need pre-training because it is fundamentally based on the space. Will power, will persistence is enough. Means you deciding now, from now what I want to do only matters. Till now what I have done does not matter. Understand, past, the good news I have for you, past is irrelevant when you are working with the space, akasha. Present is too relevant when you are working with akasha. Clear? You have been 20 years devotee, 25 years devotee, or born and brought up along with me does not matter, or yesterday only you entered the program does not matter at all. From this moment, what do you want to do matters. Taharakasha means your soul is infused into you in the form of Shaktipada as a will. Will means experience, I exist larger than what I was feeling as me till before the initiation. How many of you are catching what I am saying? How many of you feel? Listen carefully. After the initiation and power manifestation, even the way you feel you is much larger. That only manifests into Katakasha and makes it into Chidakasha. If you don't manifest power, your Nithyananda Sabha is Katakasha. If you manifest power, your Nithyananda Sabha is Chidakasha. Signs of initiation. Deeksha. This word deeksha need to be understood. The word initiation is too superficial for deeksha. If I have to translate exactly the word deeksha into English, breathing life, infusing life. The frequency of your will existence raised to the level of frequency of will persistence to become the realization of will, reality, realization. Understand? Taharakasha, breathed, Guru breathes life into Taharakasha. With that you start that will persistence. With the will persistence you start manifesting. Not only powers, even the life as you want. Katakasha becomes Chitakasha. Listen. Gap between one thought and the other thought is space. Here. Gap between one Big Bang, another black hole is space here. Listen. Listen carefully. LBD, active. LBD, active on the space generates time, anything gets active on the space generates time. Space is the canvas on which all these four exist. Listen. Whenever a mass rotates, it creates gravity. Whenever LBD gets active, it generates time. Where all four exist is space. Because you have space inside, you are able to perceive everything. Because there is a space in the cosmos, all the generation, maintenance, destruction, delusion, liberation happens. The space here, Chidakasa, perceives everything. Space here, Parakasha, allows everything to happen. Little more. Little more. Eyes receive information, digitize it, I should call bio-digitizing. Sense it, it hits at one space and the response comes back. For example, you see the snake, response of let's run away or beat. The spot where this information hits and the response comes back is called space, Akasha. The spot which responds to information is space. If the thought, the gap between one thought and the other thought is too little, you do not perceive the existence of space. If there is a more gap, you perceive the existence of space. It's like if you are taking 2000 files, quickly you have to come back. If you are taking only 2 files, you can spend time with him. Ability to spend time with him is called luxury, Lakshmi.
Akasha Tattva. Oh my God, this is such a powerful session. Actually, this is one of my most favorite sessions of Paramashivoham. Because Swamiji tells one of the most powerful truth in one of the most subtlest ways. Every one of us are having this space, the power of our words, which just we do not harness it, but which is abundantly available every second of our life, which is there always for us. This space where all of us are manifesting this experience, this power of words. Every word that you repeat it again and again and again to yourself becomes reality. That's what, when your thought hits the space, reality is generated. This is a simple science, but a very, very profound, a very important science that all of us need to understand. For how many of you it was very new what Swamiji revealed and what Swamiji told to all of us? For how many of you it was very new and very, very powerful? Actually, I'd like to share my own experience here. Um, yes, can I request everyone to come on camera, please? Hello, whoever has gone to different states of consciousness, please come back up to the state of Jagrat. I can see slowly some people drifting. They're trying to figure out whether this is their dream or their dream is their dream. Can I request all of you to come back? Nithyanandam, go grab a cup of coffee. I know it's late night for many of you here. Please take a few minutes, quickly go grab a cup of coffee, tea, hot chocolate, something that you'd like to. See, it's very important that you hydrate yourself. I know 16 hours a day you're all sitting here and it's not a joke, right? You have taken out 16 hours from your busy schedule and each of you have committed your time. So I just want to make sure none of you are missing out. But at the same time, just make sure even though you're here, be available here fully. Some people sit, look at the screen so intensely, but they'll be thinking about, oh, what should I eat for lunch today? Last week only I ate spaghetti. Maybe this time I should try something new. So please be here physically, mentally, in all your levels, and please be in the wakeful state of consciousness. Okay, great. All right. So here I'll just tell you all one thing. Every one of you that are here, Swamiji revealed the truth about how when you constantly repeat a word, you make that as your experience. Correct? I have a very powerful experience which happened very recently. Okay. So I think 2 years back, Swamiji had told about, told all of us to have castor oil every single day. You all must be remembering in the satsang only Swamiji had told. And Swamiji told everyone to take castor oil every day. So I started, the moment Swamiji said, I started taking castor oil. And what had happened was initially I used to take castor oil and it was perfectly normal for me. I didn't have any cognition in my head, but another person, every time she used to take castor oil, I used to hear her tell, oh, the moment I take castor oil, something is happening. I think it feels a little weird in my throat and I feel like throwing up. First time I heard, it didn't create much of an impact in me. Second time, third time, every time I go to pick up a spoon of castor oil, it started ringing in me. Oh, it gives that feeling. That word started coming. I started repeating that inside me. So by the fifth time that I actually took castor oil, I actually went and threw up. After which I completely stopped taking castor oil at all. something which was never my experience. It's something very simple. Many of you are laughing. It might be very simple. It's just a castor oil. But this was so powerful. Like when I listened to this satsang few seasons back, it really struck me because it was never my experience. When Swamiji said castor oil, I used to happily take castor oil without any worry. But the moment I entertained that word inside of me, every time I used to go pick up the spoon of castor oil, instead of remembering Swamiji's words, I started remembering the other person's words saying, oh, this will cause some feeling in the throat. It will make you want to throw up. It became my cognition. My cognition became experience, and that became reality. Very soon, every time I would think of castor oil, I'll feel like, oh God, I'm just going to throw up. I'll not even touch it. When I listened to this satsang, it really struck me. I was like, oh my God, it's so true. It is not even my experience, but by consciously, constantly uttering another person's incompletion, I made it as a reality for me. And I started having an unnecessary pattern because of that. And you know what I did? After that satsang, it really became a click. And I started consciously, every time I went back to take castor oil, I started repeating Swamiji's words. So in a few days, like how the previous cognition, the incompletion got created, the number of times I kept repeating Swamiji's words that castor oil is very good for the body and my stomach enjoys it, though it may not feel good in my throat, my stomach enjoys it. After that, in 2-3 times, my cognition changed back again. So my resistance to castor oil dropped. That is the power of words. You keep repeating something, you keep constantly repeating something to you, you make that as an experience. Your right hand hitting the left hand, sound is generated. Clap. Same way, your words, your thought hitting your space, reality is generated. This is a very simple, very straightforward, very, very, very powerful formula for you to analyze your life. Just like how your right hand hitting the left hand creates sound, same way your thoughts hitting your space generates reality. So every moment you say, oh, this is what is life, hell with it, I don't want it, it's horrible. Understand, you are consciously generating that experience inside of you. Your words have the power. That is why, I feel so blessed that after joining Swamiji, I never really watched these TV serials, all of that. Especially if you watch Indian soaps, if you're from India, you will know. Every single uh, every single serial will have that one auntie character who's very prolific. Everything she does is to conspire in what is happening in the house, like a typical Indian soap. And you know what? What is a funny thing? Every house will have a daughter-in-law watching that serial and she will map her mother-in-law to that character. This is like cliche Indian serials. You go to North India, South India, there'll be so many differences in language, culture, but all of them will be united through TV serials. North India, South India, East India, West India, any part you go to, all of them watch these soaps that will have like a traffic signal. She'll have a big bindi and some vilific tone every time she comes when music will run. And literally every soaps, like exact same story plot it will be. And every single daughter-in-law that watches it, she will keep relating, oh, this is how my mother-in-law is. And you know what? I have seen so many people have fights because they believe that their mother-in-law is something similar to the character they see in the Indian soaps. We all may laugh for it because feel it's illogical. But unfortunately, this is the truth. So many of us do create this for ourselves. You don't need to have a mother-in-law for this. You create in so many different ways. You just take a word inside of you. As kids, you see your parents or your friends using some words. You don't even know what it is, but you pick it up. And then you start repeating, and you end up having that as your experience. You will not even know how and why this pattern was formed in you, but it just becomes your experience. How many of you are able to relate to these experiences you have created for yourselves? How many of you are connecting to it? understand, just go back, visit in your lives. You will see how you generate this as an experience for you every single time, multiple ways. It's not always only bad things. Sometimes even positive experiences you do create like this, your words. Let me say, for example, um, from young age, some kids, if you see, their parents will always teach them even the bitter gourd, the bitter vegetables. They'll say, it's very nice, it's very nice. So the kid will constantly repeat the word, it's very nice inside himself or herself, and they start eating it. It's a profound truth. It does have an impact. But understand, your words have an impact. It is not okay even for you to casually utter, oh, I don't want this. Life is so bad. I hate it. Better let me just die. No. You may think it's okay. In that spur of a moment, I told no. In your spur of a moment, that statement you utter is generating a reality in front of you. That spur of a moment thoughts that you generate is creating that reality for you. Your thoughts becomes your words. The words becomes your thinking. The thinking becomes your actions. Actions generate reality. Let us do one exercise, okay? Can I request every one of you to pen down 5 such incidents from your life where you created a negative statement commonly, again and again and again, you kept using that negative statement inside of you, and actually that became an experience. Like the castor oil experience I gave, that's an apt example. I just kept repeating that again and again and again, and it just became my experience. Like that, I request every one of you to revisit in your life any 5 negative statements that you kept repeating. I hate this, I don't like this, and I don't like this person, or I don't like this food. And you just generated that as a reality. Or you'd have thought, oh, okay, this is very boring, math is very difficult. And you would have thought you are not going to be able to do it, and you would have just given up. And you kept repeating that to yourself over and over and over, and you actually generated that as a reality. Similarly, write down even 5 positive statements. Like, for example, you would have kept repeating, I love doing puja. Puja gives me peace. And because you kept repeating that, it actually became your experience. Write down both. Take a few minutes, pen down. Can I request everyone to please write down? I'll give you all about 5 minutes for this. Let's make it fast. So I request everyone to write it down. Yes, you all can relax now. So hope all of you have written down. So please understand and remember, every time the words that you utter to yourself and others, with that understanding, with that space, you will be able to manifest, you will be able to have tremendous clarity with the words that you utter, and you will be able to understand it so much more better than what it is right now. And the way you harness the power of your words will be very different. All right. So with this session, you also get a gift on a book of called Akasha Tattva, which is a glimpses of this session, and this will be emailed to all of you. So every day, please do check out your emails. We have been sending out gifts every day for all the participants who are attending. So you should be receiving the gifts in your email. So just make sure you're checking it out and receiving your gifts. All right. So now let us all enter into the power manifestation. Okay. In this round now, you're going to be manifesting the power of altering the fire element. So basically what you're going to do is you're going to be moving a fire element. You're going to be, let's say, a flame. Okay, let's say you have a flame in front of you. You're going to be increasing or decreasing the size of the flame just by looking at it with your conscious will. Listen very carefully. It need not just be like, turning off. Even you can make the flame like so bright. And this is one of the most easiest power to manifest. The same way you connected with wind, connect with fire. Okay, if it is, of course, if it's legal in your place, if you could please light a lamp, just light a lamp. Can I request every one of you to light a lamp and keep it in front of you? If it's legal and allowed in your place, whatever is in accordance to the legalities, of course. Just light a lamp. Keep it in front of you. Okay. Can you all make sure it's visible in the camera? I'm just giving you all a few minutes. Please make sure that you're keeping the lamp in front and make sure it's visible in the camera. Okay. One thing you all need to make sure is just ensure your fan is not on, or some external thing should not be the factor for the flame to get affected. See, only if you make sure all the other factors are taken care of, you can manifest with confidence. Madhyana Spilav. Madhyana, come on, manifest. I know you want to become a sannyasi. I know you've signed up for becoming a sannyasi. And from the very short span of time that you've known Swamiji for, the way you are, you're very intense. You already want to take the jump for sannyas. That's right. And only courageous people can do that. And when you are preparing, one of the key ways to prepare yourself for sannyas is you manifesting that powers of Paramashiva. So focus on that. Consciously build yourself to prepare yourself to receive sannyas. Okay, ma? So do all the power manifestations sincerely. Sit, manifest, play with the powers. Only then your inner space gets trained, matures to become a sannyasi. Yes, for all of you, whomever it is night time, please hydrate yourself, drink water. Make sure you're all staying hydrated. Perfect. Okay, Madonna, I see many of you have kept the fire. Ma Sumita Som, you also have the fire, ma? When I say fire, I mean a lamp, a diya in front of you. Okay. So now keep that at a distance. Your breath should not affect. On its own, the fire flame should move, basically. Okay. So breathe in, breathe out deeply and slowly. Make sure it's not affecting the flame. You're going to be fully putting your awareness on the flame. Just look at the flame intensely. Connect with the flame. Okay. You will literally be able to connect with the flame. You'll be able to see it. And then, as you connect to the flame, consciously just bring that space of oneness. And with that space, with intensely looking into the flame, just manifest. You will see the flame will flicker, it'll shake, and it'll even turn off just at your will. Please start the manifestation. Come on, every one of you, please manifest.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, all of you can now please relax. Slowly, please relax. We are now going to be entering into our next very important session. We are going to be understanding about the two parts of the DNA. Let us now listen to the revelations.
Scientists say that human species has evolved with two-stranded DNA found in every cell, determining the form. One part determines the form, the other determines the potential diseases and spiritual gifts. And another research says DNA contains blueprint for one's life's purpose and divine personality. Scientists are very clear about what we think is not our original blueprint. Means the one part only we are able to study, the two parts of the DNA, we are able to study still now only one part. And scientists are really feeling that is not really our blueprint. The unrevealed DNA, the part still which they are not able to discover or make it clear, logically understand, is called, they are naming it as a junk DNA. I can say the part which is discovered is junk DNA. The part which is not discovered, still yet to be realized, maybe I can use the word even the words like a biomemory, all these are too small words. They are using the word junk DNA or shadow DNA that contains information about who you really are on a level of spiritual beingness. I can say That part is what I can give the name Jivatma. The part which they are calling as junk DNA or shadow DNA, I'll give the name as Jivatma, of course. You can give the name individual self DNA. Individual self DNA. Because the junk word is too small, even the shadow word is too small. The healing modalities clear karmic blockages and stimulate these dormant portions of the DNA. So these are the discoveries. Whatever now I said are from various scientific researches, the discoveries and conclusions from various scientists. Now I'll try to explain exactly what I experience in these lines. Scientists are absolutely right when they say there's two parts in DNA. Only one part they are able to study, which is responsible for form and diseases. There is other part which is responsible for spiritual gifts. I tell you, the other part which is responsible for spiritual gifts only carries this extrasensory power, all the siddhis. Understand? This part which already science has understood, this part carries the ordinary samskaras and biomemories. See, this carries the microcosmic samskaras, whatever you got in this body, those samskaras, from the body of fish to this body. In Indian tradition, Vedic tradition, we claim fish is the first individual which has a capacity to collect samskara. Of course, even before fish, you can collect samskara, but it is untransmittable. That is why Matsyavatara is first avatara. Please understand. As fish, any engram you collect only can be transmittable. Till then it is so subtle, negligible, it cannot be transmittable. That is why the Vedic tradition we call first incarnation is Matsyavatara. Then the avatars, then the incarnations expand and grow. Actually, you need to understand, everybody is an incarnation who knows they are incarnations. That's all. See, incarnation means what exactly? Taking birth again and again. If you know you took birth again and again, that will lead you to enlightenment and you are incarnation. That's all. Nothing else. If you know you took birth again and again and again, and it's a reality, you will just realize, oh God, hey, I'm doing the same thing. That's enlightenment. Then you are incarnation. Understand, when I say, in 2000 I realized I am an incarnation, that is what I mean. It's not that before 2000 I was not incarnation. Only in 2000 I realized I am an incarnation. You understand what I am saying? You see, when you realize you took birth again and again and again, that suddenly makes you an incarnation. That just makes you an incarnation. So, even now all of you are incarnations. Now if you realize that truth, you are an incarnation, you can write a biography, autobiography of an avatar. With that understanding, when you look your whole life back, you will understand whole thing was very synchronized way, very synergetic way, was planned for the peak hit. For the peak hit only, everything was very synergetically planned in a synchronized way. Now you will not understand that. You will see, oh, it's a big chaos. No, it is not. It is not. No chaos is a big chaos. You thinking that everything is chaos is the biggest chaos. Nothing else. You thinking everything is everything is chaos is the biggest chaos. Nothing else is chaos. It's a very revolutionary idea which I heard from Ram Surat Kumar, that Yogi Ram Surat Kumar, saint who lived in Arunachala. Many of you have heard about him, and very revolutionary thought, very revolutionary process. When somebody goes to him for liberation and all that, it's a little unconventional, untraditional. He always used to keep a rope, bunch of rope. I have seen. And he will completely tie them. He will tie their leg, he will tie their hands, and he will make them sit. Sometime even 24 hours he will make them sit. And those poor fellows have to be sitting. And naturally, 5-6 hours the dedication will be there. See, 5-6 hours, oh, this Swami is making me. The dedication will be there. And you will sit with patience. But after 10 hours, naturally the patience will wither away. Completely the patience will wither away. You can't, you see, just imagine, 10 hours your hands and legs are tied and made to sit, and you don't know when he is going to release you. See, if you know in one day he is going to release you, you will not have a problem. You don't know when he is going to release you. So first 5-6 hours the dedication will be up. That part will be up. Everything is okay. But after 10 hours, what will happen? That is when the suffocation will start. And especially physical tying up is such a survival thing. Nobody can tolerate more than maximum 10 hours. 10 hours is the maximum. You can't tolerate more than that. That's a maximum. Especially people who come to him for enlightenment, all these things, civilized people. They are not traditional trained criminals who are habituated for prison or handcuff and all that. All civilized, cultured people. So 10 hours will be too much. Then that microcosmic biomemory, see, the dedication which they carry in microcosmic biomemory will be exhausted. Let me give you the example of this microcosmic biomemory, macrocosmic biomemory. From the fish body till now, whatever you collected is microcosmic biomemory. That part only the scientists are able to analyze and understand as a known DNA. Let us call that as a known DNA. And the other part, which I call Jivatma DNA, the individual self DNA, that part is a macrocosmic biomemory. Please understand. Macrocosmic biomemory means whatever has happened in the cosmos, whatever has happened in your body. When I say your body means not only just the 6 feet, whatever ingredient added to make these 6 feet. Means when you are first time fish and the fight which you had with your spouse fish, that memory will be there. From whatever you collected from the fish body, it will pass to the next body, next body, next body. From that body to till this body, whatever was collected and transmitted is what I am calling microcosmic biomemory. And whatever has happened in cosmos is macrocosmic biomemory. A certain dedication or love will happen in microcosmic biomemory. With that only you recognize my microcosmic biomemory. See, in my microcosmic biomemory, something extraordinary expresses. So your microcosmic biomemory's dedication recognizes that. And after some time, the 10 hours passes. The 10 hour will be over. This Ram Surat Kumar's 10 hour. If you see his photograph, he will always be having a thick coconut fiber rope, kaya rope. He will be having it. So he will tie the people with that only. He will tie their hand and leg very tightly. They can't move. And after that, he will put the hands on the leg and tie it. And those fellows have to be sitting. In 10 hours, that microcosmic dedication, microcosmic biomemory dedication will go away. That devotion will go away. That will be exhausted. After that, when the suffocation starts only, he will just sit and wait. He will watch how they are irritated. And by 10 hours, they will start telling him, no, leave us, it's okay, wait. And then he will ask, so this is your dedication for enlightenment. He will make them very clearly understand that their microcosmic biomemory strength is only this much. Only this much spiritual experience can be acquired by them. See, it's like your microcosmic biomemory's dedication gets attached to my microcosmic biomemory's expression. Now I want to define God. Whatever you don't have is God. All that you don't have put together is God. That is why you are attracted to God. So whatever your microcosmic biomemory does not have, my microcosmic biomemory has it. That is why that attraction. But the funny thing is, your microcosmic biomemory's attraction, how much dedication it has, that much only I can pour. I can't pour more than that. But your greed demands more pouring. More pouring is demanded. So within the 10 hours, he will make them understand that this much only can be poured, understand. And there are few people, very intelligent, I have seen at least 2 cases. Who just withstood more than 10 hours also. When they lie down, I have really seen completely, not just their brain, pulse rate will become 0. I have seen at least 2% whose pulse rate has become 0. He will make them, he did both persons separately, not at a time, separately. I have seen he made that person lie down on that Samadhi, tomb of Tiruvannamalai. In Tiruvannamalai there is a burial ground where he used to live regularly. He made that person lie down on the tomb. After that, removing the robe, I have seen that person becoming 0, that pulse rate becoming 0. It's like a step-by-step process, that biomemory. He will agitate it, then exhaust it, the dedication, the biomemory will go away. And the funny thing is, he knows exactly where that person is caught. He will not use this process for everybody. He knows exactly where the person is caught. And somehow you will agitate exactly that samskara by talking. By talking, you will exactly awaken that samskara. One fellow gave the promise to him, I saw in these 2. It's a very beautiful process. Promise to him that I will not move till you leave me. I won't bother. So he sat and really he sat whole day and did not get agitated. Then he had a dog. He threw the dog and he sent word through that dog to the Narayana Swami, the another one mantric saint about whom I have spoken in my biography. He sent word for that guy. That guy came. And both of them are smokers. That guy is a specialist in having a mirror, and he will apply some kind of a anjanam, that black eyeliner on the mirror, and whatever he wants, he will show it like a TV. So this Raghupati Yogi was making this fellow sit. He is sitting, this guy is just sitting. One day passed, but this fellow is not agitated. This Raghupati Yogi sent word for that Narayana Swami. That Narayana Swami came, and this Raghupati Yogi said, in a very, Yogi Ram Surakumar, he said, in a very casual way, hey, show him what is happening in his house with his wife. That guy showed that lady was having some affair with somebody. This fellow's only attachment was with the wife. So that fellow showed it, the TV showed very clearly that wife was having affair with somebody. So immediately that engram got agitated, that agitation happened, got awakened. And this fellow immediately wanted to go to the house. He's telling, leave my rope, leave everything, I wanted to go there. And somehow this Raghupati Yogi was able to, Ram Sarat Kumar was able to slowly talk to him. Now tell me, you gave the promise that you will work till the end. Now I only brought and awakened this agitation. Now even if you go, what are you going to do? What can be done? Nothing can be done. So understand, this is the biomemory in which you are stuck. Where? Why the microcosm? See, when this microcosmic biomemory and macrocosmic biomemory meets, that area will be very thick. That microcosmic biomemory's last layer will be very thick. It's like a coconut. When you grind the coconut, finally the shell will be very thick. The white part will be very soft. That will all come away. That's what is dedication part. That coconut part is the engram. When there you start digging, it will create sound. That layer, his layer, that layer for him was his deep attachment to the wife. You see, in Anandagandha Chakra, it will lead only to that macrocosmic experience when you close your eyes and sit. But in the life itself, you see, it's like what is Anandagandha Chakra? You know, that coconut shell is there. That all that coconut fiber, coconut part, white part, fruit part, that is taken away by the, that is what is microcosmic biomemory. Only if one hole I make in that shell and macrocosmic biomemory gushes through that one hole, it is called Anandagandha Chakra. If the whole shell is broken, it is called Jivan Mukti. So if you are living with me, I will break the whole shell, put you in Sagaja Samadhi. Because I am a macrocosmic biomemory, I grind you both sides. See, my form, microcosmic biomemory of me, is only grinding the fruit side, the white side. And my macrocosmic biomemory, me present everywhere, that will be grinding you from the shell side. Both will be grinding. This macrocosmic biomemory obeys prayer. If you feel the grinding is too much, pray. Immediately macrocosmic biomemory will stop it. Or if you say, no, I want this to go on. Let it be done. Let me be done with it. Then it will go on. Please understand, this microcosmic biomemory, which is responding to you, is that is only cleaning the fruit side, the white side. It will be drilling, drying and drying. That how much that fruit thickness, that much only is the dedication. When all the dedication is exhausted, when that engram crushing is happening, that's where that sound will come. That sound is coming means that engram crushing is happening. Engram crushing is happening. See, when that sound comes, this microcosmic biomemory will not move further. It cannot move further. See, when the microcosmic biomemory exhausts, the layer which need to be opened is that second layer DNA, what I call as Jivatman portion of DNA, the self DNA. Understand? The self DNA. Why I call that as a Jivatman, because still it is connected to microcosmic biomemory. When the microcosmic biomemory is completely exhausted, then this unknown DNA, what they call junk DNA, shadow DNA, that part can be called as the Parabrahman or the God, the macrocosmic biomemory or Paramatma. You don't need to call that as Jivatma. As on now, microcosmic biomemory in you is known DNA. Macrocosmic biomemory in you is Jivatman. In me, the microcosmic biomemory is Jivatman and macrocosmic biomemory is Paramatman. There is no known DNA in me. That is why I defy all the known DNA rules and philosophies. When microcosmic biomemory and macrocosmic biomemory is drilling the coconut. But one important thing, everybody behaves very intelligently till their coconut is grilled. That is the most unfortunate thing. See, let other coconuts get drilled. These guys will have so much of consolation, love, promise, words, inspiration, lifting, elevating. When their coconut gets drilled only. What about you guys? Even for me this has happened. When my coconut was getting drilled in 1999, before 2000, even I had to go through such a thing. See, when you do the weightlifting, how the nerves are seen by green, like that when I went through that grilling, all my nerves were seen as red. That kind of a drilling. Whenever you are able to see the nerves in the red, just understand the drilling is going on. Drilling is going on. That's what has happened in me. It will not be seen in the green or other color. It will be very deep red. Heavy pain. Heavy pain. Physically, these are the symptoms to find out whether drilling is going on. Choosing to choose. Deciding to decide. It's almost like when you are standing in the waves, the sand under your feet will be washed away, taken away. If you decide to push, you can stand. If you just slip one step, what will happen? You will just go with the wave. Now I'll become busy with somebody else and something else. The second layer DNA, the Jivatman DNA, if that is awakened in you, you become a new being, new human being. The whole purpose is to awaken that second layer, Jivatman DNA in you guys. That's all, nothing else. It means you have to completely annihilate whatever you are holding. Like that Narada, when he was caught in the flood, in Yamuna, I told you Narada's story, who got caught in illusion. That wife went away. The child is slipping out of the hand. And luggage, the wealth, little wealth, is leaving the hand. So that is the time when the first level biomemory gets exhausted. Narada has to drop that. No other way, let go. Then Krishna's voice said, hey Narada, oh God, the second level biomemory is awakened. The Jivatman biomemory is awakened. Complete annihilation. There is no shortcut in the spiritual line, understand. If you put yourself into that belt, conveyor belt, there is no shortcut. There is no shortcut. You can only pray and tell the power system, hey, stop the belt. I don't want to move further. Let the belt be stopped. The prayer will always have the answer. Either you should know, is this lubrication? Lubrication means love. Is this enough for me to go through this drilling, this process? Let me pass. If you feel no, it is too much, then pray, stop the belt. That's all. There is no shortcut. There is no technique or shortcut. Technique and shortcuts can give you one drilling, like a one hole in the shell, Anandagandha, but not complete annihilation. All the concept you have, all the idea you have, all the relationship you have, all the holdings you have, everything has to be annihilated, no other way. Unfortunately, sometimes you can't even say, no, I don't want enlightenment, I don't want. You just stop this process. Maybe if you say that you can stop the process to the macrocosm, then it stops. I've seen. It stops and puts more lubrication. Lot of love and more lubrication and pacifies. But again, when you feel comfortable, everything is okay, again that belt starts moving towards the drilling machine. But that is what everybody wants. That is what all the jivas want. It's a tremendous love with which the cosmos does the whole drama game. All right. So let the Jivatman DNA be awakened in you. The self DNA be awakened in you. That is what is repository of all the siddhis, all the great siddhis, powers. See, in the microcosmic biomemory, the powers which has microcosmic biomemory is that moving your hand and eating, chewing, swallowing, lungs, heart, all these things are microcosmic biomemories, powers, which goes on without even your knowledge. Same way, in macrocosmic biomemory, that Jivatman DNA, there only all the extraordinary powers like a flying, levitating, all those things are there. Mahima, Lahima, Karima, Anima, Ishitvam, Vashitvam, Prapti, all those siddhis, they are there in macrocosmic biomemory. But that will be awakened only if the microcosmic biomemory is annihilated. Awakening the Jivatman DNA is the essence. So the essence of my today's message is two part of DNA you have. One is known by the science, which is responsible for your form, disease and all that. The unknown, the second one is unknown, which scientists call as junk DNA or shadow DNA, which I call as Jivatman DNA, self DNA. Awaken that self DNA, because that has all extraordinary powers. Life will become extraordinary joy when that is awakened. And the known DNA will dry. Those biomemories has to be dried. No other way. It cannot give you the life. That is not your blueprint. That is not your blueprint. You need to know that. As long as you catch that as a blueprint, life will be struggle. It will be struggle. So catch the macrocosmic DNA, allow that to open up. Life DNA, allow the Jivatman DNA, self DNA to open up. That will lead you to the ultimate. I bless you all with my deep love. Let you all experience the lubrication, love energy Panchabhuta, the air example. I am giving you one example. Panchabhuta is 5 elements, all of you know. The earth, water, fire, air and space. The air, constant level means just the air. Changing level means 80% of it will be air, the remaining 20%, some other element will become part of it. Only then it can become changing. Please understand, the cyclone does not happen just by air. Whether the heat or space, something else gets added to that air, water or fire or space. Some other elements become part of that air. Only then it becomes cyclone. The cyclone starts happening. At some spot, maybe the temperature is down. So that is why the vacuum gets happened, the depression happens. Then from one place the air rushes to that spot. That is what is cyclone. So in any element, the constant and changing, same way, the earthquake. When the earth is constant, just it is earth. But when the fire inside the earth changes, moves, or water alters itself, or the space gives way, when the earth moves, that is what is earthquake. So the samyama on constant dimension of Panchabhuta and changing dimension of Panchabhuta and all pervading dimensions of Panchabhuta, that samyama leads you to experience extraordinary powers, feeling connection, making you fall in tune with 5 elements, and through this you can control the elements, and through this you can go beyond the elements and get enlightened. Being unaware. The base from I wanted people to start the understanding is, by the nature of your intelligence, your body can directly produce whatever it wants from the Panchabhutas, means from the sky, from the air, from the sun rays. Sun rays is the fire representation. And from the water, from walking on the ground. It can just imbibe whatever it wants directly. You may need to support very little for the earth element, whatever has grown out of earth, like little grains, little vegetables. Maybe that support you need to add, that's all. Samyama on fire. Have a lamp. Please understand, when you do samyama, have a lamp lit by ghee. Don't use any other oil, don't use candle, don't use any other type of fire. Just lamp used with ghee. You may think, what is the difference between ghee lamp and other oil lamp? The material you use and the quality of the fire are actually related. If you gaze at the lamp used with ghee and gaze at the fire created by kerosene, you will see the difference. So for samyama, always use lamp of ghee lamp. 1 feet away, keep a piece of camphor. Do the samyama. Let me give you the exact instruction. First feel you are inside that light, the flame flame of the lamp. Then visualize that flame is inside you. First 21 minutes, you inside the flame. Second 21 minutes, the flame inside you. Third 21 minutes, feel that camphor is also inside you. The flame, camphor, you. All three are inside same space. I am not telling you some story. Really the camphor will catch fire. When the samyama happens, the camphor will catch fire. This is the samyama on fire. Please understand, I am not teaching you the samyama to do some extraordinary power or show or magic. This samyama will heal all the digestion related, stomach related problems. All the problems related to digestion. Constipation, loose motion, and all problems related to digestion. Intestine, Jadaragni in Sanskrit. Jadaragni means the fire which is there in you constantly to transform all the food into energy. Any food you put inside, that gets transformed as energy. Jadaragni. Jadaragni will be healed. Please understand, this samyama is more for physical healing. Actually, the extraordinary power also will happen. That happening may give you a lot of inspiration, that's all. Second samyama, have a bowl of water and have a small dhruva grass floating on it. Do the same thing. Like feel you are one with the dhruva grass first. Second, feel that dhruva grass is one with you. Then give any command to move left, right, center or anything. Whatever you say, the dhruva grass will listen. When the dhruva listens, samyama is perfected. All the blood related disease in your body will be healed. This samyamasana does not take ages, don't worry. Don't think 12 years you have to practice, no. Maximum 10-15 days. Because these are all possible samyamas. Only thing you understand. Usually when these samyamas are all taught to you by a person whose biomemory has experienced it, immediately your biomemory catches it. That's all, nothing else. One samyama on fire, next samyama on earth element. Please understand, this dhruva grass floating on the water is not water samyama. It is samyama on earth element. Dhruva represents earth, matter. Third samyama, sit in front of a mirror. Gaze at your own third eye. Feel the reflection is you, you are the reflection. The reflection will disappear, mirror will be empty. This is the samyama on space, means thoughts. When the reflection disappears in the mirror, mirror is empty. The samyama on the space has happened. These three samyama you can practice even without my direct supervision. Even then I don't want kids to practice this samyama. After 18, you can practice even without my direct supervision. There is no side effect. But only thing you need to be careful about where you keep the camphor. Only the camphor should burn. Things around the camphor should not be burning or flammable. Camphor should not create fire accident. Those things you need to take care. The next two samyamas, samyama on the water and samyama on air, I'll explain, but better don't practice. Do it only in the direct supervision. Sit near the river, feel just one with the river. This samyama will actually liberate you from all the 1, 2, 3 problems. See, earlier when I described this dhruva, I said water. Sorry, just make correction. The dhruva samyama is the samyama of the earth element that will heal all the disorders related to bone and bone marrow, not the blood flow. When you sit with a river and do samyama, only then all the disorders related to blood flow gets healed. And same way, samyama on the air. Have some hand fan or a electric fan which creates a strong air flow, the current. Do samyama exactly on the flow of the air. Feel just like the air flow, you are also flowing. Feel one with that air flow. How the air is flowing like a beam, feel that your body is flowing like that, and both are one and the same. There is one more samyama on these 5 elements. You concentrating at the same moment on the fire in the stomach, blood flowing in the heart, bone marrow of the knuckle. Please understand this, hand joint. This area is bone marrow. Bone and bone marrow of this area, the entrance of Kurmanadi. And the eternal sound you experience in your ears when you close your ears. If you just put your hand, you will have that eternal sound. And all the thoughts happening in you. These are the 5 elements inside your body. Understand? The bone and bone marrow of the Kurmanadi represents the earth element in your body. Blood flowing in the heart represents water element. Fire in the stomach represents fire element. The sound you hear in the ears when you close your ears with both hands represents air element. Thoughts you are having represents space element. If you do samyama on these 5 also, you will be able to fall in tune with the Panchabhutas. As I said, all these samyamas make you fall in tune with Panchabhutas. Maybe I can guide you into this samyama for a few minutes, so that you can fall in tune with all the major 5 elements in your body. You can get healed and fall in tune with the 5 elements. Just sit remembering. You can put your hands on your ears, hearing that sound, being aware of thoughts, fire in the stomach, the bone structure of the knuckle, and blood flow of the heart. All 5, just be aware. You may be feeling, oh, where will I concentrate? You may be running around all 5. Even if you run around between all these 5, that's great, no problem. But nothing 6 should be allowed inside you. Just run around with these 5, no sleeping. Bring your awareness
to the sound in the ears, thoughts in the mind, fire in the stomach, blood flow in the heart, bone of your hand joint, where your right palm joins the hand, this part, the entrance of Kurmanadi. Bring your awareness on all these five. Your awareness should be between these five. You can remember any one of these five or all these five or 2, 3 of these, no problem. In that samyama, remember just these five. Don't bring sixth object to your mind. Between these five, anything is okay.
From understanding about Jivatman DNA, what science calls junk DNA, understanding what is DNA, why do we need to awaken our DNA, to now learning about how our body is made up of these panchabhutas and how by manifesting, awakening these elements, the 5 elements of nature in us, our whole body literally becomes complete. Our whole being literally becomes complete. Swamiji took us through some of the most important revelations, right? Now, before we travel further into the day, to all the participants sitting here, understand just the initiation has the power to alter your very DNA, reprogram your very DNA. And today, we are going to be having this very, very powerful process.
We are going to be entering into a process where Swamiji is going to be awakening the Jivatman DNA of ours. We are going to actually be learning, see, like what Swamiji so beautifully revealed. He even gave the samyama now for all the panchabhutas, how these 5 elements of nature can actually help us, like how you can connect with them, how they are directly connected to us. You're going to also get the power to connect with these elements of nature, experiencing and manifesting the power of Jita Bhuta Gana, where you are able to connect to any of these elements, play with these elements outside as well as play with them inside. And these samyamas that beautifully Swamiji had given to us, I think out of the 5, Swamiji said for the first 3, whether it is the samyama on fire, samyama on fire by doing the samyama on the lamp, the ghee lamp, and using that to light a camphor, or the samyama to be done on the earth element, where you put a durva grass on the water, a small bowl of water, and doing the samyama with it, experiencing the oneness and moving it, or doing the samyama with your own reflection, samyama on akasha tattva. You will have the power over these elements. And not just that, for these, you can practice these samyamas. But the best news you have here is today Swamiji is going to be giving this as a power to you. In today's darshan, Swamiji is going to be initiating all of us into the power manifestation of where you are able to connect with these elements of nature and able to manifest these as powers within you. Just by connecting with those elements, you'll be able to command them to move the way you want them to move. You'll be able to command your own digest fire inside as well as the flame of the lamp outside.
Okay. Now, as all of us are preparing for this, right? As all of us are preparing to receive this initiation today, I want to request all the participants here, every one of you, to take a few minutes. Reach out to all your friends, family members, everyone, and invite them for this initiation. And please understand, this is one of the most powerful initiations to receive. I request all the participants, every one of you here, to please reach out to your loved ones, your near and dear ones, and invite them, have them join this program. Let them not miss today's initiation. This is going to be very, very important. Understand, today's initiation is going to be directly working on your very consciousness. So, I request every one of you to take a few minutes. What you all can do now is call one of your friends, family members, and manifest this power with them and invite them. Let them just be there. Let them come and let them, you can just speak to them, explain to them about the initiation that you're receiving this program, and invite them. Let them join today's program. I request every one of you to do this. Please take a few minutes and please reach out to them. I request all the participants to please take a few minutes. Do it sincerely. Understand, you just reaching out to them, inviting them is going to make a big difference for them, because you are gifting them a wonderful science in their life.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavagya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda
Yes. Now, as all of us are manifesting this power, we're all going to be preparing ourselves for today's initiation. Please understand today's initiation is something very, very powerful. We all learnt about DNA, we all learnt about Jivatman DNA, we all learnt about the what science calls as a junk DNA. Now we are going to be entering into a very, very important session. And this session is a preparatory session for today's initiation. Please understand all of our DNA carries certain memories in it. And this process is where Swamiji is going to be literally using, removing the knots, the granthis, which attaches our DNA together with consciousness. But how exactly does this work? Why is it relevant to us? And why do we need this initiation? Let us listen to those revelations now.
I was expanding on the science of making the best, highest superconscious mutation as Paramashiva gave this science to Devi, and Devi brought to planet Earth in Kanchipuram and started manifesting it. What I am saying is the ultimate truth from Paramashiva directly. Understand? The strands of DNA, components of DNA is kept together through sound. So, if you want superconscious mutation in you, the sound through which your DNA is kept together need to be dismantled and the ultimate sound need to be inserted. Understand? You need to disconnect the threads with which your consciousness and DNA is bound together and alter the connecting point, the sound, into highest possible sound. What kind of a sound is used to bind your consciousness and DNA strands together? That decides what kind of a powers you are going to manifest and what kind of a life you are going to have in your body. I'll repeat. There are 4 situations in your life where consciousness is directly involving, influencing your DNA. When you are hungry, when you are angry, when you are lusty, when you are about to fall sleepy, too tired, just want to get lost, withdraw. These 4 situations, your consciousness directly influences the DNA. The door between the consciousness and DNA is open. During these 4 situations, if you use these 4 situations, you can detox, remove all the unconscious ideas, words you stored inside you, and You can pull them out. Add Mahavagya. Powerful sounds, Mahavagya, inside you. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. I'll repeat. Your DNA strands are connected through water, hydrophobic material. DNA strands and the consciousness is connected through sound, sounds with which they are connected matters. The good news is you can reprogram, replace the old sounds through which your consciousness and DNA strands are tied together, connected together. The great news is you can use these 4 opportunities to do it easily. I'll give you the precise conclusion. Whenever you feel hungry, angry, lusty, sleepy, intensely reverberate your whole being with Mahavagya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, with the decision, let my being, let my consciousness manifest itself through my DNA using this Mahavagya as connection point. Let Mahavagya be the connective point. I tell you, immediately you will experience Kailasa. This Mahavagya is directly from Kailasa. Understand? Your life is all about what kind of a connection your consciousness and DNA has. That's all. Chit Jata Kranti. Chit means consciousness. Jata means DNA. DNA is the closest matter which can have connection with consciousness. Chit Jata Granthi. The knot between the Chit and Jata. What is the material with which that knot is made? That sound. Sound is the material with which that knot is made. What kind of a sound made that knot? Listen, I'm repeating. If Mahavagya is the sound with which Chit and Jata is connected, you will have ultimate superconscious mutation. Ultimate superconscious mutation. I am telling you, see, I had a guru. His name was Narayana Swami Tata. He's an adept in the science of Aushadha, medicines. He will collect herbs from the ground which was never walked by human beings. மனித கால்படாத இடத்திலிருந்து வேர்களும் செடிகளும் மூலிகைகளும் கொண்டு வருவார். Let me repeat. The place where human beings never walked, from that kind of places he will bring herbs, roots. How you know? He had a trained dog and a goat. The dog will take the goat and go. Goat will identify the herb. Dog will just pick it up and bring it. I have seen this happening. I'm not telling you stories. He lived just few years, maybe 30 years before. And still his son, grandsons are, his family is still living in Tiruvannamalai. You can go and talk to them. You will find what I said is true. His name is Narayana Swami Tata. Still the home he lived is there, and all the things he used is there. Maybe the dog may not be alive because you can see his photograph. But surely the family knows whatever I am saying and you can talk to them. I had this kind of masters who are adepts. He told me once when he was making the aushadha for a so-called incurable disease, kind of a very dangerous cancer. For that he was making aushadha. He collected too many things from too many sources and finally made the aushadha. He called that disciple, or I should say that client, who came to him for healing, for medical care, medical help, aushadha help, the customer. And he gave that medicine to him. Asked him, eat this medicine every day, once a day, for next 42 days. He prepared that medicine with a lot of difficulty. Third day, that guy came back saying that somebody in the home unknowingly threw that whole packet into the river. Without knowing that it is a medicine, they just threw the whole thing while they were cleaning the home and put it in the river. Nearby small stream where they dump all the unwanted things. Surely it is very difficult to do the medicine again. I was wondering how he is going to solve, how he is going to help this person to get out of the cancer now, because making the medicine again, collecting the whole items, almost impossible. All he did, he called that person, made him sit next to him and told, this simple process, whenever you are feeling hungry, do japa of this mantra. I tell you, I know it is very difficult for you to believe. Maybe the power of his initiation, his words, energy. He said, whatever I made as aushadha, your body is capable of producing it when you add consciousness to your hunger. I tell you, surely it is the power of his initiation, because I saw he was having his hand on the shoulder of that person while he uttered these words. So that words have gone into his body like a powerful energy shock. Now literally I am having my hands on all your shoulders and giving you this initiation. Whenever
You fall for someone. You are in deeply love with that person. The human being, the person for whom you fall for, you are in love. That person takes you for granted. You feel the other person for whom you have fallen is not loving you so much as you feel for him or her. Listen. Whenever you fall for someone, you always feel the other person for whom you have fallen, that person takes you for granted and that person does not love you, have feelings to the same level you have. Sometimes this is the way you feel, sometimes this is truth also. With ordinary human beings, this is the way love is acted, reacted, given, received, reciprocated. This is the way the love flows with ordinary human beings. With the divine, with Paramashiva, the logic of love is totally different. Listen. When you love me, when you fall for me, first thing, I raise you. Second, I shower life energy in you. When I shower life energy in you, your consciousness is the most superior asset, wealth, property for you and for the world. Listen carefully. I'll tell you one small very sweet, intimate happened between me and my Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I carried food for him one day and he was eating. Few food parts fell from his mouth with his saliva by mistake when he was eating with the hand. I just took that. He thought I am cleaning it up and I may throw it away, but I did not throw it away. I just put it in my mouth. Prasada. The Guru Uchishtam. Guru Prasada. He smiled at me. I still remember. He said, now this body, showing my body, has also become precious asset for the world. It will do a lot of good. In Hindu tradition, the Guru Uchishta, the food partaken by the Guru Prasada is sacred, very sacred. Guru Padodaka means the water with which Guru's feet is washed, the food which Guru has partaken, Guru Uchishta, Guru Padodaka is highly sacred in Hindu tradition. He said,
just that little uchishta which I took, the power of that, he said that is very biomemory, bioenergy is passed on, and that will start flowering in this body now. This body also is a precious asset for the world because of what it is manifesting. Listen sincerely, intensely. When he loved me, he made me sacred. When I fell for him, he raised me and he made me sacred by showering his love on me. Listen. All of you, my disciples, followers, whom I initiated, all of you have received the greatest, best uchishta, that is mantra, the Mahavagya, which I used most in my life, is the Mahavagya. The mantra, if you have received, you received the best, greatest uchishta from me. You are now sacred. Your consciousness is needed for this world. Each of you meditating, living Veda Agamic lifestyle, living enlightenment not only helps you, it helps the world to sail through this pandemic, this pralaya. So when I fell for my Guru, he raised me and showered his love on me and made me sacred. He did not take me for granted. Same way, I want to tell each one of you, I don't take you for granted. When you fell for me, I shower my love on you, and I don't take you for granted. I make you sacred. Understand? Sometimes I may not be giving attention, but never ever feel I take you for granted. I don't take you for granted. Sometimes if I give you attention, you become more conscious and spiritually awakened. Then I shower you with my attention. Sometimes when I give attention, you try to use me like a crutch. Hang on. Then I tell you, don't use me as a crutch. I may not give you attention at that time, but I never take you for granted. Understand? Each one of you are conscious boats to help the humanity sail through this pandemic. When you are doing yoga every day,
Don't think you are saving only yourself. You are saving many more beings consciously to sail through this pandemic, through this pralaya. In Guru Gita, there's a beautiful verse. Guru padodakam panam, gururuchishta bhojanam, gurumurti sada dhyanam, gurumna sada japaha. Gurur namna sada japaha. One should drink the Guru's feet washed water and eat the remnants of the Guru's food plate. One should always chant the name of the Guru and always meditate on the Guru's form. Guru padodakam panam, gururuchishta bhojanam, gurumurti sada dhyanam, gurur namna sada japaha. What a life! If someone gets this four, they got much more than mukti. If someone gets this four in their life, every day especially, they got much more than mukti.
Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavagya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 I have also implanted the Bija mantras, all the 54 sounds. Some of the Sanskrit scholars may think, oh, it's only 51, some 52. What is mean by 54? Please understand. Many people think Sanskrit has only 51 akshara. Some say no, it is 52. But I tell you 54. There are 54 bijas, powerful seed syllables. I have embedded them into this Mahavagya and has manifested the various versions of Mahavagya, which I will be sharing with all of you in further satsangs, like Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. When the Devi Bija, Parashakti Bija is embedded, Om Hrim Nithyananda Paramashivoham. When Ganapati Bija is embedded, Om Gham Nithyananda Paramashivoham. So with each Bija mantra, this Mahavagya can manifest various different powers intensely, immediately, just with the Maha Pranava, Om. It can manifest everything with the specific bijas. It can manifest those specific manifestations immediately. One more thing, listen. When I said there are 54 sounds, there are some sounds which can never be written, which can be which can't even be uttered. It can only be manifested as a vibration. It can be transmitted from guru to disciple. That sound is called anahata dvani, uncreated sound. Uncreated sound. Ahata means two objects hitting. Even your tongue hitting the air and producing a sound is ahata. Anahata means the sound which is produced by not anything hitting anything or uncreated, just pure manifestation from existence. The process we are going to do now is called Chit Jada Grandhi Vedana. Means you are combination of pure consciousness and patterns. Your patterns are no independent life. They can become alive only if your consciousness is in the body. Am I right? Can you continue to smoke or struggle with your anger if you are dead? So only because of your consciousness existence, because of your consciousness, your patterns are empowered. Same way, you don't exist just as a consciousness, patterns. Even you seeing you and me are different is a pattern. You and me are separate is a pattern. So still the patterns are there. It means as on now the reality is you are together. You are totality of consciousness and patterns. As I said earlier, I cannot complete your patterns layer by layer, one by one, but I can put fire on your patterns. That I have freedom. But as an enlightened ethics, I cannot complete your pattern, it's your free will. But I can put the fire on the whole thing. Means I can use my presence to create a distance between you and your patterns. Chit Jada Grandhi Vedana means cutting the knot which connects your consciousness and pattern. Most of the successful leaders experience this Chit Jada Grandhi Vedana. Only then they can handle the stress or the responsibility of others.
So, are all of you ready for having this powerful Chit Chata Granthi process where Swamiji is going to be breaking those sounds, the wrong sounds that coils around us and our DNA together, and that puts you again and again in that same rut. Today's process, where the Chit Jata Granthi process, like Swamiji said, the closest matter to the consciousness is DNA. And today, Swamiji is going to be awakening that consciousness in us. And he's going to be unwinding all the wrong sounds that binds our DNA and consciousness together. And Swamiji is going to be replacing it with the most powerful Mahavakyas and awakening us to that highest possibility of manifesting these extraordinary powers.
So are all of us ready? Shall we all enter into preparing ourselves for the darshan? In just a few more minutes, the darshan is going to be beginning. Can I request all the participants, please come and settle down in front of the camera? This process is actually a huge breakthrough, like a really huge breakthrough for all of us. Especially imagine and see just this genetic, like the one cognition we all carry, like genetics, the DNA that we have is all what is, coming by birth. Nothing can be done about it. And you feel that your patterns, your characteristics, diseases, oh, if I am from a family where my grandmother has had diabetes, then definitely I'm going to be having diabetes. These kind of cognitions are very prevalent in today's world. We all believe very strongly. But just this one process can break all those granthis, break all those knots in the most subtlest level. We all know the subtlest level to be probably the DNA level in our existence, but Swamiji goes even deeper than that, where he says the connection between your DNA and your consciousness, that very connection, Swamiji is going to be reprogramming today. How do you all feel being here on this day? All right, now we are going to be chanting the Dhyana Shloka of Bhagavan Sadanritta Murti.
Today, all of us are going to be receiving the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Sadanritta Murti, that very form of Paramashiva which blesses, graces the whole world. Like we all learned, the Ananda Tandava of Paramashiva. He dances in our Chidambara, representing that ultimate cosmic happening, the whole Panchakrityas. Now we will be chanting the Dhyana Shloka. ध्यायेत् कोटिरविप्रभं त्रिनयनं सीतांशु गङ्गाधरम् दक्षाङ्घ्रिस्थितवामकुञ्चितपदं शार्दूलचर्माम्बरम् वह्निडोलकराभयं डमरुकं वामे शिवां श्यामलाम् कल्हारं जपसुकृक्षं कटिकरां देवी सभेशं भजे. I meditate on him whose brilliance is as crores of suns, who has 3 eyes, who has Ganga in his locks, who has his right leg situated and left leg bent, wearing the leopard skin as his cloth, holding fire, having the Abhaya Mudra and Damaru in his hands. On his left he has Devi, Parashakti, Shyamala, she who is dark complexioned, who is holding lotus in one of her hands and another hand near her hip. I revere that Lord of Sabha, Sabhesha, Nataraja, and Devi. The next is the Dhyana Shloka of Sandhya Nrittamurti. Chaturbhujam Trinetram cha Jata Makuta Samyutam Abhayam Damarum Savye Vame Pincham Savismayam Apasmaram Vinapithe Vamanghraya Kunchitassthitam Urdve tu Dakshinam Padam Apasavyanugam Dhadat. Tatpadam kunchitam vatha sarpa bhushitam sandhya tandavamevam syat varnadhif purvavad bhavet. I meditate on that form of Sandhya Nrittamurti, who has 4 hands, 3 eyes, and is adorned with the crown of Jata, the Jata Makuta. In his right hand, he holds the Abhaya and the Damaru. In his left hand, he holds a peacock feather. Apasmara is present without a pitham. The left leg is bent and is on Apasmara. The right leg is facing upward. The leg is having serpent as the anklet. These forms of Paramashiva, these forms, Sadhanritamurti, Sandhyanritamurti, are the most powerful forms, like we've been learning since morning. Each of them represent one of the highest cosmic truths. And today, especially with this powerful Chit-Chata Granthi process, we're all literally going to be awakening our DNA. And with such a process, such as Chit Chata Granthi process, many of us may wonder, okay, why is it so important? What significance does it play? Okay, it is going to awaken my DNA, but I have my job, I have my relationships, I have my office, I have everything. But why is this DNA awakening so important to me? Why do I need to reprogram my DNA? Do you know your DNA is not just a small particle in your cell, as we all, and something that's largely not very relevant to our daily lives? No, it stores something more.
We want to take you through an incident that happened. It was in 2005. A young 34-year-old Turkish woman goes to a therapist. And she tells the therapist that she feels very attracted to Russia, even though she has never been there. And she enters into the past life regression process with the therapist. And during the regression process, they identify and they get to know that in her previous birth, she was living in Russia. She sent her DNA samples for getting it studied in a scientific laboratory. She sends it to study the origin of her DNA sample. Shockingly, they discover that the current DNA of hers, even though she was born and brought up only in Turkey and has never been to Russia, showed that her DNA originated in Russia. Everyone was shocked, especially the scientific community, because this opened up something far more than what someone could comprehend at that time, especially the scientists could comprehend as what was this DNA all about. Is DNA just a coding, like a software that you have where it takes the characteristics from your parents and gives it to you, or is it much more? This gave a huge breakthrough revelation for them that our DNA was much, much more than what we believe. It was not just storing few characteristics or traits from your family alone, but it also inherited some of the characteristics from your past life.
And this opened up. Studies like these opened up a new page in our history of science, in our book of science. And this project was conducted by a very reputed National Geographic channel, and this project was called as Genographic. And this was a big study. This was conducted with hundreds and thousands of people participating in it. And you should know that so many hundreds and thousands of people similar to this woman, many of them could trace back their ancestry, means they could trace back even their past birth connections using their present DNA. So this completely shocked the science field, because this brings us to a whole another um, aspect where we can realize our DNA, that's something so small, so tiny, but in our cell has a potential to unlock us to some of the most extraordinary capabilities that we have, which we do not even know that we have.
And that what we are going to be experiencing today during the Chit Jata Granthi Vedana process is where literally your very DNA and the connection that your DNA has with your very consciousness is going to be reprogrammed. That is what we are going to be experiencing today during the initiation. Our DNA is very, very, very complicated. Actually, scientists have only been able to discover very small portion of this. Science has not even tapped into its fullest potential. According to science,
With what science knows right now, we all know the DNA, or as we call it, deoxyribonucleic acid, and that is a hereditary material in humans and almost in all the other organisms. Nearly every cell in a person's body has the same DNA. And the host DNA, as science calls it, is located in the cell, nucleus of the cell, where it is called as a nuclear DNA. And here, the science has discovered one part of the DNA which is responsible, we call it as the genome, right? Which is responsible, the genes, which is responsible for the way we appear, maybe the way you talk, your characteristics, like your ancestry traits, like your, maybe you carry the same characteristics as that of your grandfather or their grandfathers, and so on. So this is one aspect that the science has tapped into. But a huge chunk of the DNA, the second part of the DNA, a large component of the DNA, science is yet to tap into it and calls it the junk DNA.
which is what Swamiji calls as the Jivatman DNA, or the DNA of the cell. Understand, almost 90% of your entire possibility, potential, powers, everything is stored there. The Jivatman DNA holds the blueprint for the highest conscious manifestation of you. And it can be reprogrammed. That's the best news you have. See, when anyone takes birth, anyone has one strand awaken. We have totally 12 strands in our DNA. Today, whole day we've been learning. Swamiji revealed in depth about how our DNA exists, how many strands we have, what happens when each strand of our DNA is awakened. Every single bit we learned. Now, Swamiji is going to make us all experientially understand what happens to us when these other strands of the DNA get awakened, which is only possible through the initiation from the avatar.
Relevant. Why should we attend this process? Why should we awaken these components in us? Why should we awaken the second part of the DNA? See, as science calls it, it is not just junk DNA. Swamiji revealed a very, very important truth. This Jivatman DNA consists of a large amount of information, untapped resources, which when human beings can access, will literally enable us to the highest, to be able to tap the highest conscious possibilities or aspects of ourselves. And that is why even science, even though they call it the junk DNA technically, but there's a whole group of scientific researchers, scientific community that is actively working on trying to understand what it is. Because even the science field believes that there's a huge possibility that is untapped within this DNA. But Hinduism has already been aware or has already mastered the science of how we can awaken our DNA to the complete ability.
Well, we are not taking a science class for all of you. We are just wanting to ask you all one thing. How many of you here have this cognition? Because my grandmother has this problem, I think I may also inherit it. or you feel that your father has this issue, so you feel you also have the same thing. Whether it's your features or it's your diseases, or you even have a fear. Oh God, my family, they all have this hypertension. I'm so afraid that I may also inherit it. Or you get the disease and you feel, I knew it's because it runs in my family. How many of you have cognitions like this? Something, whether it's characteristics, situation, you feel that my whole family, you don't know, not just my father, my grandfather, my great grandfather, great great grandfather, everybody lived in this poor way. That is why I'm continuing to live. Like this, how many of you have some cognitions which makes you feel that something because of your family and all that, the inherited characteristics are in you, and that is why your life is in the way it is, in some form or another. How many of you are seeing this in your life? Can you all put yes in the chat, or like you can give even an example? Okay, I see many yes, yes, I do or did. Okay, yes, yes, ma, yes, 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 for sure. Okay, well, understand. Actually, we all listened to what Swamiji was telling from 2005, 7, 2009, all these videos we watched very early years, where Swamiji revealed to us about reprogramming of our DNA, how your DNA can actually be altered. And you know what? Very recently, scientists had a groundbreaking revelation. It is the field of this science is called as epigenetics. Epi means on top of genes. Like till before this, actually even now in school, we all learn that, okay, this is my body, the genes are there, whatever genes it wants, it expresses. And whichever genes are not needed, it just does not express. It is more like an automated process. And you feel powerless about it. And you feel that what to do? This is how my family had, and that's why I'm inheriting it. And that is why I carry these characteristics in me. Very recent studies in science in the field of epigenetics have shown that this DNA turning on or turning off is not based on how it is, but it can also be influenced by the environment that you're living in. But don't worry, you don't need to be worried about what kind of environment you've been living till now, what kind of cognitions you've had till now, because now in this process, Swamiji is going to be reprogramming your very DNA. Two DNA strands are connected through hydrophobic material, whereas the DNA is connected to your consciousness through the sound. And in
this process that Swamiji is conducting, Swamiji is going to be reprogramming our DNA completely. And now let us all get ready to enter into this very powerful process, the Chit Chata Granthi initiation. Please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.